Chapter 24:30. I said you have no knowledge. Yang Lan's sarcastic tone once again reached Long Can's mind. I'm afraid you don't know what the original intention of the Great Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra is. Hearing Yang Lan's words, both Yang Chen and Long Can were stunned. As Yang Lan said, Long Can had basically never been in the mortal world, so he naturally didn't know the real purpose of the Great Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra. In his opinion, this was to control the puppets. Was there any other purpose? But Yang Chen was startled, and then he understood it in a flash. The Great Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra was a cultivation method of the mortal world. The reason why Yang Lan could come into contact with this demonic art was because of Li Liheng, the young master of Taishanmen. The original intention of Li Liheng's cultivation of the Great Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra was not to control any puppets. It was purely for one thing, which was to greatly improve his spiritual awareness cultivation. After Yang Chen arrived in the spiritual world, his spiritual awareness cultivation rose rapidly, so he subconsciously thought that it was normal for other people's spiritual awareness cultivation to be higher than their spiritual power cultivation, but he ignored the original intention of the Great Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra. In the end, this was a cultivation method to improve the spiritual awareness cultivation, and controlling the puppets was the side effect of the cultivation method. It was just that there were too many puppets controlled by the Great Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra in the spiritual world, and the harm caused was too great. Everyone forgot the true face of the Great Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra. Yang Lan did improve the Great Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra, but he only improved the concealment of controlling the puppets, and the real function was always there. Before, Yang Lan controlled at least hundreds of thousands of puppets by himself. Under the various distractions of his spiritual awareness, it was normal for his spiritual awareness cultivation and spiritual power cultivation to maintain a balance. But this time, he took the initiative to cut off all the puppets he controlled, and the spiritual awareness that was restrained because of the control of the puppets immediately returned. It was not difficult to explain why Yang Lan's spiritual awareness cultivation soared in a short period of time, from the late Shen Immortal stage to the late Golden Immortal stage, and it was still improving. With such a strong spiritual sense and the Great Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra's ability to raise one's sea of consciousness, it wasn't difficult for him to find Long Can's spiritual sense imprint. In the end, Long Can was just a regular cultivator. His divine sense cultivation was equal to his spiritual power cultivation. His divine sense cultivation at the peak of Golden Immortal was not much stronger than Yang Lan's late Golden Immortal. I was careless. Long Can admitted his mistake directly. In the eyes of a cultivator of his level, right was right and wrong was wrong. Since there was no change in Yang Lan, it was his fault and there was nothing to deny. However, what if you found out? Long Can also passed a thought to Yang Lan. Do you still want to control me now? Don't even think about it, right? Why not? Yang Lan's proud thoughts were passed over, which made Yang Chen and Long Can stunned. At this point, what other cards does Yang Lan have? I think you've been spying on me to see if I've found out how the Zhao family is controlling you. Yang Lan's thoughts were transmitted very quickly and he was very proud. Do you think that I didn't find it at all? In fact, it was not only Long Can who was monitoring Yang Lan, but also Yang Chen. Yang Lan's words made both Yang Chen and Long Can stunned at the same time. Did Yang Lan actually find that method under their surveillance? How could he hide from the surveillance of these two masters without revealing any flaws? Since I already know that you have found out, how can I not take any precautions? Yang Lan explained slowly, as if he also wanted Long Can to understand. It was originally impossible, but your bad luck let me find an interesting way. Yang Lan's words made Yang Chen and Long Can interested. It should be known that how many tricks could be played in the sea of consciousness at this level mainly depended on the creativity of each cultivator. Both Yang Chen and Long Can wanted to know what step Yang Lan had taken. When people are under pressure, they will always come up with some unimaginable ideas. Yang Lan seemed to have become a teacher and was dispelling the doubts of two children who did not understand. Since you stay in my sea of consciousness and I can't drive you away for the time being, why don't I create another sea of consciousness? I tried it hundreds of times on those puppets, and I finally understood it. This was Yang Lan's most proud time. How could he not show it completely to let Long Can give up? How could he not express his wisdom and martial arts? So he said slowly and proudly, I successfully created another sea of consciousness that you can't touch. You can't know what I don't want you to know. Long Can and Yang Chen were no longer admiring at the moment, but marveling. Yang Lan could play in the sea of consciousness to this point, it was simply admirable. Even Yang Chen had to extend 2 thumbs up to express his admiration. You know, Yang Chen could split his spiritual awareness because of the 3 Purities secret art. The 3 Purities secret art was a secret art created by the Tao ancestor, and it was not too magical. However, Yang Lan actually relied on the Great Free Demon Heart Sutra to create another feat of creating another sea of consciousness. In this regard, it was an insult to describe Yang Lan as a genius. Hiding things that you don't want us to know in another sea of consciousness, admirable. Long Can had the same idea. In the face of such a feat, it was never too much to admire. So, you have actually found a way to control me in the Zhao family? What do you mean by we? Yang Lan did not answer Long Can's question, but keenly grasped a small detail in Long Can's words and asked, Is there anyone else monitoring my sea of consciousness besides you? When he asked, Yang Lan's heart was like thunder and lightning. There was another master in his own sea of consciousness. How was this possible? He had already searched his own sea of consciousness and found nothing else that did not belong to him. How could there be we in Long Can's mouth? You will know in the future. Long Can didn't seem to feel that he had said something wrong, and didn't give Yang Lan an answer. He intended to make him panic to the end. He just asked, You answer my question first. Yes. Yang Lan calmed down in an instant. Long Can's words did not rule out that it was a trick to deliberately cause psychological pressure on himself, and he couldn't believe it completely. He had to deal with the current situation first. I found the relevant records in the Zhao family's secret vault. As soon as these words came out, Long Can suddenly quieted down, not knowing what he was thinking. Yang Lan also knew that the opportunity in front of him was rare. Bing did not give Long Can too much time to think and directly threatened him. I'm afraid that for a long time, you still have to be controlled by me. Yang Lan finally expressed his pride, If you don't want to die, if I want you to go east, you have to go east. If I want you to go west, you have to go west. If I want you to beat the dog, you can't catch the chicken. Chapter 2431. On Long Can's side, there was silence, and there was no news for a long time. It seemed that he was thinking silently. Yang Lan was not in a hurry to force Long Can to express his position, and he seemed to be very confident. Perhaps he felt that he had already grasped Long Can's lifeblood, and he was not afraid of any resistance from him. After a long time, Long Can's voice finally came through the mind, and his voice was very low. I don't believe it. Yang Chen and Yang Lan both heard Long Can's voice. It was normal to divide the sea of consciousness into 2, which was not something that anyone could do. Even the 3 Purities secret art only divided the spiritual awareness, and the divided spiritual awareness must find a carrier. For the first division, Yang Chen sent the divided spiritual awareness into the immortal body. The second primordial spirit became the spirit of the immortal beheading blade, and the third primordial spirit became the spirit of the mountain river geographical map. None of them still stayed in the deity. Even the 3 Purities secret art couldn't do it. Even if Yang Lan was a genius, how could he split another sea of consciousness? It was simply too difficult for 2 sea of consciousness to unify their thoughts. It was not that Yang Chen looked down on Yang Lan. To be honest, Yang Chen was not surprised that Yang Lan could do anything. It was just that in this matter, Yang Chen and Long Can retained a cautious attitude. However, what surprised Yang Chen was that Long Can's tone seemed to be only a little skeptical, but he still retained a skeptical tone, as if he believed it more than he didn't believe it. This was a little thought-provoking. I can prove it to you. Yang Lan seemed to have known that Long Can would have such a reaction, and he replied calmly. Then, Yang Chen and Long Can clearly noticed that another spiritual awareness entered this sea of consciousness from nowhere and directly collided with Long Can's spiritual awareness imprint. Some kind of hidden and powerful enchantment on Long Can's body was activated. In an instant, even Long Can, a master of the Golden Immortal Peak, trembled a little. One could imagine how severe the pain was. However, the trembling was only for a moment. Long Can seemed to bear it, and there was no more abnormal movement. How is it? Yang Lan's voice was once again transmitted through the collision of spiritual awareness, and there was a kind of proud flaunting. Be it Yang Chen or Long Can, both of them could feel this brand new consciousness. They were all cultivators who had a deep contact with Yang Lan. Naturally, they knew very well that it was simply Yang Lan's spiritual awareness source, and no one else could impersonate it. In other words, the spiritual awareness that entered Yang Lan's current sea of consciousness from the outside was really Yang Lan himself. In other words, what Yang Lan said before was true. He really created another sea of consciousness. I'm impressed. Long Can's words were concise and to the point. He didn't say much, but his words were clear. Yang Chen was truly impressed. Who would have thought that Yang Lan could really complete such a feat? Long Can's admiration was audible, and Yang Chen also let out a wordless admiration. So, can you tell me who you are? Yang Lan's voice began to have a majestic tone, full of command. When he heard Long Can blurt out the word we, Yang Lan was really shocked. The only two puppets he could control now were Long Can and Yang Chen. Long Can was no longer a puppet, but another way to control him. If the we in Long Can's mouth referred to Long Can and Yang Chen, then wouldn't Yang Chen also be uncontrollable? This was inconsistent with Yang Lan's plan to dominate the world in a low-key manner, so he had to figure out this matter. Otherwise, according to Yang Lan's suspicious character, this problem alone could make him restless. We, of course it's us. Long Can's voice didn't have any uneasiness about being controlled, and he said it very straightforwardly and normally. With the transmission of his thoughts, another extremely strong aura appeared in Yang Lan's sea of consciousness. Yang Lan was shocked on the spot, but he immediately calmed down. He was also familiar with this aura, but he didn't know why he always subconsciously forgot this aura in his mind. Now that this aura broke out on its own, he remembered who it was. Knowing that it was this master, Yang Lan was relieved, and his heart couldn't help but feel a little proud. There were two Dragon Clan masters in the Zhao family. One was Long Can, a Wood Attribute Dragon Clan master. The other was unknown, an Earth Attribute Dragon Clan master. Yang Lan should have seen him before, but he didn't know why he always forgot and ignored him unconsciously. Such an unknown master was the most terrifying. Think about it, when no one could think of the appearance of a terrifying master, and this master appeared at the most intense time of the battle, what kind of terrifying situation would that be? But Yang Lan was happy. This master had appeared in the Zhao family before. Needless to say, he must also be a master controlled by the Zhao family. Since Yang Lan could find the method to control Long Can from the Zhao family, then this Earth Attribute Dragon Clan master must also be controlled by the same method. In other words, Yang Lan could now control two Dragon Clan masters. Of course, it was a great joy, and Yang Lan couldn't help but be happy. Yang Chen also noticed this Earth Attribute Dragon Clan master in time. At this time, he also remembered that this Dragon Clan master also appeared when the Shentian sect was destroyed. Even the one who caused Zhu Sheng, a great principal golden immortal, to be seriously injured and self-destructed was this Earth Attribute master. Similar to Yang Lan's idea, this Earth Attribute Dragon Clan master's sense of existence was very weak, almost non-existent. Even Yang Chen seemed to have subconsciously forgotten the existence of this master afterwards. Just now, the master suddenly released his aura, which also shocked Yang Chen. It was not that Yang Chen was afraid of being known by Yang Lan, but that there was still a Dragon Clan master on Long Can's side. He and the girls didn't even think of it. They always thought that it was enough to contain Long Can, and almost let all the cultivators in the spiritual world fall into a situation of eternal damnation. Long Can, this guy, really hid deeply. Since there is still a Dragon Clan friend, then presumably he won't go against me. Yang Lan's proud voice came again, full of undisguised surprise. It was already a blessing to be able to control a Dragon Clan master at the peak of the Golden Immortal. Suddenly, another one jumped out for him to control. Wasn't this a great joy? If you are willing to tell me how to create another sea of consciousness, I can leave your body intact. Long Can finally sent over a thought. It was lazy, But it was not the surrender that Yang Lan expected, but a naked threat: if you don't want to, then I can only take this method out of your head personally. Although the words were soft, the fierce killing intent contained in it was not fake. Yang Lan believed that as long as he refused, Long Can would kill him without hesitation. Chapter 2432. Not to mention Yang Lan, even Yang Chen was surprised. However, after the surprise, he figured it out. With Long Can's pride and another unknown Dragon Clan master, how could he be willing to fall into Yang Lan's hands again after being controlled by the Zhao family for tens of thousands of years? If Yang Lan didn't tell Long Can that he knew how to control Long Can might let Yang Lan live for a while with the mood of watching a show. However, Yang Lan dared to use that method to threaten him. It would be strange if Long Can didn't kill him immediately. Long Can was a traitor of the Dragon Clan who could even kill at least 2 members of the same clan. Yang Lan was just like an ant. How could he care about him? As for the method that Yang Chen mastered to control Long Can, as early as when Yang Chen and Long Can were chatting before the Zhao family perished, Yang Chen knew that Long Can knew how to solve it. He just didn't show it. He used the Zhao family to complete his great feat of refining the spiritual realm. However, the Zhao family and Yang Lan really thought that they had grasped Long Can's life and wanted to use this method to control Long Can. It could only be said that they didn't understand Long Can and underestimated the Dragon Clan. Yang Lan didn't think so much. He only knew that he had used the method left by the Zhao family to control Long Can, which had aroused Long Can's fierceness. If he didn't do anything, he was afraid that he could only follow Long Can's words. After teaching Long Can the method, he would also wait for Long Can's decision. How could Yang Lan, who was still complacent a moment ago, accept such a tragic situation? Therefore, the moment Long Can's thought was sent, Yang Lan activated the Zhao family's restriction. This was a restriction set by the Zhao family specifically for Long Can and the Dragon Clan masters. As long as it was activated, it would cause unbearable pain and coma. If it wasn't for the threat of life and death, how could Long Can obediently listen to the Zhao family from the beginning? Even if Yang Lan was a beginner, it was just a control method. Did he need to study it extensively? In order to prove that he had mastered the method, he had already used it once. However, that was just to let Long Can know that he had mastered the method, so he didn't use too much force. However, at that time, Long Can also trembled. Yang Lan knew very well that this was the pain of the restriction. Since the restriction was still on Long Can, there was still a possibility for Yang Lan to turn the tables. Now, he just wanted to let Long Can know how determined he was. Fully launching the restrictions, Yang Lan did not hold back at this time. Weren't there 2 experts from the Dragon Clan? Even if one died, there would be another. Kill the disobedient ones and leave the obedient ones. Yang Lan's full activation of the restriction definitely had an impact on Long Can. Seeing that Long Can's spiritual awareness imprint was becoming more and more empty, as if it would disappear in the next moment, but no matter how Yang Lan exerted his strength, that wisp of ethereal spiritual awareness imprint was stubborn like the most difficult stain to wash. It had always existed in Yang Lan's sea of consciousness, making Yang Lan feel as uncomfortable as eating a fly. What was puzzling was that even the Earth Attribute Dragon Clan expert who had just appeared had his spiritual awareness imprint weakened at the same time as Long Can's imprint. There was only a faint wisp left, but it was still tenaciously existing. Yang Chen had been watching from the sidelines. The sudden appearance of the Earth Attribute Dragon Clan expert made Yang Chen a little unexpected, so he did not intend to directly expose himself. However, Yang Chen was really interested in Yang Lan's method of creating another sea of consciousness. When Yang Lan launched the restriction, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness imprint followed Yang Lan's spiritual awareness from another sea of consciousness and entered his other sea of consciousness. It could be said that Yang Lan and Long Can were fighting, allowing Yang Chen, the fisherman, to reap the benefits. As soon as he entered Yang Lan's second sea of consciousness, Yang Chen began to search carefully. Usually, it was impossible to know the other party's memory and cultivation method, but at this time, he was using the second sea of consciousness to fight with Long Can. How could he take care of his own sea of consciousness from being invaded? However, Yang Lan was really not simple. Even in such a situation, he did not expose his cultivation method. Of course, it could not be ruled out that Yang Lan knew that Long Can and another Dragon Clan expert's spiritual awareness imprint were still in his own sea of consciousness, so he deliberately concealed the result. However, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness imprint wandered through Yang Lan's second sea of consciousness. At least he was clear about the characteristics of the second sea of consciousness. This sea of consciousness was almost exactly the same as Yang Lan's first sea of consciousness, but it was a little smaller. The origin was exactly the same, but the difference was also very big. Not to mention anything else, just from the stability of the sea of consciousness, there was a lot of difference. But the total amount of spiritual awareness was much more than that of the other side. According to the spiritual awareness cultivation of the second sea of consciousness, Yang Lan had almost reached the level of peak golden immortal spiritual awareness. No wonder he dared to pull out Long Can at that time. It turned out that he still had such a trump card. The two sea of consciousness seemed to be cultivated by two cultivators with different personalities. One paid attention to the realm of cultivation, and the other paid attention to the degree of stability. This made Yang Chen really curious about how Yang Lan did it. Despite his curiosity, Yang Chen did not do much. Anyway, Long Can must have a way to do it, as long as he stayed quietly and waited. After a meal, Yang Lan had already begun to worry, but whether it was Long Can or the unknown Dragon Clan expert, their spiritual awareness imprint was not weaker, but slowly began to recover. At this point, how could Yang Lan not know that his perfect plan had been ruined? However, he was not a person who was waiting to die, and immediately began to use the means of the Great Devil Heart Sutra. Anyway, his own spiritual awareness imprint was still in Long Can's sea of consciousness. As long as his cultivation was higher than Long Can, he could also forcibly control it. Unfortunately, the saying the heart is higher than the sky, the life is thinner than paper was used by Yang Lan. No matter how he urged his own spiritual awareness imprint, the imprint that he had tried in the past seemed to be bound by a powerful cage at this moment, and he could not move at all. It seems that you still haven't given up. Long Can's words sounded in Yang Lan's first sea of consciousness, causing the entire sea of consciousness to tremble. But at this moment, Yang Lan no longer had the wisdom he had before. His whole person was like a pitiful person who was forced to a dead end, trembling like a frightened quail. This despair of not being able to escape and not being able to fight made him completely feel the taste of death. I only want your cultivation method, and then I will give you a quick death. Long Can's spiritual awareness imprint began to skyrocket wildly, and the spiritual awareness imprint of the other Dragon Clan expert also skyrocketed. It swept unscrupulously in Yang Lan's sea of consciousness, and even followed the path that Yang Chen had just passed through to another sea of consciousness. Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, Long Can's cold voice said mercilessly, then don't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 2433. Yang Lan didn't know what was going on, and he didn't know what Long Can and the Dragon Clan master were going to do, but Yang Chen, who was following closely, saw it clearly. The owner of the Sea of Consciousness, Yang Lan, was already powerless to howl. It was a very painful thing for the Sea of Consciousness to be broken all of a sudden, but after all, it was only for a while, and it would pass immediately. But now, his Sea of Consciousness was being smashed bit by the two Dragon Clan masters. This pain was even more painful than being cut alive inch by inch, but he couldn't do anything. He couldn't resist, he couldn't escape, he could only bear it, he couldn't live, and he couldn't die. Aren't the puppets you used to control like this? A voice that Yang Lan never dared to think about rang in Yang Lan's ears, but Yang Lan couldn't find the owner of the voice anyway. Soon, Yang Lan understood that this voice was actually ringing in his sea of consciousness. It was rotating, and at the same time, two intertwined spiral spiritual awareness imprints rushed into Yang Lan's life source flying sword, wantonly destroying it. After a while, the life source flying sword, which had been nourished and refined by Yang Lan for thousands of years, seemed to be smashed by Yang Lan's spiritual awareness. It buzzed and trembled. When the two spiritual awareness rushed out of the flying sword flew out of the sea of consciousness uncontrollably, and no one knew where it flew to. This was Yang Lan's life source flying sword, which could be said to be a magic weapon connected to his life. According to reason, this kind of life source magic weapon should leave the sea of consciousness in the first place, But now it didn't even have a chance to move, and it was directly attacked by the two spiritual awareness. Long Can was using this method to force Yang Lan to find Yang Lan's cultivation method, and the price was that Yang Lan's entire sea of consciousness was broken. 2 consecutive life source flying sword were released, and the cultivation that he worked hard to cultivate became a bubble. This kind of blow was even worse than death. Interesting. It's really interesting. The spiritual awareness imprints of the 2 Dragon Clan masters crushed Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, while Long Can also issued an evaluation. This evaluation could be heard by Yang Chen, and he believed that Yang Chen could hear it even more. What was even more terrifying was that Long Can and the other Dragon Clan experts' divine sense imprints started to revolve. Then, the 2 divine sense imprints once again advanced in a spiral shape. Wherever they passed, everything in front of them would be smashed into powder. Yang Lan's spiritual awareness threads easily wrapped around the spiritual awareness imprints of Long Can and the Dragon Clan expert, and the 2 guys ran amok in Yang Lan's sea of consciousness. However, Yang Chen also discovered some clues. It seemed that Long Can and the Dragon Race expert had a secret technique that allowed them to retrieve some memories from the shattered divine senses. No wonder Long Can had said that he would take it himself. So this was the method. Just by looking at how Yang Lan couldn't do anything and could only scream, it could be seen that this was a cruel punishment. It also showed that Long Can's technique was very fierce. There must be a reason for doing this. Boom! A huge sound wave rolled in Yang Lan's sea of consciousness. The 2 spiritual awareness imprints heavily hit a strangely shaped flying sword, causing Yang Lan to once again scream like a pig being slaughtered. Until the sea of consciousness where they lived was almost broken, the 2 spiritual awareness imprints fiercely followed the spiritual awareness that Yang Lan had just tried to launch the restriction and entered the second sea of consciousness. It was still in accordance with the law. Looking at the sea of consciousness that the 2 Dragon Clan experts were crazily destroying other people's sea of consciousness, Yang Chen put himself in their shoes. Then he calmly put down his heart and followed the spiritual awareness imprints of the 2 Dragon Clan experts to watch the show. Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, if he didn't take the initiative, no outsider could enter. Even if there was a spiritual awareness that went in, it would definitely enter a virtual sea of consciousness and be deceived. Even if there was a strong and ferocious guy like Long Can who rushed into the real sea of consciousness, when he faced the soaring Heaven King Palace, he would definitely cry in despair. In terms of the condensation and stability of the sea of consciousness, if Long Can's spiritual awareness imprint was a reinforced concrete building, then Yang Chen's soaring Heaven King Palace must be a perfect diamond with Mohs hardness 10. When Long Can said that he was impolite, he wasn't just saying it. He was really impolite. It wasn't just Long Can, there was another Earth attribute Dragon Clan expert whose behavior was almost exactly the same as Long Can. He was indeed impolite, and it wasn't just ordinary impoliteness. The 2 spiritual awareness imprints seemed to have become the owners of Yang Lan's sea of consciousness, directly rampaging in Yang Lan's sea of consciousness. Although Yang Lan's sea of consciousness was at the late Golden Immortal stage and the peak Golden Immortal stage, in front of the 2 unreasonable spiritual awareness imprints of the peak Golden Immortal stage, the difference was simply not a little bit. Unsurprisingly, in Yang Lan's new sea of consciousness, he refined another natal flying sword. It had to be said that Yang Lan, this guy, was very scheming and shrewd. He had prepared a way out. Unfortunately, he was too arrogant. At the inappropriate time, he let 2 inappropriate spiritual awareness imprints enter his sea of consciousness. This was the price of his arrogance. The 2 spiritual awareness imprints didn't smash Yang Lan's sea of consciousness at all. Instead, they swallowed Yang Lan's spiritual awareness by entangling with each other. He didn't know what method was used to grind it, but it wasn't what it looked like at all. Before this, apart from some hypnotic techniques, Yang Chen had never seen an expert who could directly search the memories of others' sea of consciousness. Long Can actually have such an overbearing technique. Just thinking about it was frightening. Perhaps this was some kind of secret technique of the Dragon Clan. This time, he might have to ask Roaring Heaven. The 2 spiritual awareness imprints destroyed Yang Lan's sea of consciousness crazily, destroying everything they touched and smashing it into powder. At this moment, Yang Lan could only make a scream of extreme pain. His whole body was trembling in pain, but he couldn't do anything else. Unlike Yang Chen's spiritual awareness threads that wandered in Yang Lan's sea of consciousness like the smallest mosquitoes, the spiritual awareness imprints of the two Dragon Clan masters was simply crushing him. Yang Lan had a little resistance at first, but after a few hits, his spiritual awareness collided with it, like an egg hitting a stone. Don't look at how there were thousands of eggs, no matter how many eggs hit the stone, so what? Wasn't it still turned into a pile of broken eggs? The former sea of consciousness had been stirred into a puddle, and there was nothing complete. It could be said that the sea of consciousness had been completely destroyed. The situation at the moment was like this. Yang Chen had long known that this would be the result. Although Yang Lan's spiritual awareness cultivation base was high, compared with Long Can, an old guy who had condensed his sea of consciousness for tens of thousands of years, the difference was not a little bit. In terms of stability, if Long Can's sea of consciousness was a reinforced concrete building, then Yang Lan was at most a thatched house that would be blown away by the wind. There was no comparison at all. Chapter 2434. Yang Chen? How is it possible? Yang Lan could never believe that the owner of this voice would talk to him in this way in this situation. In his imagination, Yang Chen should be a puppet that he had already controlled, a target for him to slaughter. How could he appear in his own sea of consciousness? Oh, yes, I forgot to tell you that we are not just the two of us, there is also Yang Chen. Long Can did not forget to talk to Yang Lan while frantically looking for Yang Lan's cultivation method. Because Yang Chen's voice was actually talking to Yang Shilong at the same time. Long Can had always been very afraid of Yang Chen, because until now, he had not found Yang Chen's spiritual awareness imprint. Since the contact, Yang Chen had always been active. No matter what method Long Can used, he could not find the trace of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness imprint. Even if Long Can had just smashed Yang Lan's other sea of consciousness inch by inch, he did not find Yang Chen's trace. Yang Chen's absence was always a threat to Long Can, so he did not hesitate to show his trump card and bring his companion, the Earth Attribute Dragon Clan Master, in order to form pressure on Yang Chen. At the same time, the cooperation of the two masters could be more effective in the search. Unfortunately, until he destroyed Yang Lan's second flying sword, Yang Chen did not show any clues. This made Long Can anxious, but he also wanted to find Yang Lan's cultivation method quickly. Others were not clear, but Long Can knew very well that the method of the second sea of consciousness that Yang Lan had comprehended was simply a tailor-made suitable cultivation method for him. With this method, his cultivation could go to a higher level and even break through the peak of Golden Immortal, so he could not allow anyone to destroy it. Yang Chen, who he had never been able to find, was like an assassin hiding in the shadows, which made Long Can restless. Although there was no substantial contact between the two sides, Long Can knew very well that his enemy had never been the Zhao family, Yang Lan, or any spiritual realm master, but Yang Chen. This was a kind of fate that was predestined. Long Can believed in this. However, he still had a deep fear of this opponent that he couldn't find. He was afraid that Yang Chen would ruin his plans at this time. By the way, last time you promised to inform me when you want Yang Shi's life. Yang Chen's voice was as calm as ever. In the ears of Long Can, Yang Lan and another Dragon Clan master, you broke your promise. I'm sorry. Long Can admitted and apologized directly. Luckily, you made it in time. Nice to meet you, senior. How should I address you? Yang Chen wasn't here to denounce him. Even if he did, it would be meaningless. He just wanted to show off his presence. At the same time, he wanted to know the identity of the Earth Attribute Dragon. Long Q. Surprisingly, it was not Long Q who answered, but Long Can. It seemed that from the beginning, Long Q had never spoken. He just released his momentum to let Yang Lan and Yang Chen know that there was such a master. It was only Long Can who spoke. Long Can, Long Q. Yang Chen chewed these two names and couldn't help but smile. The names of the two seniors are really unique. In Yang Lan's sea of consciousness, Yang Chen and Long Can and Long Q talked unscrupulously. Even Yang Lan himself could hear them, but he could only listen and could not do anything. It was also because Yang Chen opened his mouth that the movements of Long Can and Long Q slowed down, giving Yang Lan a little breathing space. At this time, Yang Lan carefully pondered over Yang Chen's words. It turned out that being controlled was such a painful taste. Unfortunately, Yang Lan was too selfish. He would never reflect on himself just because he tasted it. He just regretted that he exposed himself too early. Otherwise, if he dragged on for a while, he might be able to turn defeat into victory. There is no need to get lucky. Yang Chen's voice sounded very gentle. This was obviously said to Yang Lan. Even if I give you another 10,000 years, you will not be Senior Long Can's opponent. This guy was simply stubborn. Yang Chen did not expect this guy to be thinking about this. He was really hopeless. By the way, the two seniors can continue looking for whatever you need to look for. Yang Chen reminded Long Can and Long Q. He continued to watch the show. Don't worry about me. I am just watching. You are not going to cause trouble. Long Can was a little surprised. Was Yang Chen just going to watch? Why should I cause trouble? Your opponent is not me. Yang Chen smiled and said, Big sister Ao Lan, Long Kwong and the others have been waiting to meet you. I am also waiting for them. Long Can clearly remembered Ao Lan and Long Kwong. When the Shentian sect was destroyed, Ao Lan and Long Kwong had appeared. Long Can would never forget their familiar auras. Even when he was trapped in the Zhao clan, he could not separate himself from Ao Lan and Long Kwong. At this time, there seemed to be a different kind of emotion. Yang Chen stood by and watched. Yang Lan's pain began again. The feeling of devouring the sea of consciousness inch by inch was comparable to smashing the bones in his body inch by inch and then curing them before smashing them again made Yang Lan almost collapse. He wanted to faint, but he was unable to do so. He could only bear all of this with a clear mind. It seemed that he knew that he would not be lucky this time. Yang Lan's mind would involuntarily appear bits and pieces of this life. He was high-spirited when he first joined the Taishanmen, the lofty sentiments when he first started cultivating, and so on. However, when did he start to hate Yang Chen? Why was it? Yes, it was because Yang Chen's performance was better than his. It was because of this. How could a tenant's son who joined an unranked sect be better than the young master of a famous sect? To put it bluntly, it was because of jealousy. For a jealous thought, he lost his sister and himself. Because of this, more than 10 million cultivators were implicated. Was all of this worth it? Yang Chen was really watching from the sidelines. He even deliberately released some aura to let Long Can and Long Q know where he was so that they could continue boldly. Long Can and Long Q cared so much about Yang Lan's cultivation technique that it would definitely be of great use to them. However, Yang Chen did not care. Yang Chen was more interested in Yang Lan than Long Can and Long Q. As for whether Long Can and Long Q's cultivation would improve because of Yang Lan's cultivation technique, Yang Chen did not care. After witnessing the complete madness of Yang Lan's control of the Zhao family, Yang Chen had another kind of insight. He had to say that sometimes Yang Chen even had to thank Yang Lan. Found it. Long Can's surprised voice could be heard. Even Long Q's aura became turbulent. Soon, they verified the authenticity of the cultivation technique and confirmed that they had really found their target. Chapter 2435. Since the two seniors have found what you want, then this younger generation junior will overstep his boundaries. Yang Chen's voice came at the right time, and it was still calm. Yang Lan and this younger generation junior have an old relationship. His last journey will be sent by this younger generation junior. Thank you. After getting what they wanted, Long Can and Long Q naturally had no intention of keeping Yang Lan. When Yang Chen said this, he just agreed to push the boat with the current. It could also be considered as a repayment for Yang Chen's favor of not attacking them when they were not paying attention. Yang Lan, every grievance has a head, and every debt has a debtor. I will accept your cause and effect. Yang Chen no longer paid attention to Long Can and Long Q, and directly said the famous mantra to Yang Lan, let's go. Wait. Yang Lan certainly knew the meaning of Yang Chen's words. He was about to say something, but he only had time to say 2 words, and he was drowned by a raging spiritual awareness. At the moment when Yang Lan spoke, Yang Lan's sea of consciousness was suddenly filled with Yang Chen's spiritual awareness. It was gurgling and dense. It was not as overbearing as Long Can and Long Q, but it was more condensed. In a flash, Yang Lan's sea of consciousness was almost filled. This was not all. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was still increasing wildly, and Yang Lan's sea of consciousness was shaky. Long Can and Long Q faced Yang Chen's gentle and overbearing spiritual awareness at this moment, but they did not resist at all. However, they also tried a little. Unfortunately, their spiritual awareness imprints in Yang Lan's sea of consciousness were all slowly bounced back after hitting Yang Chen's spiritual awareness. There was no harm, and it did not let their spiritual awareness wander. It was as if they were gently persuaded to curl up in a corner of Yang Lan's sea of consciousness. The two Dragon Clan masters did not feel very strong, but Yang Lan, as the master, was different. Yang Chen's incomparably abundant spiritual awareness filled his sea of consciousness. What it brought to him was not elastic and harmless like Long Can and Long Q, but the most terrifying and painful torture. Imagine the scene of his brain constantly being stuffed with things and then exploding alive. This was how Yang Lan felt at the moment. He felt as if his head was a balloon that was being inflated crazily. But his head wasn't that big, and the feeling of it being forcibly enlarged was more painful than having a blunt knife cutting his flesh. But Yang Lan couldn't do anything now. His two seas of consciousness had been almost destroyed by Long Can and Long Q. Even if Yang Chen didn't make a move in the end, he was already a waste. The fact that Long Can and Long Q were still able to retain a sliver of his consciousness was already a show of mercy by Long Can and Long Q. But Yang Chen didn't want to give him any more chances. Now Yang Chen only wanted one thing, that was Yang Lan's death. Even if Long Can and Long Q were to make a move, Yang Chen was a little worried. He had to do it himself. From the mortal world to the spiritual world, Yang Lan was like an unkillable cockroach. No matter what disaster he encountered, he could live in the humble crevice with ease. After gaining power, he could give unparalleled cruel revenge to the guys who hurt him. Such a guy, Yang Chen would never allow him to have a chance to make a comeback. Yang Lan had been so full that he couldn't speak. His eyes also protruded out, and his tongue stuck out uncontrollably. It was also a scene of blowing a balloon. The strong pressure in his sea of consciousness made his whole head swollen. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say a word. It turned out that a lifetime of conspiracy would end like this. After the last few words flashed in Yang Lan's mind, his head suddenly exploded. The headless corpse lay quietly somewhere in the demon realm. Maybe Long Can and Long Q would deal with it in the future, maybe they wouldn't. Maybe Gong Sunling would refine it one day, maybe not. This was no longer important. No matter how many great things you did when you were alive, once you died, it was only 3 feet of land. Yang Lan didn't even have this extravagant hope. Who knew if Long Can and Long Q would fight against Gong Sunling? Would those uncontrollable monsters swallow his corpse? The corpse of a Xian immortal level cultivator also had an extraordinary attraction for monsters. Once Yang Lan died, his sea of consciousness no longer existed. Yang Chen's spiritual imprint also directly returned to Yang Chen's body. Similarly, Long Can and Long Q's spiritual imprint would also return. In the near future, perhaps after Long Can and Long Q comprehended and cultivated Yang Lan's cultivation technique, they would have a final competition with Gong Sunling. Or they would settle their previous hatred with Ao Lan, Long Quang, and the experts of the dragon race. When Long Can and Long Q were searching for Yang Lan's cultivation technique, Yang Chen didn't stop them. It wasn't that he didn't put Long Can and Long Q in his eyes. On the contrary, Yang Chen hoped that they could cultivate to their strongest state and then fight with him. Yang Lan killed millions of people. To be honest, compared to Yang Chen, he didn't know how many times he was cruel and merciless. The spiritual world, the Zhao family, and Yang Lan's fight all the way to the present had indeed given Yang Chen a lot of insights. Yang Chen suddenly discovered that in the face of some absolute power, any conspiracy and tricks were floating clouds. The Zhao family spent tens of thousands of years to arrange it, but it was just a thought of ancestor Lu tens of thousands of years ago. The heaven and earth chessboard, the cultivator's chess piece, turning the hand over the cloud and covering the hand over the rain, what kind of spirit? Yang Chen couldn't help but have the urge to learn from ancestor Lu. For example, brother Li Cheng, no matter how strong your enemy is, No matter how your conspiracy is arranged, they will always wait for you to attack, give you enough time to brew, and then crush you when you are the most proud. Even the thought of resistance can't be raised. To reach that level, first of all, one must not be afraid to face any strong enemy. Long Can and Long Q, let them grow to the strongest state, and also a whetstone for Yang Chen. Yang Chen wanted to sharpen his own cultivation base in the spiritual world to the extreme on Long Can and Long Q. Big brother, Yang Lan created a kind of spiritual awareness cultivation method. Yang Chen hasn't figured out what Yang Lan's situation is for the time being, so when he solved Yang Lan, the first thing he did was to ask brother Li Cheng. Yang Chen's description of Yang Lan's situation at the time was very detailed and thorough, and even the changes and differences in Yang Lan's sea of consciousness were said. Yang Chen's words attracted the women's amazement. It was really rare for a guy like Yang Lan to have such qualifications and understanding. Two sea of consciousness, and they are still different sea of consciousness. Li Cheng listened to Yang Chen's description, and after thinking for a long time, he slowly said, "If I am not wrong, Yang Lan is definitely not one personality, but two." In the midst of everyone's doubts, brother Li Cheng began to solve the doubts. There is such a kind of person in this world. Their personality will split, and they will form two completely different personalities in one body. Only in this way can they control one sea of consciousness separately. Otherwise, if the sea of consciousness is split without a carrier, they will die. Chapter 2436. Then why must Long Can and Long Q find such a cultivation technique? Yang Chen did not understand this problem. However, Yang Chen and the others did not understand. They could only wait for big sister Aolan and Long Kwong to return. Some fellows just could not bear the nagging. While Yang Chen and the others were thinking that Aolan and Long Kwong had already left for a period of time, Gong Sunling told everyone that big sister Aolan and the others had returned. When they were dealing with Yang Lan, Gong Sunling and Long Can did not launch any attacks. Both sides tacitly held back and guarded against each other. This was also Yang Chen's intention. Otherwise, Long Can might not have the strength to stir up trouble in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. The moment big sister Aolan and the 7 Long clan experts entered the Mountain River geographical map, they were sent to Yang Chen by Gong Sunling. This time, big sister Aolan and Long Kwong brought back the 6 experts with the surname Long that Yang Chen's family met previously. They were the ones who helped Yang Chen refine the Dragon Palace. Speak of the devil. Yang Chen did not bother to exchange pleasantries with them. He directly told them about Long Can and Long Q, causing big sister Aolan to be shocked. There is another Dragon Clan expert called Long Q? Big sister Aolan reacted as though she had never heard of Long Q before. The Long Clan experts were all like this. They all knew about Long Can, but no one knew about Long Q. You should have met him previously. Yang Chen was very clear that big sister Aolan and Long Kwong should be the same as him. They had inexplicably forgotten about the Earth-attributed Dragon Clan master. One must know that the last time the Profound Heaven sect was destroyed, Aolan and Long Kwong also took action. They had also seen the situation of Long Q seriously injuring Ju Sheng, the one who seriously injured Ju Sheng. Big sister Aolan and Long Kwong only remembered after Yang Chen reminded them. It wasn't just them. Ao Lai and Lin Jingyuan, who were present at that time, also thought about it. They suddenly realized that everyone had subconsciously forgotten about Long Q. Only then did they realize how powerful this guy was. If it was just a dragon race traitor, big sister Aolan and the 7 Long clan experts would definitely not lose. However, the sudden appearance of Long Q was a different matter. Especially when this guy had such an inexplicable technique, it was even more of a headache. Think about it, no one would think of a certain guy during a battle, but he suddenly appeared out of nowhere and launched an attack. Who could withstand that? By the way, does the Dragon Clan possess a secret technique that allows them to enter the sea of wisdom of other cultivators to forcibly extract their memories? Yang Chen recalled the question he had asked back then. Thus, he took the opportunity to ask. Originally, Xiao Chen wanted to ask Xiao Tian. However, since big sister Aolan was here, he could let her explain. The dragon race has this kind of secret technique. As expected, Big sister Ao Lan immediately admitted that there was such a method. However, she quickly explained, this method is a little outrageous. Unless it is an evil person, the dragon race would not casually use it. Based on this restriction, Yang Lan was definitely an evil person. Long Can and Long Q did not break their precepts when using it. Furthermore, not to mention not breaking their precepts, Long Can was a traitor of the dragon race. He even killed his own kind. Such a small matter like breaking his precepts was not worth mentioning. Why would Long Can and Long Q need such a method? Yang Chen wanted to know the reason. Actually, he wanted to know why Long Can became a traitor of the dragon race. Long Can was born as a cripple. At this point, big sister Ao Lan felt that there was no need to hide it. After all, she was going to meet Long Can soon. There was no point in hiding it. So, she said it directly, perhaps it is not a cripple, but a deformity. Humans often had deformed babies. This was related to many factors during pregnancy. Some were also related to both parents, so it was not strange. Actually, it was not only humans. Basically, every race would have such a deformed fetus. Therefore, it was not rare for the dragon race to have a deformed fetus. He has 2 heads, Long Quang continued from where elder sister Ao Lan left off. Some things were not good for a lady to say. So, Long Quang thoughtfully helped his girlfriend to say the rest, one is alive, and the other is dead. There was a senior who used great magic to hide that dead dragon head of his, making him look like an ordinary one. It's just that, you know what happened. His original name is not Long Can. He changed his name later on. Long Quang had been performing well recently. Not only was he not arrogant anymore, he was also taking good care of his girlfriend. It looked like this extremely arrogant fellow needed a solid lesson. After letting him know how high the heavens were and how deep the earth was, he would understand that not everyone revolved around him. Long Quang's performance was very good. At the very least, it showed that the beating he received was not in vain. A naturally deformed fellow would be discriminated against and ridiculed by some of his ignorant fellow race. This was simply a matter of course. Even if there were experts who made him look like a normal dragon, there would definitely be people who didn't have eyes to be rude. Then, it was very likely that Long Can would kill his own race and become a traitor to the dragon race. There were too many such things among mortals. Yang Chen did not even need to ask. This must be the case. In fact, Long Quang's had already explained a lot of problems. The words of the two also gave Yang Chen a general understanding. Long Can was deformed. He had 2 heads. Although one head was alive and the other was dead, who knew if Long Can had any way to bring the dead back to life? Maybe that Long Q was the one that everyone had always thought was dead. In this case, everyone could understand why Long Can needed Yang Lan's cultivation technique. Big brother Li Cheng had analyzed that Yang Lan might have schizophrenia. Long Can and Long Q were clearly 2 living people. However, they shared the same body with different heads. It could be said that they completely met the requirements of Yang Lan's cultivation technique. They could perfectly merge Long Can and Long Q into one. A 2-headed dragon was truly unimaginable. If Ao Lan and the others had not said it, no one would have guessed it. Although this was just Yang Chen's guess, it was the most accurate guess at the moment. Based on the expressions of Ao Lan and the others, it seemed like they were thinking the same thing. Ao Lan did not feel that there was any problem with Yang Chen letting Long Can and Long Q find Yang Lan's cultivation technique. Even though they had been trying to kill the dragon race traitor Long Can for so many years, Yang Chen could tell that they were feeling guilty. That was to say, Long Can had suffered a lot of grievances back then. Big sister, what do you plan to do? Yang Chen would not pursue what happened in the past. Right now, he was standing with Ao Lan. He would not think about anything else. He only asked, should we challenge him to a one-on-one fight, or should we gang up on him? Chapter 2437. Regardless of whether Ao Lan and the others chose a one-on-one fight or a group fight, Yang Chen would definitely support them unconditionally. After all, this was an internal matter of the dragon race. Yang Chen would only make a move if Ao Lan and the others were at a disadvantage and their lives were in danger. Of course, Xiao Chen was making a move because they were friends. Do Long Can and Long Q have the dragon soul incense? Before preparing for the final battle, Yang Chen still had to ask this question first. Different answers would have different ways of dealing with it. The dragon soul incense was different from the divine perching jade. Overall, the dragon soul incense was much better than the divine perching jade. At the very least, cultivators who were resurrected using the dragon soul incense would be able to immediately recover the cultivation they had when their primordial spirit was planted. There was no need for a long recovery period. Furthermore, the dragon soul incense had another special characteristic. It was almost impossible to track the planted dragon soul incense. If Long Can and Long Q had the dragon soul incense, even if they died, it would not be easy to find the place where they resurrected. However, the divine perching jade was different. The other cultivators in the spiritual realm might not be clear about the true use of the divine perching jade. However, Yang Chen, who had the memories of his previous life, understood it very well. He could easily find the hiding place of the people who used the divine perching jade. Of course, the premise was that his spiritual sense imprint had to track the whereabouts of the other party's spiritual sense the moment they died. Why did Yang Chen insist on doing it himself when Yang Lan died? This was also because he wanted to check if Yang Lan used the divine perching jade. Yang Chen did not want to see Yang Lan for even a moment. Hence, he would not give Yang Lan a chance to resurrect with the divine perching jade. The pitiful Yang Lan did not know about the hidden inside story and died with hatred. Furthermore, Yang Chen could confirm that Yang Lan did not have a chance to obtain the divine perching jade. That was to say, Yang Lan was already dead and could not be resurrected. Yang Lan once controlled tens of thousands of puppets and decided the life and death of millions of cultivators. However, because he was sealed in the fiend realm early on, he did not even obtain a piece of the divine perching jade. Even after Yang Lan controlled Yang Chen, he was afraid of being discovered by Yang Chen. He did not let him take out any divine perching jade. He was overly cautious and cut off all his chances of survival. Of course, this was also because Yang Chen had strict control from the start, not giving Lan a chance to Yang Lan. Since the beginning of monitoring Yang Lan, Yang Chen has paid great attention to this aspect and did not let Yang Lan succeed. The dragon's soul fragrance in the Violent Dragon Palace is the most valuable treasure of my royal family. At this time, Ao Lan seemed to remember that there was still the matter of the dragon soul fragrance. She glared at Yang Chen fiercely before saying, "The entire clan is only left with that little. In the end, it all benefited you. Long One. 1. This was the Dragon clan of Xiao Lan's eyes. Xiao 1. 1. Dragon Ao clans Dong Lan of 1 Dragon 1. Tian Yang Lan's Chen 1 with Dragon Chen Yang clan 1. Ao that. Hearing this answer, Yang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Without the dragon soul fragrance, Long Can and Long Q would not come back to life. This way, many of the threats would be minimized. In layman's terms, they only had one life. Killing them once was enough. There was no need to waste too much effort. If it were those who used the divine perching jade or the dragon soul fragrance, they would have to kill them twice. Right now, Long Can and Long Q could not care about fighting. Instead, they were cultivating Yang Lan's self-created cultivation technique, trying to form two seas of consciousness. Yang Chen told Big Sis Ao Lan and the others about these things, letting them make preparations. Otherwise, they might end up dying here. Right now, Long Can and Long Q were in the territory controlled by Long Can of the Fiend Realm. In order to prevent Long Can and Long Q from using the power of the Fiend Realm to suppress Long Can and Long Q, Gong Sunling and Long Q's third primordial spirit would increase the rate at which they refined the other party's space, ensuring that Long Can and Long Q could not free themselves. In this aspect, Long Can and Long Q definitely made a bad move. Long Can originally thought that with his strong cultivation, even if Gong Sunling could refine the demonic realm, she would not be able to contend with him, a peak golden immortal. Hence, he used a powerful formation and paid a huge price to connect the two spaces. Previously, he wanted to refine the mountain river geographical map so that Gong Sunling could not escape. Now, he threw himself into it. With the two spaces connected, Long Can and Long Q could not separate themselves. They were firmly restrained by Gong Sunling. If he had not been so greedy and wanted the Mountain River geographical map, Long Can and Long Q could have gone to the Immortal Realm with half the Fiend Realm and half the Fiend Realm after the Zhao clan was destroyed and Yang Lan died. At that time, the sea would be wide and the sky would be high. A free and unfettered life would not be a dream. Unfortunately, with one wrong thought, it turned into such a situation. He could not advance or retreat. Long Can and Long Q probably regretted this. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. They could only silently accept this fact. However, the Mountain River geographical map was a supreme treasure in the dragon race's treasure trove. It was natural for the dragon race experts to be interested in it. It was not surprising that Long Can and Long Q were interested in it. Given how horrifying Yang Chen was in Yang Lan's sea of consciousness, Long Can and Long Q would probably have to improve their strength before they were confident. This was also one of the reasons why Long Can and Long Q had to obtain Yang Lan's cultivation technique. Right now, these two fellows were definitely racing against time to cultivate Yang Lan's cultivation technique. For the sake of Ao Lan and the others, Yang Chen had to set up some obstacles for Long Can and Long Q, preventing them from completely freeing up their hands. While Yang Chen was confident of dealing with Long Can and Long Q at their peak, the same might not be true for Ao Lan and the others. However, Xiao Chen could not say this out loud. If he did, Ao Lan and the Long clan would probably fly into a rage out of humiliation. Even if it was for the sake of face, they would definitely tell Yang Chen not to meddle in other people's business. However, Yang Chen could not just watch them fight head-on with Long Can and Long Q, who had Yang Lan's cultivation technique. Hence, he was very careful. As for Ao Lai, he would definitely be following Yang Chen for the time being. Given his cultivation, he would not be able to face Long Can and Long Q directly. Instead, he would be carefree and happy. This was what Ao Lan hoped to see. She was also willing to see a royal descendant of the dragon race living happily without any worries. Fortunately, Ao Lan and the others did not see through Yang Chen's painstaking arrangements at the start. At the very least, they managed to delay it for several dozen days. In the past few days, Ao Lan and Long Quang had been studying how to deal with Long Can and Long Q. Originally, they thought that there was only one enemy, Long Can. Now that there was Long Q, naturally, they had to change their plans. At the same time, they had to obtain more information from Yang Chen. When Yang Chen told Ao Lan and the others about the cultivation technique that Long Can and Long Q had created, Ao Lan basically understood Yang Chen's intentions. Chapter 2438. Ao Lan was grateful for Yang Chen's kind intentions. However, the dragon race had their own pride. They could not possibly ask for help from a friend on such a matter. It was best for the dragon race's traitor to be dealt with by the dragon race. If Ao Lan asked Yang Chen to remove the seal on the refinement, it would hurt Yang Chen's good intentions. Ao Lan was very concerned about the ways of the world. How could she make such a low-level mistake? If she rejected a friend's kind intentions, she would offend them. Princess Ao Lan would not do such a foolish thing. But soon Ao Lan was no longer worried about this matter, because someone made such a request for her, so that Gong Sun Ling would temporarily slow down the refining of the other party's space, and so that Ao Lan would not face the trouble of directly rejecting Yang Chen. The one who made such a request was a portion of the upper echelon of the Allied command. The reason why it was only a portion was that the core of the upper echelon of the Dao sect was not willing. However, not every upper echelon of the sect could be like the Island Lord when faced with a peak golden immortal dragon expert who had refined 60% of the demon realm and had yet to show any hostility. In reality, the ones who made the request this time were the Ghost Sect and Ghost Sect. Their golden immortal grandmaster was still imprisoned by Yang Chen as a lesson. It was not time to release him yet. However, the Zhao clan had already been exterminated. These sect wanted their golden immortal grandmaster to regain his freedom without any special reason. They could only target the dragon race expert. It was not that they did not want to force Yang Chen. It was because Yang Chen had relied on his own cultivation to win against 6 of them. No matter how powerful they were, they could not be more powerful than 6 golden immortal experts. Now that they had just dealt with the Zhao clan, the Allied command would not allow the alliance to kill each other in such a short time. Furthermore, the temptation of the dragon race expert was too great. It was normal for these sect members to be tempted. Actually, it was not just those 6 sect members. The other sect members whose golden immortal grandmasters were killed by the Zhao clan were also tempted. The reason why they did not have much say in the Allied command and were marginalized was because they did not have a peak expert to back them up. At this time, a peak golden immortal expert who didn't show any hostility and was likely to be won over was definitely tempting. In particular, this expert was from the Dragon clan and had more than half of the demon realm in his hands. If they did not fight for it, who knew how many sect masters would not be satisfied? Even the 4 sects of the Dao sects were tempted. However, they were clear that they could not take out a trump card that could tempt the other party, so they could resist the temptation. This was also thanks to the Dao sect's refined state of mind. Compared to the demon race and demon sect, it was indeed more stable. Although the sect members were tempted, they weren't confident. But if there were dates and there were no dates, there was nothing to lose. Anyway, Long Can didn't show any hostility, right? At this time, everyone was already focused on annihilating the Zhao clan. Long Can didn't take the opportunity to kill all the cultivators in the spiritual realm. It seemed to indicate that Long Can had always been controlled by the Zhao clan and was only freed after the Zhao clan was annihilated. Everyone had forgotten that it was because of Gong Sunling that Long Can didn't dare to act rashly. Some people thought of this, but one was at the peak of the Golden Immortal while the other was only at the peak of the Mystic Immortal. There was a whole realm difference between them, and they were evenly matched. Were they sure that this wasn't a joke? It wasn't that they were looking down on Gong Sunling, but the fact that there was a big realm difference between them could only mean one thing: Long Can must have held back. All the common knowledge of cultivators told them that it was possible to fight someone at a lower realm in the mortal world. After all, their realms were low and the difference wasn't huge. However, when it came to the difference between a mystic immortal and a golden immortal, it could be described as a world of difference. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a golden immortal expert from each sect that could intimidate everyone in the world. No one could believe that Yang Chen's family could be so heaven-defying. Therefore, most people chose to believe that Long Can had good intentions towards the spiritual realm. With this thought in mind, all the cultivators chose to forget about Long Can's attempt to refine the spiritual realm or blamed the Zhao clan for it. Everyone would rather believe that Long Can was forced to do it and that he had good intentions. Therefore, a few higher-ups of the sect came to discuss with Yang Chen about giving up on refining the spiritual realm and showing goodwill to the Zhao clan. Of course, these people who came to discuss were very determined that this was only temporary. If Long Can didn't know what was good for him, he would deal with him in the end. Yang Chen's attitude towards these sect had always been that if they wanted to court death, he would help them. Moreover, after Sister Aolan heard about this, she had already shown an attitude of letting Yang Chen do as he saw fit. Obviously, she had seen through his previous arrangements. Therefore, Yang Chen took advantage of the situation and asked Gong Sunling to temporarily stop refining the spiritual realm. Long Can and Long Q were studying and cultivating Yang Lan's cultivation method. Originally, most of their energy was restrained by Gong Sunling, so it was very difficult for them to cultivate. At this time, when Gong Sunling stopped, Long Can and Long Q immediately relaxed a lot and began to cultivate with all their might. As for refining the mountain river geographical map, that was something that could be done after the cultivation method was completed. At this time, whether it was Long Can or Long Q, they weren't that stupid to provoke Gong Sunling. When they saw that Gong Sunling had stopped, the Zhao clan didn't respond either. This made the sect even more certain that Long Can was showing goodwill. After observing for a few days and finding nothing abnormal, these sect each sent a group of disciples into the spiritual realm. In the hearts of these sect, this was also showing goodwill to Long Can. One had to know that by sending disciples into the spiritual realm, it could be said that their life and death were already in the hands of the Zhao clan. This showed that they trusted the Zhao clan. If Long Can and Long Q really wanted to communicate with each other, they wouldn't be as distant as before. As expected, After these disciples entered the spiritual realm, their figures immediately disappeared. This wasn't because these disciples had high cultivation and were fast, but because the owner of the spiritual realm had directly transferred them to another place. The disciples that were sent in by the sect all used dwelling divine jade. This was also why they had the courage to express their trust. It had been more than 10 days since those disciples had disappeared, but there was still no news from Long Can. This made the sect feel a little nervous. However, it was fortunate that there was nothing wrong with the dwelling divine jade of those disciples. This meant that they were still alive and not in danger of dying. This gave the sect a greater sense of relief. Perhaps, those disciples were communicating with Long Can. After all, many sect had sent disciples in. It was impossible for Long Can to join all of them. Just choosing which sect to join would take some time. Chapter 2439. Compared with the great expectations of the sect at the moment, Yang Chen's mood couldn't be described with words. He was really unable to say anything about the practices of the sect. What were Long Can and Long Q doing? Others didn't know, but how could Yang Chen not know? At the moment, they were practicing another cultivation method that Yang Chen had created by forcibly devouring memories from Yang Lan's sea of consciousness. Of course, Yang Chen couldn't blame these sects' decisions subjectively. After all, they weren't like Yang Chen, who clearly knew what was going on. They could only guess the truth of the matter based on these observable behaviors. Unfortunately, Yang Chen couldn't tell them the inside story, so they could only explore in the dark. What made Yang Chen a little speechless was that the sect actually sent a lot of experts into Long Can's territory, and then they were transferred to other places by Long Can. Yang Chen believed that these experts who entered Long Can's territory had definitely used the dwelling god jade. Even if they died inside, it was just another experience of death. For them, it wasn't a bad thing. From these arrangements, at least these tempted sect were not completely unprepared. But Yang Chen was still very speechless, especially for the behavior of the masters of the various sects going in. He was particularly speechless. In his opinion, if they just left some news, it was normal, but sending experts in was purely sending food. Long Can and Long Q practiced Yang Lan's self-created cultivation method, but Yang Lan's self-created cultivation method was improved on the basis of his own cultivation method. What cultivation method did Yang Lan practice? The Great Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra. After Yang Lan's improvement, the Great Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra no longer needed to use the opposite sex cauldron to improve cultivation in the spiritual realm. However, in essence, there was no earth-shaking change. It still needed to use a cauldron. The higher the cultivation of the cultivator, the better the effect of assisting in practicing the Great Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra. The Zhao family cultivators were all dead, and there were no spiritual realm cultivators inside. Basically, when Long Can and Long Q cultivated, other than using the demonic beasts that had been corroded by the demonic aura, there were no cauldrons that could help them cultivate. Those crazy demonic beasts no longer had the qualifications to become human cauldrons. They had not experienced heavenly tribulations, had not cultivated systematically, and did not even have the most basic intelligence. Even if there were a lot of them, how much help could Long Can and Long Q get from these demonic beasts? However, without a human cauldron, even a peak golden immortal like Long Can and Long Q would not be able to successfully cultivate the Great Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra in such a short period of time. This was a necessary condition for the cultivation of demonic arts, so no matter how hard the two of them worked or how talented they would not be able to complete the basic cultivation method. At such a critical moment, each sect sent dozens of experts into Long Can and Long Q's territory. They were afraid that ordinary cultivators would not be able to handle some complicated situations. Therefore, the experts that each sect sent were all true experts, Shen immortal elites. Yang Chen wanted to cry, but no tears came out. With so many sect sending dozens of experts in, it was equivalent to sending dozens of human cauldrons. In total, there were close to 1,000 of them. With 1,000 Shen immortal experts as human cauldrons, not to mention the Great Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra, they would be able to successfully cultivate a cultivation method that was 100 times more complicated. Of course, those cultivators did not die. How could Long Can and Long Q bear to let them die? Such good human cauldrons that came to their doorstep would naturally be accepted. Then, they would make proper arrangements for them. Why would they kill them? Of course, all this was caused by the difference in information. However, there was nothing young Chen could do about it. If he didn't want to expose all his trump cards to the Joint Command, perhaps he could only accept this fact. Some things had their own causes, and they could not be forced. Yang Chen was not worried about how strong Long Can and Long Q would be after they successfully cultivated them. He was only worried about Aolan and the others. After all, Long Can and Long Q were traitors of the dragon race. Before Aolan and the others made a move, Yang Chen could only watch. At best, Yang Chen could only be present and protect their lives. However, he could not make a move for them. Yang Chen could only wait for the dragon race to make a move before he could make a move. Originally, Yang Chen only wanted to test out the strongest Long Can and Long Q. In the end, it resulted in a series of problems. However, Yang Chen was not someone who was afraid of trouble. Even the Zhao clan, which had tens of millions of cultivators, was already destroyed. Only Long Can and Long Q remained. Could Yang Chen still shrink back? If there was trouble, he would deal with it first. Then, he would continue with his plan. When Yang Chen made this decision, he suddenly discovered that he seemed to be acting a little like Big Brother Li Cheng. No matter how complicated the matter was, as long as he grasped the main objective and laid out the plan early, it would be fine. If he met with a setback along the way, he would think of a way to deal with it and continue on his way. Back then, didn't Big Brother Li Cheng also feel disheartened when Yang Chen and Gong Sunling could not refine the demonic world? However, in the end, he still pushed the matter of the spiritual world to this stage. Now, Aolan's big sister was in the Divine Dragon Palace every day, watching the space on the other side like she was waiting for Long Can and Long Q signal. This was a tacit understanding between the dragon race. Even the traitors of the dragon race would have it. Yang Chen did not know what kind of method this was. However, he knew that once Long Can and Long Q successfully cultivated that cultivation technique, they would send out a message, leading Aolan and the others over. Big sister, do you feel guilty for Long Can and Long Q? Yang Chen did not forget to remind Aolan at an appropriate time, lest they become unstable when facing Long Can and Long Q, becoming the fuse for failure. When Xiao Chen heard Aolan and the others mention Long Can's background, he saw Aolan's expression. Such a mental state was not good when facing the strongest Long Can and Long Q. Don't worry, Aolan was very grateful for Yang Chen's kind intentions. She directly indicated that there was no need to worry. At the start, Long Can did indeed suffer some grievances. However, it was wrong for him to kill a fellow clansman. Furthermore, at this point, Aolan hesitated for a while and did not continue. Not to mention what? Yang Chen was very cooperative and asked. He did not just kill the fellow clansman who mocked him for being crippled. Aolan's big sister's gaze also turned cold as she spoke. He also killed the second one, that dragon puppet. Looking at big sister Aolan's gaze, Yang Chen understood. Perhaps Long Can killed the first fellow clansman because the other party mocked and insulted him. Even if he was too heavy-handed, it was pardonable. However, he should not have killed the dragon puppet and refined the corpse of his clansman into a puppet. This was the true way of seeking death in Aolan's eyes. Chapter 2440. Since big sister Aolan and the rest were not just feeling guilty, Yang Chen was not worried that something would happen to them when they were dealing with the traitors. The current situation was waiting for Long Can and Long Q to issue a challenge. Regardless of whether it was their fellow Dragon Tribe members or Yang Chen, Long Can and Long Q had to face them. In fact, because their natal treasures were implicated, Long Can and Long Q could not ascend even if they wanted to. This did not mean that they could not trigger the heavenly tribulation under such circumstances. However, once they triggered the heavenly tribulation, whether it was Gong Sunling, Yang Chen or the other experts of the Dragon Tribe, they would all take advantage of the heavenly tribulation to attack them. The heavenly tribulation triggered by a peak golden immortal was extremely powerful. If they were besieged, they would definitely die a horrible death. Even Long Can and Long Q did not dare to take this risk. If they could not pass the heavenly tribulation, they could only be restrained. Fortunately, the experts sent by the sect had brought them the human cauldrons that they desired. This made it easy for them to cultivate the cultivation technique that Yang Lan had left behind. It was not difficult to cultivate Yang Lan's cultivation technique successfully. What was difficult was the process of nurturing and tempering another sea of consciousness. This was a process that required years of polishing. Furthermore, it had to be in line with Yang Lan's split personality. Of course, this did not seem to be a problem for Long Can and Long Q. The upper echelons of the various sect who had sent their disciples into Long Can's space were like ants on a hot pan. They were restless and anxiously waiting for their own disciples to appear. Whether they succeeded or not, they should at least give them a message. They could not be tormented like this. Fortunately, the dwelling divine jade left behind by all the disciples did not show any abnormalities. This meant that the disciples' lives were not in danger. However, the more this was the case, the more these upper echelons felt like a cat was scratching their hearts. Didn't this mean that there was still room for discussion on Long Can's side? Finally, after a few months that felt like years, there was a sudden flash of light at the spatial boundary between the two sides. Hundreds of figures suddenly appeared on Long Can's side. It seemed that the disciples sent by the various sects had finally appeared. The disciples in charge of the sect, who had been waiting impatiently, rushed forward when they saw the unusual situation. Seeing that they were a little weak, he didn't care about anything else. He would first grab those guys who suddenly appeared and bring them to the Mountain River geographical map. The specific situation would wait until he stayed in his own territory to see. After all the figures were dragged to the Mountain River geographical map, the disciples began to identify these figures one by one. Soon, the figures that appeared were separated according to the sects, and the cultivators who knew them also recognized them. However, looking at their current situation, all the disciples of the sect, regardless of which sect they were from, felt their hearts skip a beat. When he first saw them, he could tell that there was something wrong with these cultivators. At that time, everyone was afraid that there might be a problem, so they didn't bother to look too much and only focused on snatching people. Now that they took a closer look, they realized that almost all of the cultivators who entered the dragon remnant space had fallen below the human immortal stage. What was going on? No one present was able to figure it out. They could only send people to inform the leaders of the various sects, while the others quietly guarded here. Soon, the higher-ups of the sect rushed over. When they saw the miserable state of the disciples, they were all stunned. However, the higher-ups were still higher-ups. After all, they were old foxes who wouldn't change their expressions even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them. They calmly took the disciples of their respective sect back and began to carefully examine and question them. After asking, the higher-ups of the various sects became even more confused. All of the disciples said frankly that they had never seen the figure of the other. They had just been suddenly sent to a place where they had been placed under house arrest. They had no idea what they had been through every day, but their cultivation bases had been constantly dropping. When it was about time, they had been sent back. The experts in charge of the examination were helpless when faced with this inexplicable drop in cultivation. They couldn't find any wounds on their bodies, nor were they poisoned. Especially since these cultivators were cultivating normally every day, but their cultivation kept falling. To say that they were being plucked, there must be some contact, but they hadn't even seen each other's faces. How could they talk about contact? Master Yang was quickly invited by a few closer sect members. In terms of healing and treatment, it was estimated that there was no one in the spiritual world who had a better say than Master Yang. Yang Chen only glanced at them and immediately turned away. He didn't even look at them anymore. Several high-ranking officials who accompanied him hurriedly went out and respectfully asked for advice. This is the result of being used as a furnace by a cultivator who cultivates the Great Devil Heart Sutra. Yang Chen pointed out the key in a sentence: let the disciples who have dealt with the matters of the past in the mortal world know at a glance. Not to mention that Yang Chen knew the cause and effect, even if he didn't know, Yang Chen could also be sure. When they were in the mortal world, the female cultivators who were used as furnaces by Li Liheng, the young sect master of the Taishanmen sect, were almost exactly the same as these cultivators. The difference was that this cultivation method had been improved by Yang Lan, and it didn't strictly require cultivators of the opposite sex. At the same time, it didn't have to be so cruel to cultivate. Hearing Yang Chen's words, all parties were shocked. After being identified by the relevant disciples, it was indeed so. The joint command suddenly became alert as if they were facing a great enemy. Before, there was Yang Lan who cultivated the Great Devil Heart Sutra, which caused millions of cultivators to the spiritual world and the Zhao family. If there was another master of the Dragon Clan, wouldn't it be even more deadly? After this time, all parties no longer dared to hold irresponsible fantasies about Long Can, and treated Long Can as a more ferocious enemy than the Zhao family. This was a master of the peak Golden Immortal. Yang Lan, who was in the middle and late Xian Immortal stage, had already turned the world upside down. How terrifying would it be if Long Can personally go up? Just as all parties were preparing for a great enemy, a strong aura suddenly rose in a certain direction in the Long Can space. This aura was so huge that even the cultivators on the other side of the mountain river geographical map could sense it. Ao Lan, Long Quang, and the other experts of the Dragon Clan who were waiting in the Dragon Palace seemed to have seen a signal at that moment. They all leaped up and looked in that direction. Ao Lan and Long Quang even quickly recovered their dragon form and let out a low roar in that direction. After a long time, two similar low roars came from the Dragon Palace. Ao Lan directly turned to Yang Chen and said, "They have issued a challenge to us. We have to go and fight." After saying that, they didn't care about Yang Chen's reaction. All the dragons flew up and flew in that direction at high speed. Yang Chen didn't say anything. The Dragon Palace was closed. He flew up, and quickly chased after their figures. These scenes were not concealed from the outside. Many interested cultivators suddenly saw the 9 living dragons suddenly appear and fly directly into the space of the dragon, and then saw Master Yang Chen chasing after them. Suddenly, countless people had a stunned expression. Chapter 2441. The big shots of the spiritual realm had a very high opinion of Yang Chen. They had long known that Yang Chen had a good relationship with the 2 experts of the Dragon Clan. However, when the Black Heaven sect was destroyed, a 3rd expert of the Dragon Clan appeared, an expert that they had never seen before. At that time, everyone had a whole new level of respect for Yang Chen. A human cultivator who was able to have a relationship with 3 proud experts of the Dragon Clan could basically be said to be able to do whatever he wanted in the spiritual realm. When had any cultivators ever seen an expert of the Dragon Clan become friends with a cultivator of another race? Even in the immortal world, it was said that the Dragon Clan was a maverick and almost didn't communicate with other cultivators. They had thought that this was Yang Chen's limit. Unexpectedly, 9 experts of the Dragon Clan suddenly flew out from Yang Chen's side. This directly shocked those who thought that they knew Yang Chen very well. How was this possible? 9 experts of the Dragon Clan. It was hard to say if there were more than 15 members of the Dragon Clan in the spiritual realm. Yang Chen actually had 9 friends of the Dragon Clan. Some experts instantly estimated the cultivation level of those experts of the Dragon Clan and were shocked by their own estimation. Oh my god! 2 peak Golden Immortals, 6 early to late Golden Immortals, and 1 peak Xian Immortal. Even if the weakest peak Xian Immortal could be ignored, there were still 8 Golden Immortals. Wait, since when could peak Xian Immortal be ignored? After recovering from the shock, those people who had figured it out finally reacted. Peak Xian Immortal. Apart from the few Golden Immortal Grandmasters in the lower realm, the strongest people in the major sect were probably these peak Xian Immortal cultivators. Each super sect had no more than 3 peak Xian Immortal experts. However, Yang Chen's family, from Patriarch Yang Chen to his 4 wives and 7 concubines, were all peak Xian Immortals. It could even be said that among the peak Xian Immortal experts of the 4 sects of the Dao sect, Yang Chen's wives and concubines were also peak Xian Immortals. The 5 Elements sect had the most advantage. There were 5 Murong sisters. There was 1 missing because that person wasn't a peak Xian Immortal. Come to think of it, the only person in Yang Chen's family who was not at the peak of Xian Immortal stage was Granny Tian Qin, who was now light note fairy Juxianying. It was not that everyone ignored her, but her cultivation was no longer at the peak of Xian Immortal stage, but at the Golden Immortal stage. It was said that Yang Chen had a friend, a man named Lin Zhengyuan, who was also a Golden Immortal expert. In this way, among Yang Chen's family and friends, there were 2 peak stage Golden Immortals, 8 ordinary Golden Immortals, and 44 peak stage Profound Immortals. With such a force, anyone would have to mourn for the unfortunate enemy. No wonder Yang Chen and his family were indifferent when the sect was tempted by the dragon tribe expert from the Zhao family. If someone had 9 dragon friends, and 2 of them were peak Golden Immortals, would he still want to find a peak Golden Immortal dragon who used to be his enemy and whose attitude he didn't know? What kind of attitude should he have when facing an 8th level alchemist who had such a powerful force quietly? Even if all the previous things about strength were excluded, just an 8th level alchemist was enough to make people worship him. The strength in front, on the other hand, gave Master Yang, this 8th grade alchemist, a shiny layer of golden film. If they knew that there was Li Cheng, whom they had no idea about, in the Dragon Palace, as well as more than 1,000 Madame Bai and her maidservants whose cultivation was sealed at the peak of Xian Immortal, these guys would be scared to the ground. Not to mention how powerful the Mountain River geographical map was now. Even the cultivators who knew nothing about the Mountain River geographical map, after seeing the despair brought by Long Can's crazy refining of the spiritual realm, knew how powerful the magic treasure that could compete with Long Can's space magic treasure was. The sect masters of the sect who had plotted against Gong Suanling's Mountain River geographical map were scared to death when they heard the news. If they had known that Yang Chen was in such a situation, they wouldn't have agreed with their Golden Immortal Grandmasters. Now that those Golden Immortal Grandmasters were still being punished by Yang Chen, they would let them suffer for a few more days. It would also let them know how difficult it was to survive in the spiritual realm. They couldn't do whatever they wanted just by relying on their Golden Immortal cultivation. Not to mention the reactions of the people in the spiritual realm, Yang Chen didn't care about these trivial things at all. He just wanted to see Long Can and Long Q and see the battle between the Dragon Clan. Sister Aolan and the others came with the idea of cleaning up the traitors of the Dragon Clan. Yang Chen would only sit and not participate. Even if he had to fight with Long Can and Long Q, Yang Chen wouldn't take advantage of them after the battle. Therefore, this time, Yang Chen was just a spectator and a referee. The Dragon Clan experts didn't fly very fast. At the very least, Yang Chen was very clear that although they were flying at high speed in the eyes of ordinary cultivators in the spiritual realm, compared to the top speed of Aolan and the others, this speed was just like a jog. Yang Chen also knew why Sister Aolan and Long Quang were like this. Their speed didn't seem fast, but every time they flew, the aura of Sister Aolan, Long Quang, and the rest of the Long Clan would increase. On the way to the appointment, they relied on this slow speed to slowly accumulate and increase their aura. This was the reason why Sister Aolan maintained this speed. At the same time, this was also one of the reasons why Yang Chen was filled with anticipation for this battle. From this small detail, whether it was Aolan, Long Quang, or the other 6 Dragon Clan experts, none of them underestimated their enemy. They all treated Long Can and Long Q as a great enemy. The only sloppy one was Aolai. He was only a peak Xian Immortal and couldn't interfere in a battle between peak Golden Immortals. You're a freak. While flying, Aolai purposely lagged behind and flew alongside Yang Chen. He was very dissatisfied with Yang Chen. Of course, this was just a joke between friends. It had nothing to do with anything else. Aolai was actually very dissatisfied in his heart. However, he didn't have any temper. If he couldn't win, then he couldn't win. If he couldn't participate, then he couldn't participate. He knew his own limits. However, Yang Chen's cultivation was the same as his. They were both peak Xian Immortals. However, Long Can and Long Q valued Yang Chen more than Aolan and Long Quang. This was the difference. Using the word freak to describe Xiao Chen wasn't very appropriate. This was because the Dragon Clan was much more freakish than the other races. It was precisely because of this that Aolai used the word freak to describe Yang Chen. At the same time, he was also venting the dissatisfaction in his heart. Who asked him to be a spectator in this battle and not be able to participate? Chapter 2442. Along the way, Everyone did not rest at all. Every once in a while, about 1 hour, Ao Lan and the others would collectively let out a deep roar. Then, their auras would soar again. Yang Chen could sense that Long Can and Long Q's auras were also rising. Every time they roared in response, their auras would rise slightly. Like Ao Lan and the others, Long Can and Long Q were also storing up power. This was a battle where the dragon race princess led her clansmen to clean up the traitors of her race. Without a doubt, both sides were taking this seriously. Both sides knew that the other party was not easy to deal with. That was why such a situation occurred. However, what confused Yang Chen was that he still could not understand why Ao Lan did not charge over while Long Can and Long Q were still cultivating. After all, Long Can was a traitor of the dragon race. He had killed at least 2 of his clansmen. Such a traitor did not need to charge over so formally. Perhaps it was the pride of the dragon race that they had to give a traitor of their race a decent chance. Yang Chen could not understand such pride. In fact, he suspected that it was not because of this. This was because Ao Lan was no longer as proud as before. Even Long Quang was the same. They could even transform into their human forms and calmly face everyone other than Yang Chen's family. It would be too much to say that such dragon race experts were very proud. Since it was not because of pride, perhaps there was another reason. Actually, this was what Yang Chen was most worried about. Even though he had asked Ao Lan if she felt guilty about Long Can, Ao Lan had denied it. However, now, Yang Chen felt uncertain. Such behavior was too strange. Not to mention Ao Lan, even Long Quang, the fellow who was nearly killed by Long Can, had the same attitude. This was not normal. Even if Long Quang did not want to make things difficult for Ao Lan because of his deep love for her, the other 6 Long Clan experts did not have such concerns. They should have at least gnashed their teeth in hatred, right? However, none of them did so. Every one of them was as serious as Ao Lan and Long Quang. This made Yang Chen worry. There was something extremely abnormal about this, which made Yang Chen very puzzled. While Yang Chen was worried, he did not fear that Ao Lan and the others' lives would be in danger. This was because Yang Chen himself was not far away, watching the battle. This was the greatest reassurance. As long as his life was not in danger, he did not need to worry too much about any disaster. After all, they had even encountered something as heaven-defying as the refinement of the spirit realm, so could there be something even more significant in the spirit realm? The place where Long Can and Long Q had issued their challenge was very far away. They had crossed more than half of the 60% of the demon realm that Long Can had refined. Just along the way, Yang Chen and big sister Ao Lan flew at a speed that was faster than most cultivators using sword kinesis flight. They had flown for an entire month. It had to be said that Long Can and Long Q also placed great importance on this challenge. They did not directly use the power of space to bring Ao Lan and the others to the place they wanted to challenge. Instead, they used some profound method to send their voices and auras into the range of their opponents. At the same time, they were also storing up power and waiting to attack. One could easily imagine how much importance they placed on this battle. No matter how long the road was, it would eventually come to an end. Yang Chen finally saw Long Can and Long Q. Long Can and Long Q had already been waiting on 2 chairs in a huge plaza for a long time. On the other side of the plaza, there were chairs for the dragon race, which were exactly the same as the ones in the 9 dragon palaces. At the same time, there was also a human chair prepared for Yang Chen. Ao Lan did not stand on ceremony at all. She directly sat on the chair in the middle. Long Quang sat beside her. Then, the 6 experts of the Long clan sat on either side. As for Yang Chen and Ao Lai, they consciously sat at a spot slightly further away. Just from the arrangement of the chairs, it looked like Long Can and Long Q had already guessed what Ao Lan and the others were thinking. Long Can and Long Q sat on 2 chairs that were separated by a jade table. Their upper bodies were exposed. It was impossible to tell if they were sharing the same body. Based on their attributes and auras, Yang Chen could tell who was who. However, if Yang Chen had to differentiate based on their appearances, Yang Chen could only shake his head. In reality, if one did not look at their auras and attributes, almost all the members of the dragon race looked exactly the same. There was no way to tell them apart. Long Can, please stop. Aolan and the others did not attack immediately. Instead, they advised sternly, as long as you are willing to stop and accept the punishment of being imprisoned for 10,000 years, I will not pursue your crime of killing your own race. Killing my own race? Long Xiong? Long Can laughed coldly and did not comment. Long Q, who was at the side, had no interest in speaking. From the start, he had not said a single word. Long Xiong insulted you and your parents. He only has himself to blame for his death, Aolan replied expressionlessly to Long Can. However, his aura did not weaken at all. On the other hand, Yang Chen became interested as he listened. There was something fishy going on here. It was definitely not as simple as Long Can killing his own race like Aolan said. Even Aolan did not think much of this fellow called Long Xiong being killed. Then, is it fine if I beat your lover half to death? Long Can looked like he had a cheap mouth. At the very least, he had a cheap mouth now. He used a frivolous tone to ask this question. As long as you agree to the princess's request, I can pretend that you injured me did not happen. There was no need for Aolan to reply. Long Quang continued, furthermore, I caused you to be insignificant, controlled by the Zhao clan for tens of thousands of years. It is my fault. I apologize to you. Xiao Chen could tell that Long Quang originally wanted to say insignificant ant. However, when he considered that Yang Chen was not far away, he changed his words. No matter what, the Zhao clan was of human origin. It was not good to look down on them in front of Yang Chen. Furthermore, after the lesson with Yang Chen's family, Long Quang rarely looked down on others with that lofty gaze. However, Long Quang was still very proud. However, he was proud with confidence now. It was not the kind of arrogance that he was born with. At the very least, Long Quang was not at a disadvantage in their earlier conversation. When Long Can said that he beat Long Quang half to death, Long Quang immediately retaliated by saying that he caused him to be controlled by the Zhao clan for tens of thousands of years. However, even until now, Yang Chen could not understand. Didn't Aolan say that Long Xiong killed his own race and refined them into puppets? That was an unforgivable crime. Why did he not mention it until now? What made Yang Chen even more puzzled was that it seemed that among the masters of the Long family, there were also 3 who showed puzzled expressions, and the other 3 with the highest cultivation base were indifferent to this. It looks like your current condition is pretty good. Long Can looked at Long Quang with interest. He even had a meaningful smile on his face. My body, do you feel good using it? Suddenly, Long Q opened his mouth, which made Yang Chen stunned on the spot. Chapter 2443. The moment Long Q opened his mouth, Yang Chen was startled. So the dragon puppet was Long Q's body? This joke was too big. Because Ao Lai had taken over Long Quang's body, Yang Chen had prepared a dragon puppet's body for Long Quang to compensate him. Then, he had the Murong sisters nourish it with the 5 elements. Then, he had used many karmic body tempering pills to make the dragon puppet's postnatal 5 elements spiritual root. Finally, he had refined the body fusion pill with great difficulty. Only then did Long Quang perfectly fuse with this body. In the end, Long Q suddenly jumped out and said that this body was his. Wasn't this putting Yang Chen in a difficult position? Because in the end, it was Yang Chen who had caused trouble for Ao Lai. Aolan must have been very clear at that time, but why didn't she say it? After thinking about it carefully, Yang Chen came to a realization. At that time, everyone thought that Long Q was already dead. That meant that the dragon spirit of the dragon puppet was already dead, leaving only the body that was refined into a puppet. No one expected him to still be alive. Therefore, since Ao Lai, who was born in the royal family, had taken over Long Quang's body, it was logical that Long Quang had taken over Long Q's body. Furthermore, Long Q was definitely not called Long Q at that time, but something else. Otherwise, everyone would not have been so indifferent after hearing his name. However, along the way, Long Q had also released his aura. Therefore, the few elders of the dragon race knew Long Q's true identity. The 3 young experts of the Long clan definitely did not know these secrets. They must have ascended or been born after this incident. Therefore, They had a confused expression along the way. As for Ao Lan, Long Kwong, and the other 3 experts of the Long clan, they definitely knew the Long Q of the past. Naturally, since Long Q was not dead, then the crime of Ao Lan killing the second dragon expert in anger could not be placed on him. This would explain why Ao Lan did not mention anything about the crime she was so angry with earlier. As for what Long Q was called in the past, that was no longer the main point. The main point was why Long Q was willing to give up his body and let Long Q refine it into a puppet. Could it be that the dragon race was so bored that they did not care about their own lives? Why? Without needing Yang Chen to ask any further, Long Kwong had already asked. Other than Long Can and Long Q, everyone in the dragon race was confused, let alone Long Kwong. They could not understand why Long Q was willing to do this. No reason. Long Q's voice was filled with laughter. He didn't hide anything and directly told Lin Fan the reason. My aptitude has been average since I was young. Long can use this method to help me raise my postnatal spiritual roots and raise my cultivation. I was about to succeed, but you beat me to it. Tell me, why? In this way, everyone, including Yang Chen, was suddenly enlightened. Long Q's aptitude wasn't fake and his spiritual root wasn't strong. Therefore, he would definitely be the laughingstock of the dragon tribe, just like Long Can. The 2 of them should have gone through similar experiences. It was just that Long Q did not go as far as Long Can, who killed his own kind. Since Long Q's aptitude wasn't good, it was understandable that Long Can was allowed to use this method to raise his postnatal spiritual root. As for whether this method had been used before, Yang Chen did not dare to say for sure. However, based on the dragon puppet's condition, its earth spiritual roots should be close to the maximum value. On this point, Long Can and Long Q had no need to lie when they were being pursued by their own kind. It was no wonder that Yang Chen had never heard of the dragon puppet appearing in his previous life. So there was a reason for this. The 8 Xian immortal experts were sealed in various parts of the spiritual realm not just to trigger the demonic calamity, but also to nourish the dragon puppet's body. When the time was up, Long Q would definitely take back his body and turn it into another expert of the dragon race. If you are willing to turn back, I can return your body to you. Long Kwong was very responsible at this moment. It was a fact that he had taken over Long Q's body, so he did not hesitate to make a promise to Lin Fan. Originally, Yang Chen wanted to say something because this matter was related to him. The dragon puppet was dug out by Yang Chen and used to exchange for Ao Lai's use of Long Kwong's body. If Long Kwong handed over his body at this time, Yang Chen would not be able to find a suitable body for him. However, after thinking about it, Yang Chen gave up. Since the exchange had already been made, the dragon puppet's body was no longer his. If Long Kwong was willing, it was his own business. Yang Chen really had no right to stop him. Moreover, the dragon puppet was buried there because it was arranged by others. If one had to pursue the matter, it should be Yang Chen who took their things. If one did not consider the relationship between the 2 sides, then it was indeed wrong for Yang Chen to take someone else's body without asking. However, since they were enemies, it was a different matter. The dragon puppet could only be considered as a seizure. He took it with a clear conscience and there was no need for him to feel any psychological burden. Since it was a matter of the dragon race, Yang Chen did not say much and just watched. He wanted to see how Long Can and Long Q would react. Now, there's no need. Long Q shook his head. If everything goes according to plan, the dragon puppet can at most reach the intermediate stage of the golden immortal stage. Although I don't know what method you used to raise your cultivation so quickly, if it was me, I would not have the strength to do so. The current situation is pretty good. Long Q's words were very calm. He did not seem to be angry that his body had been snatched away. It sounded like what he said was the truth. At that time, the dragon puppet was indeed only at the intermediate stage of the golden immortal stage. If not for Yang Chen using a large number of spirit herbs and heavenly essence pills, Long Kwong would only be at the intermediate stage of the golden immortal stage. Without heavenly essence pills, it was simply impossible to cultivate from the intermediate stage of the golden immortal stage to the peak of the golden immortal stage in a short 1,000 years. One had to know that even someone as strong as Ao Lan, the princess of the dragon race's royal family, used tens of thousands of years to cultivate from the peak of the human immortal stage to the late stage of the golden immortal stage. The final breakthrough was brought about by Yang Chen. If it had been based on a normal cultivation speed, Long Can, who was about the same as Long Quang, would not have been able to reach the peak of the golden immortal stage. However, it was not just Long Can. Even Long Q had reached the peak of the golden immortal stage. This made people curious. Without the help of heavenly essence pills and Yang Chen's spirit herbs, how did they do it? Long Can might be a little more understandable. After all, if he could refine space, the increase in cultivation brought about by the enhancement of his natal treasure was almost limitless. A powerful treasure that could refine the spiritual world would definitely allow Long Can to reach the peak of the golden immortal stage. As for Gong Sunling, if not for Gong Sunling forcefully suppressing him, he would definitely have surpassed his current realm. The problem was, what method did Long Q use to reach the peak of the golden immortal stage? From the looks of it, he seemed to be very satisfied with his current situation. Chapter 2444. As Yang Chen listened at the side, he suddenly felt that the situation was very strange. At the start, Ao Lan and the others definitely wanted to kill the traitor. However, now, if they did not pursue Long Can's crime of killing his own race, then it would not be right to call Long Can a traitor. However, both sides were in such high spirits. What was it for? Turn back, Ao Lan said again, using the same words. However, based on Ao Lan's big sister, she had probably reached the limits of her tolerance. If Long Can and Long Q did not agree, they could only make a move. I did not go the wrong way. Why are you talking about turning back? Long Can said with a cold smile. How stubborn. Ao Lan raged. Are you really willing to do anything for the sake of strength? After saying so much, aren't we just going to see who is stronger? Long Can ignored Ao Lan's reprimand. He flew up and roared at Ao Lan and Long Q, receive my move. Yang Chen was still thinking about what Ao Lan said about Long Can doing anything for the sake of strength. However, Long Can had already started fighting. Yang Chen immediately stopped thinking and watched the fight. A dragon image flew up, carrying two experts with it. Long Can and Long Q attacked at nearly the same time. Their complete figures appeared before everyone's eyes. Two heads, two long necks, and a dragon body that was about half the length of an ordinary dragon race member. A two-headed dragon. Indeed, as Yang Chen and the dragon race members expected, Long Can and Long Q were indeed two-headed dragons. Although they did not know what method Long Can use to let Long Q take over the position of a dead dragon head, the current situation was simply the most suitable for Yang Lan's self-created cultivation technique to create another sea of consciousness. Yang Lan had two personalities. He was schizophrenic. He had to forcefully split his sea of consciousness into two and worry about which of the two consciousnesses was the dominant one. However, Long Can and Long Q did not have this problem. They were two separate bodies. They could control their own sea of consciousness. In terms of cultivation and usage, they were naturally one level higher than Yang Lan. Furthermore, the two heads shared one body. Then, they used Yang Lan's cultivation technique to merge them. What they achieved was not 1 + 1 = 2. Instead, it was more than 1 + 1 = 2. It was several times more than two individuals working together. Just by looking at the tacit attacks of the two fellows, one could see the clues. Ao Lan and Long Quang did not show any signs of weakness. The two lovers followed closely behind Long Can and flew up. They split into two directions and attacked Long Can and Long Q. Long Can and Long Q shared the same body, so their consciousnesses were connected. This was a good thing, but it also had a fatal weakness, which was that they couldn't attack from two different directions at the same time. They only had one body, and that was the limitation. As for Ao Lan Quang, it was clear that Ao Lan Quang had rich combat experience. This was the first time that Yang Chen had seen a battle between dragons. Furthermore, it was a battle between two dragons. It was an eye-opening experience. All else aside, just the fact that the 4 peak-level golden immortals from the dragon clan were using their claws and fangs to attack was enough to make the blood of all the cultivators who saw it boil. It looked like a simple grab, but it brought with it a power that could destroy the world. However, both sides controlled it extremely well, limiting it to the area where their bodies were in contact with each other. There was almost no leakage of power. Occasionally, a few uncontrollable attacks of spiritual power would escape, and they would always bring about changes to the surrounding space that could move mountains and fill up seas. Occasionally, scales and claws would come into contact with each other in the area above and below the three dragons. Every time they came into contact, it would leave a clear wound on the other party. Regardless of whether it was spiritual energy or spiritual sense, they filled that small area, causing it to be impenetrable. Occasionally, a few rocks would fly into that area, but before they came into contact with anything, they would shatter into nothingness. It was as if they had never appeared. It looked like the battle was very barbaric and there was nothing to see. However, the ground beneath their flying bodies had already caved in, forming a huge crater that was hundreds of feet deep. The strange thing was that there was not a single speck of dust flying into the air. Every time there was a hint of dust rising, it would either be shattered into nothingness by the omnipresent force or be pressed back into the ground by the immense pressure. The bottom of the crater was already a structure that was harder than iron and stone. The 6 experts from the Long clan were anxiously staring at the direction of the battle. Their eyes were fixed on it, and their entire body was in preparation. It seemed like they would immediately rush out if anything went wrong. Relatively speaking, Yang Chen and Ao Lai were a lot more relaxed. It might be a bit inappropriate to say relaxed, but it was more appropriate to describe it as sloppy. These two guys didn't intend to make a move from the beginning, so they didn't accumulate power on the road. At this moment, they didn't need to make too much preparation. They were completely acting as outsiders watching the show. What was even more excessive was that Yang Chen didn't know where he got a jar of wine from. He took out 3 large wine cups and drank with Ao Lai one by one. He didn't care that this was the fiercest battle in the spiritual world. The reason why there were 3 was that the other one was prepared for Xiao Tian. This was the battle scene of the pure dragon clan. How could he let Xiao Tian, a descendant of the dragon clan, see it? This guy was as unscrupulous as his master. His body shrank and soaked directly in the wine cup. Then he stared at the battle in the distance with relish. The battle between the dragon clan was simply something that could be encountered but not sought. Unfortunately, for the sake of Ao Lan and Quang Long's faces, Yang Chen did not bring his huge clan to watch the battle. In Yang Chen's eyes, although Ao Lan and Quang Long had great teamwork, they could not compare to Long Can and Long Q, who were practically one. Furthermore, Ao Lan brought the experts of the Long clan this time. Yang Chen did not know what his considerations were. However, in his heart, just this action was enough to show that Ao Lan had lost in terms of the overall situation. If one considered the home ground advantage, it could be said that Ao Lan and Quang Long had no advantage. If not for Yang Chen looking sloppy on the surface and restraining Long Can and Long Q, not daring to use the power of space, Ao Lan and Quang Long would have been at a disadvantage long ago. Although it looked like they were evenly matched, everyone here was an elite who had experienced hundreds of battles. How could they not see that Ao Lan and Quang Long were starting to show signs of defeat? Long Yuan was the most impatient. He could not help but straighten his body. Everyone came together. If Ao Lan and Quang Long could not hold on, Long Yuan would have to join the battle. However, just as Long Yuan's body moved, a berserk aura came from the surroundings. This aura was very strange. Everyone who was paying attention to the battle situation did not notice how this berserk aura appeared. When the Long clan experts looked over, they were all startled. In just a short while, countless golden immortal and peak Xian immortal demonic beasts appeared around them. All of them had bloodshot eyes, looking like they would pounce ferociously in the next moment. Chapter 2445. The demon beasts that had suddenly appeared were obviously those crazy fellows from the demon realm. However, the difference was that these demon beasts had much higher cultivation levels. In the past, most of the demon beasts from the demonic calamity were at the Xian immortal stage. There had never been any golden immortal demon beasts. Even if Gongsun Ling has refined a lot of monster realms and collected countless monsters, the golden immortal monster beasts inside were really rare. Occasionally there would be 1 or 2, which was very rare. However, Long Can and Long Q had appeared with thousands of golden immortal demon beasts. This was a little abnormal. Yang Chen could only guess that in the monster realm that Long Can refined, there were monsters in the core part of the monster realm, and their cultivation base was at the golden immortal level. Otherwise, after Long Can had refined most of the demon beasts, he had used some method to forcefully raise their cultivation levels. Unlike Gong Sun Ling, who collected the monster and immediately let the other party recover their sanity, Long Can did not have this condition and could only use other means to improve the cultivation of the monster. Although he didn't know what method Long Can had used, the appearance of so many demon beasts was definitely related to Long Yuan's reckless actions. At least in the eyes of Long Can and Long Q, this battle with Ao Lan and Long Quang was a fair one. They wouldn't tolerate other cultivators interfering. If Long Yuan and the rest were like Yang Chen and only watched the battle without doing anything else, they probably wouldn't have caused Long Can to retaliate. Unfortunately, Long Yuan moved. Although he didn't attack directly, his actions made Long Can and Long Q, who had been paying attention to this side, feel threatened. Therefore, they released a large number of golden immortal demon beasts to restrain the Long family's experts. Long Yuan was also a master who couldn't bear to rub sand in his eyes. In front of Yang Chen's family, Long Yuan could be very restrained. That was because Yang Chen used real strength to convince him. Now, no matter how high Long Can and Long Q's cultivation levels were, they couldn't make him feel afraid. The moment the demon beasts appeared, Long Yuan let out an angry roar and started to provoke them. Demon beasts didn't have any consciousness, so they were barely controlled by Long Can. If not for the powerful spatial Dharma treasure, they would have already lost control. Now that Long Yuan still wanted to provoke him, he immediately rushed forward with a roar. The experts of the Long family were instantly surrounded. There were so many demonic beasts, but their emotions were the same. It was as if they had seen their king hanging on a tree, waiting for them to see him for the last time. Similarly, the frenzied demonic beasts had no concept of forbearance or cooperation at all. They pounced forward together. In the blink of an eye, the 6 experts of the Long family were engaged in a battle with countless golden immortal demon beasts. As for Yang Chen, he was also able to carefully observe the performance of these experts, who belonged to the same bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Demonic beasts were, after all, demonic beasts. In the demon realm, these demonic beasts had no active intelligence, only the craziest killing intent. Even in the face of the most powerful race like the Dragon Clan, none of them backed down. This kind of berserk demonic beast that didn't know how to defend itself was the most difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the dragon race was still a powerful race after all. Whether it was in terms of battle experience or battle awareness, they were abnormally strong. In a battle of the same level, there were very few races that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the dragon race. Wisdom combined with power was the most terrifying strength. More often than not, it was more practical than reckless madness. The 6 experts of the Long family were in such a state. With a sway of their bodies, they put some distance between themselves and began their highly effective counterattack. They were all golden immortals, but when a demonic beast fought against a dragon, even the weakest, Long Yuan, it could only be abused. The experts of the Long family in their dragon form were almost unharmed by the attacks of the demonic beasts. With a slight twist of their long bodies, they dodged most of the attacks. Then, they would reach out with their claws, grab and throw, and a demonic beast would be thrown far away. The demonic beasts that were caught would first be half dead by the sharp claws of the Dragon Clan. Then, they would be thrown far away by a tremendous force before falling heavily to the ground. Basically, after a series of actions, a demonic beast would fall to the ground, either dead or half dead, unable to get up for a long time. However, no matter how powerful the Dragon Clan was, they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. There were only 6 experts of the Long family in total, while the demonic beasts surrounded them by tens of thousands. In terms of numbers, they could directly drown the Dragon Clan. Soon, the experts of the Long family were surrounded by layers upon layers of demonic beasts. Although they would not suffer great losses in a short period of time, it was certain that they would not be able to escape for a while. Long Can and Long Q did not want the experts of the Long family to disturb their battle with Ao Lan and Long Quang. Thus, using this method to restrain the experts of the Long family was not unexpected. However, after most of the demonic beasts surrounded the experts of the Long family, a small portion of them turned their attention to Yang Chen and Ao Lai. Yang Chen and Ao Lai were very clear about their position. They were here to watch the battle and act as arbitrators. They would not participate in the battle between the two sides. In fact, that was what they were doing. They just sat by the side, drinking wine and watching the show. Even so, some demonic beasts still targeted them. Damn it! I can't even enjoy the show. Looking at the demonic beasts that were looking at them with malicious gazes, Yang Chen could not help but curse. Then, he stood up angrily. They are here for you. Don't pretend that you don't understand. Ao Lai, who was standing by the side, mocked Yang Chen. He was still holding on to his wine cup and drinking it happily. I'll leave it to you. Don't put me in danger. Ao Lai was even more mischievous than Yang Chen. He directly pushed everything to Yang Chen. He knew his own limits. Although his cultivation was on par with Yang Chen's, his combat ability was on a completely different level. Yang Chen was the only cultivator that he knew whose combat ability could not be determined by cultivation alone. How troublesome. Yang Chen complained to Ao Lai. Then, he turned his gaze to Long Can and Long Q, who were fighting on the other side. He scolded loudly, if you want a fair duel, then so be it. Is it interesting to play this kind of trick? After Xiao Chen finished cursing, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the claw of a demonic beast. With a casual swing, that demonic beast flew uncontrollably into the air and flew towards Long Can and Long Q. Yang Chen did not care if this would interfere with their fair duel. When Long Can and Long Q sent out those demonic beasts, this battle was no longer fair. A large group of monstrous beasts had surrounded the experts of the Long family. It was not just to restrain them and prevent them from helping. The most important purpose was to put the experts of the Long family in danger and then divert Aolan and Long Quang's attention. After all, no matter what, the Long clan experts were Aolan's subordinates. No matter what, she had to be distracted. Chapter 2446. One of Long Can's plans was to restrain the experts of the Long family. The other plan was to deal with Yang Chen. The feeling that Yang Chen gave Long Can and Long Q was that he was mysterious and they couldn't see through him at all. Even though they knew that Yang Chen was only at the peak of the Xian immortal stage, the two of them didn't dare to believe that they could deal with Yang Chen easily. The impression that Yang Chen had left on them in Yang Lan's sea of consciousness was too deep. Not only were they unable to find Yang Chen's whereabouts in their small sea of consciousness, but when Yang Chen killed Yang Lan, it left an indelible impression on them. Such a powerful and mysterious expert couldn't be judged by common sense. However, Long Can and Long Q were always thinking about probing Yang Chen's strength. Now was a great opportunity. At most, they could push the blame onto Long Yuan's rash actions. If they didn't figure out Yang Chen's true strength, Long Can wouldn't know how to carry out his follow-up plan. He was a cautious guy. Even if he wasn't cautious, he had learned to be cautious after living under the Zhao family's roof for tens of thousands of years. Since they had already fallen out, why should he hide? This idea was directly seen through by Yang Chen. Since they had already been seen through, Long Can and Long Q didn't hide anymore. They ordered the demonic beasts to pounce forward. Just as they gave the order, the demonic beast that Yang Chen had just swung crashed into the battle circle of the four of them. Boom, there was a loud sound. The pitiful demonic beast was turned into pieces of flesh and blood in the air. Even though it was already at the intermediate golden immortal stage, it wasn't even qualified to step into the battle circle of four peak golden immortals. As soon as it came into contact with the boundary, it was torn into pieces by the omnipresent pressure. Long Can didn't even need to look to know what was happening in his spatial magic treasure. As long as he wanted to, he could know what was happening at any time. Moreover, this was the area that he was focusing on. How could he miss it? Yang Chen's casual grab and toss had shocked Long Can. This was something that obviously didn't conform to the common sense of the cultivation world. A junior at the peak of the mysterious immortal realm had casually grabbed and thrown a demon beast at the intermediate stage of the golden immortal realm, and the demon beast didn't even have the slightest strength to fight back. How could this be possible? Not to mention Long Can, even Long Q's pupils shrank when he saw this scene. This level of power was definitely not something they could ignore. This young Chen was more difficult to deal with than they had imagined. Just one demonic beast was enough to make Long Can and Long Q feel this way. However, this was not the end. Young Chen did not intend to stop here. There were still many demonic beasts charging over. Young Chen stood there as if he had suddenly grown many arms. If one were to look at it with the naked eye, they would only be able to create after-images. Long Can and Long Q couldn't imagine it. How could an ordinary human cultivator cultivate to such a level? His arms moved very quickly, but his aim was not bad either. Every time Young Chen stretched out his hand, he would be able to accurately grab a certain part of a demonic beast's body. Then, Young Chen would ignore everything else and throw the demonic beast he grabbed towards Long Can and Long Q who. With an intense whistling sound, these demonic beasts landed coldly in Long Quang and Ao Lai's hands. The battle was whistling. The demonic beasts that charged in, regardless of whether it was their flesh or blood, were all shattered or turned into nothingness in the formless battle. However, Long Can and Long Q had already started to feel that something was wrong. Young Chen grabbed the direction in which these things were thrown. It was not so appropriate to say that their battle circle was clearly directed at their bodies. If he had simply grabbed the demonic beasts and thrown them over, it would have been fine. The aftermath of the battle between four peak golden immortals was enough to tear these demonic beasts apart. However, the demonic beasts that Young Chen had thrown over carried an unparalleled amount of strength. This caused Long Can and Long Q to have a headache. Even if the battle strength of both sides could tear these golden immortal demonic beasts apart, golden immortals were still golden immortals. At this level, tearing them apart required a lot of strength. At the start, they didn't feel it. It was very simple to just tear them apart. However, as the demonic beasts that Young Chen had thrown became stronger and stronger, it wasn't as easy anymore. Every time Long Can and Long Q killed a demonic beast, they had to expend a lot of energy. In particular, they had to buffer the strength of the demonic beasts so that the demonic beasts' bodies wouldn't directly collide with them. That force easily broke through their protective spiritual power. It was as easy as using a stone to break through a window. They had to expend a lot of energy to do so. After dozens of consecutive hits, Long Can and Long Q slowly calmed down. If Young Chen was only at this level, then Long Q was only at this level. He wasn't worth being so careful with. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, the demonic beast that Young Chen had thrown over was already screaming as it streaked through the air. That pitiful demonic beast was even burning red from the friction between its body and the air. What was going on? Long Can and Long Q were shocked. They instinctively felt that something was wrong. Their bodies curled up and their four claws reached for the red demonic beast meat. The demonic beast was already dead before it could even enter the battlefield. All that was coming towards them was its corpse. Peng, the demonic beast's corpse easily broke through the spiritual power that was everywhere in the battlefield. It was torn into 7 or 8 pieces by the spiritual power. However, the larger piece still flew towards Long Can and Long Q in the wrong direction. Boom, Long Can and Long Q's claws collided with the piece of demonic beast meat. The moment they collided, Long Can and Long Q felt an irresistible force crash into their claws and then into their bodies. Whoosh! Long Can and Long Q flew back involuntarily, their bodies still curled up into a ball. As they flew, Long Can and Long Q's heads involuntarily vomited a mouthful of blood. If you want to fight, then fight seriously. Don't think of such nonsense. Young Chen's voice was filled with warning as it rang out in Long Can and Long Q's ears. If you continue to play such probing tricks, I will not be polite anymore. Are you trying to bully with numbers? Long Can's ears perked up as he loudly reprimanded. This was something that Long Can had learned from his interactions with the Zhao clan. No matter what, he had to be reasonable first. If you really want to bully with numbers, do you still think you can keep your life? Young Chen's voice came from afar, filled with disdain. Then, it turned into impatience. Are the two of you still going to fight or not? Are you going to continue or admit defeat and accept Big Sister Aolan's punishment? Don't stand there and force logic just because you have the upper hand. Chapter 2447. Long Can and Long Q were put on the spot. In terms of strength, their combined strength was even higher than Aolan and Long Quang's combined strength. However, against Yang Chen, who could not be measured by common sense, their strength was simply useless. Originally, they wanted to test Yang Chen's strength. In the end, after being smashed by Yang Chen, they immediately realized that with their current strength, they were far from being a match for this junior, Yang Chen. If you want to fight, then fight properly. There is no point in using such messy tricks. After Yang Chen said this again, he took out 2 medicinal pills and threw them at Long Can and Long Q. Will continue after you recover. Long Can and Long Q held on to the 2-8 Revolution Merit Ganoderma Jade pills, which were treasures in the eyes of other cultivators. They looked at each other and did not know what to do. On the other hand, Aolan and Long Quang took the initiative to ask for 2 essence nurturing pills from Yang Chen to recover. Seeing that Aolan and Long Quang had started to recover, Long Can and Long Q looked at each other and took out their own elixirs. They were not afraid that Yang Chen had given them poison. In terms of alchemy, Yang Chen could confidently say that aside from Big Brother Li Cheng, there was no other cultivator in the spiritual realm who could compare to him. Even Madame Bai, who had reached the 10,000 tribulation true immortal realm, was the same. After the 2 elixirs entered their stomachs, Long Can and Long Q felt the changes in their bodies. They did not care about anything else and slowly recovered. The demonic beasts surrounding the Long family's experts had already disappeared without them realizing it. Long Yuan also understood that his rash actions just now had led to very bad consequences. He didn't dare to say anything else and obediently returned to his original chair, not daring to move recklessly anymore. After they had recovered, Long Can and Long Q, Aolan, and Long Quang started to fight again. However, after the earlier disturbance from the demonic beasts and Yang Chen's valiant performance, the momentum that they had accumulated for a whole month was no longer at its peak. Even so, the battle between the 2 sides was still an eye-opener for Yang Chen. In their dragon form, the dragon race was indeed many times stronger than in their human form. Being able to use their instincts to attack was more direct than adapting to the changes in their human bodies. Hence, their attacks were much stronger. In the previous battle, the attacks from both sides were more like probing each other. But now, it could be considered as the true start of the ferocious fight. The Dragon Clan's powerful body and sharp claws were no longer the most lethal means. Instead, it was the Dragon Clan's method of using spiritual power, as well as the life origin magic treasures that they refined with a part of their body. The scaly claws began to fly in the air, blood splashed, and the broken scales scattered. Yang Chen picked up 2 pieces, each of which was the size of an ordinary dustpan. Of the dragon. One was from Long Can and Long Q, Long Aolan and Ao. 1 Lan. Long of the other 2 of Can, Long Ao of Lan and Q of Lan. Ao Lai looked down on Yang Chen when he saw all this. He looked down on Yang Chen's sneaky actions of taking advantage of others to take advantage of them. Ao Lai, who saw all this, looked down on Yang Chen. He looked down on Yang Chen's sneaky actions of taking advantage of others to take advantage of them. What do you know? Could it be that you want me to peel off some of your scales for no reason? Yang Chen did not realize that he was being looked down on. He said righteously, if I don't take advantage of this situation to pick up some scales that you don't want, what other opportunity do I have? This is a supreme treasure for refining pills. If you don't understand, don't speak nonsense. To cultivators, the bodies of the dragon race were indeed precious treasures. Otherwise, Wang Dongzhu of the fortune-gathering pavilion would not have been willing to exhaust all his resources to obtain Long Quang's body. However, when Yang Chen said this, everyone was speechless. Even Ao Lai curled his lips and did not say anything else. Of course, the experts of the Long clan heard what Yang Chen said. However, they could only stand there, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. They pretended that they did not hear anything. What else could they say? Could it be that they took the initiative to tell Yang Chen that he could come over and peel off their scales at any time? There was no need to be so tasteless. After both sides used their natal magic treasures, the battle became much crueler. Soon, blood appeared on the bodies of the 3 dragons. However, the battle was still limited to a certain range. This showed that both sides had a precise control over their attacks. Although Yang Chen's performance was very unsightly, he was either taking advantage of the chaos to collect the scales and broken horns that fell from the battle or the fresh dragon blood that was scattered everywhere. However, he had just revealed his skills. None of the dragon race dared to look down on him. While he was collecting, Yang Chen did not forget to pay attention to the battle between both sides. Indeed, it was as Yang Chen expected. Ao Lan and Long Quang, who were inferior to Long Can and Long Q in terms of tacit understanding, slowly fell into a disadvantage. This was especially so after they did not rely on their physical bodies to fight. Previously, when it was 2 against 1, Ao Lan and Long Quang could barely hold the upper hand. Now, they were being suppressed by Long Can and Long Q. The cooperation between the 2 of them was no longer possible. Long Can and Long Q would work together to break any signs of cooperation. Ao Lan and Long Quang had to face the combined attacks of Long Can and Long Q at every moment. Long Can and Long Q cleverly used their advantages to suppress Ao Lan and Long Quang. It looked like the scales of victory were about to tip towards Long Can and Long Q. At this moment, Long Quang started to go berserk. After going berserk, he became calm. After this stage, he went berserk again, and his combat prowess increased greatly. This was especially so when he unleashed the 5 elements and unleashed the 5 elements formation. His combat prowess soared, instantly suppressing the advantage that Long Can and Long Q had painstakingly created. The battle turned into a stalemate again. However, after this stalemate lasted for a period of time, Long Can started to use the power of space to forcefully suppress Long Quang's arrogance. After all, Long Can's life treasure was a spatial treasure. By borrowing the power of half the demon realm, it was not particularly difficult to suppress Long Quang. This round of battle lasted for more than 2 months. Yang Chen and the other experts of the dragon race had also been watching intently for more than 2 months. It had to be said that a battle between peak golden immortals was indeed different from an ordinary battle. Even the experts of the Long family could find many things to learn from it. Not to mention Ao Lai and Xiao Tian, they did not want to shift their eyes away from it. The battle finally came to an end. Long Can and Long Q each controlled a flying sword made of dragon horn. The tip of the sword was pointed between Ao Lan and Long Quang's eyes. As for Ao Lan and Long Quang's flying sword, they were not to be outdone and were pointed at the heart of Long Can and Long Q. This round seemed to be in a stalemate. However, Yang Chen understood that big sister Ao Lan and Long Quang had already lost. Chapter 2448. Although both sides seemed to have grasped each other's fatal spots, their fatal spots were different. Long Can and Long Q's flying sword was pointed at Ao Lan and Long Quang's eyes. As long as the flying sword was sent forward, they would definitely die. As for Long Can and Long Q, with Ao Lan and Long Quang pointing at their hearts, they might not die immediately after receiving a blow from the 2 flying swords. If they had spirit herbs or a strong cultivation, they would still be alive and kicking. One side would definitely die, and the other side might survive. It was clear who won. However, these Long clan experts were close to Ao Lan and Long Quang. They could not persuade Ao Lan and Long Quang to admit defeat. Furthermore, if Long Can and Long Q told the 2 to admit defeat, Ao Lan and Long Quang might not be able to accept it. You have lost. Indeed, Long Can said his own conclusion as expected. You did not win either. Long Quang said, not admitting defeat, as he controlled his flying sword to move forward and stick it to the scales on his opponent's body. In fact, just this point alone was enough to determine the victor. Ao Lan and Long Quang did not have scales covering their eyebrows. The sharp flying sword could stab into their brains. However, Long Can and Long Q had thick scales covering their hearts. Even if they attacked at the same time, the order of the flying sword would be different. However, Long Quang clearly did not want to admit defeat. Once he admitted defeat, it would mean that not only did he lose, but his lover, Ao Lan, would also lose. Long Quang thought about what Ao Lan did when he was severely injured. He would rather die than let Ao Lan suffer any more grievances. Both sides were in a deadlock. Neither wanted to take the other's life, but neither wanted to admit defeat. The situation was on the verge of breaking out. Big sister, a loss is a loss. Yang Chen spoke up at an appropriate time. He said to Ao Lan, "It is not important to lose. What I am afraid of is not even having the courage to admit defeat. If that happens, how can my mental state improve in the future?" Just as Long Quang was about to say something to dissuade him, Yang Chen seemed to have expected him to speak. He said directly, "Don't tell me that you can't afford to lose." Even Ao Guang admitted his loss. Are you more arrogant than him? Long Quang was rendered speechless. Not to mention Long Quang, even Ao Lan was the same. In terms of cultivation, seniority, and respect, none of the people present could compare to the Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang. Even Ao Guang admitted defeat, so what else could they not admit? When these words came out of Yang Chen's mouth, the people of the Dragon Clan present didn't even have the room to refute. This was not a fabrication. Ao Guang had already used Ao Lan's Heavenly Essence pill. Ao Guang had even told Yang Chen the location of many of Yang Chen's dragon race magic treasures. This was an ironclad fact, no one could deny it. All right, we have lost. Ao Lan was also very straightforward. He immediately withdrew his flying sword and admitted that he was not as skilled as Xiao Chen. Long Quang had always followed Ao Lan's lead. Whatever Ao Lan did, he would follow it without any hesitation. Long Can and Long Q looked at Ao Lan and Long Quang, who readily admitted defeat. The two flying swords hovered between Ao Lan and Long Quang's eyebrows for a long time. Two pairs of dragon eyes stared at Ao Lan and Long Quang's faces carefully, as though they wanted to see something from their faces. In the end, they did not say anything and withdrew their flying swords as well. When Yang Chen saw this scene, his heart skipped a beat. However, he did not say anything at this moment. He only watched quietly. Long Can and Long Q were very clear that as long as Yang Chen stood here, he would not tolerate them killing Ao Lan, Long Quang, and the other people of the Long Clan. When they were testing each other, Yang Chen left a deep impression on them. Given their current cultivation, they were very clear that they would not be able to defeat Yang Chen in a short period of time. Hence, even if they were unwilling in their hearts, they could only let Ao Lan and Long Quang off. You have lost. In the future, don't bother about our matters. Long Can was still unwilling. He bitterly dropped a sentence, and then stared at Yang Chen fiercely. He turned around and left. I don't want to see you again. Who cares? Yang Chen was not afraid of Long Can and Long Q. He said tit for tat, don't think that you can sit back and relax after defeating big sister Ao Lan. I will give you 100 years to comprehend your cultivation technique thoroughly. Then, I will challenge you again. It was impossible for Yang Chen to let Long Can and Long Q off. Yang Chen was very clear on this, and Long Can and Long Q were even clearer on this. After defeating Ao Lan and Long Quang, the internal matters of the dragon race would be settled. Yang Chen's challenge was the most important matter. If Yang Chen made a move at this moment, Long Can and Long Q would definitely not be a match for Ao Lan and Long Quang, who had just fought a huge battle with Yang Chen. Even with the power of space, Xiao Chen might not be able to gain the upper hand. This was what Long Can and Long Q were worried about. If Yang Chen flared up, it would be difficult for them to deal with him. What made Long Can and Long Q feel at ease was that Yang Chen had generously given them 100 years to comprehend his cultivation technique thoroughly, allowing their cultivations to reach a higher level. At that time, they might be able to defeat Yang Chen. Long Can waved his hand, and the scene in front of everyone changed. They had already arrived at the edge of the Mountain River geographical map. After taking a few easy steps, they arrived at the edge of the Mountain River geographical map. They were finally at a safe place. Just as everyone stood still, the scene in front of them changed again. When they stopped, Gong Sunling was already standing beside them. Not far away was the majestic 5-element dragon palace. Lady Fanghua was smiling and waiting for everyone with her 30 concubines. Big sister, victory and defeat are common. It is just a small matter. There is no need to take it to heart. Yang Chen did not seem to think that Ao Lan's loss was a big deal. He smiled and invited Ao Lan into the Dragon Palace. After they sat down, he started to explain. I just feel a little unresigned. Ao Lan's expression was unsightly. No matter who it was, after preparing for tens of thousands of years and working hard for tens of thousands of years, the result of losing could be like her. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, big sister. However, Yang Chen acted like he did not see Ao Lan's expression at all. He smiled and handed over a cup of jade dragon wine. Then, he said happily, you did not use your full power in the battle. Why are you thinking of letting the two of them off? The moment Ao Lan said that, everyone in the Long clan, including Ao Lan, looked at Yang Chen with a strange expression. This was especially so for Long Quang. His expression was even more exaggerated. Rage already appeared in his eyes. Xiao Chen personally fought. Could it be that he did not use his full power? You all keep saying that Long Can is a traitor of the dragon race because he killed his own race. I believe that it is true. At the very least, he killed Long Xiong. Yang Chen ignored Long Quang. He continued, however, all of you feel that Long Xiong only has himself to blame. Naturally, you will not hate Long Can because of this. I discovered something funny. Yang Chen smiled and said, Long Can actually used a flying sword refined from a dragon horn. Isn't his life magic treasure able to refine the spatial magic treasure of the spiritual realm? Why did he not use it at all? Why did he insist on fighting evenly with you all? Then, he just happened to have the upper hand. Chapter 2449. However, this judgment caused the expressions of everyone in the Long clan, including Long Quang, to change drastically. Not only did they look at Yang Chen in disbelief, but they also looked at Ao Lan and the Long clan elder, waiting for them to refute or give an explanation. This time, even the oldest expert in the Long clan looked at Yang Chen as though he had seen a ghost. It seemed like Yang Chen had hit the nail on the head. From the reaction of the Long clan's people, this was indeed the case. At the start, they had wanted to pursue Long Can for killing Long Q and refining him into a puppet. However, when Long Q released his aura, the dragon race knew that something had gone wrong. Later on, even the most arrogant Long Quang only asked them to stop when facing Long Can and Long Q. He didn't reveal any intention of punishing them. That's right. The traitor of the dragon race is someone else. At this moment, Ao Lan finally admitted to Yang Chen's suspicions. Furthermore, even now, I have not found his location. Long Can used a flying sword, not a spatial magic treasure. Ao Lai, this guy, didn't look sloppy. In fact, he had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. He was an exquisite guy. Just as Yang Chen said it, he understood it, and said it out. The Zhao clan had gone through so much trouble to control Long Can for the sake of using his life magic treasure to refine the spiritual world. Everything that had happened previously showed that the spatial magic treasure was indeed very powerful. Now, Ao Lan and Yang Chen suddenly told everyone that the spatial magic treasure was not Long Can's magic treasure. This was too shocking. Even Yang Chen's women turned pale with fright. Actually, aside from my words from 1,000 years ago, Yang Chen has already pointed out a suspicious point. Big sister Ao Lan did not forget to educate the Long clan juniors. It is just that you all did not notice it. However, if Long Can's life magic treasure was the dragon horn flying sword, then what was a spatial magic treasure that could refine the spiritual world? Or rather, whose life magic treasure was it? It seemed like another shocking secret was about to be revealed. Ao Lai seemed to be the most relaxed and did not care about these things at all. In any case, the root cause of everything happened before he came to the spiritual realm, and it had nothing to do with him, so he could stay out of it. Because of this, Ao Lai was the only one who could look at Yang Chen objectively. Did Yang Chen mention anything suspicious just now? Everyone from the Long family began to think carefully, but for a moment, they couldn't remember which part of Yang Chen's sentence was suspicious. The sealed place is the sealed place, and the imprisoned place is the imprisoned place. Ao Lan shook her head and said, the seal is a sign. If the seal is not broken, it means that he is still imprisoned. However, I do not know where he is imprisoned. Big sister, You said more than 1,000 years ago that the Dragon Clan had a wood element traitor. Legend has it that he was imprisoned in a top-secret formation. Yang Chen still had a light smile on his face as he slowly said, Long Can doesn't look like he was imprisoned in a top-secret formation. Everyone present looked at Yang Chen with a strange expression. Ao Lan had an incredulous expression on her face, like she was looking at a deity. That traitor of the Dragon Clan is actually not Long Can, right? Yang Chen finally said his guess. Now that Ao Lai mentioned it, everyone understood. In front of opponents like Ao Lan and Long Quang, no matter how powerful Long Can and Long Q were, they would not be able to obtain victory by using weapons that they were not comfortable with. That was to say, when Long Can fought, he used his life magic treasure. Furthermore, his life magic treasure was likely the dragon horn flying sword. The spatial magic treasure that Gong Sunling fought with for so many years was actually not Long Can's. That was to say, everyone did not even know who their enemy was, fighting a muddled battle for so many years. Big sister, there is no need to look at me like that. Yang Chen smiled warmly. Then, he asked, is there something that you do not want me to know but cannot avoid? These words should have been said when Yang Chen first obtained the Wood Dragon Palace. At that time, Ao Lan had said it was a legend. That was to say, Ao Lan himself was not sure. Although Ao Lan did not know what he was not sure of the location of the top-secret formation, not sure of the existence of this traitor, no matter what, it would not be like what Long Can did. Of course, the Zhao family was even more miserable. They thought that they could realize their dream of controlling the spiritual realm and the world after finding a super expert. In the end, they couldn't even figure out who the person was. It could be said to be extremely miserable. Didn't a senior check the sealed land? How could we not know? Yang Chen was stunned. That was what Ao Lan said back then. Long Quang was at a loss as to what to do with this seal and imprisonment place. Fortunately, everyone was not stupid. After thinking about it carefully, they understood the reason behind it. Although Long Q's matter happened after we found out, we were furious. However, after we met, we found out that Long Q did it willingly. However, due to a freak combination of factors, it resulted in the current situation. Basically everyone in the dragon race knew about this. Ao Lai was the only exception. Now that big sister Ao Lan explained it so clearly, she wanted Ao Lai to understand the history of the dragon race. You still remember a casual conversation from more than 1,000 years ago? Ao Lan felt that this was inconceivable. Just because of this sentence, Yang Chen was able to determine that Long Can was not the true traitor of the dragon race. Speaking of which, it was also because of Ao Lan's careless slip of the tongue. Ao Lan did not know how long she had planned this. In any case, even Long Quang and Long Yuan could not figure it out. This meant that it was very thorough. Ao Lan felt that she was already pretty good. However, she still could not figure out what went wrong for Yang Chen to figure it out. I told you long ago. This fellow is famous for having a photographic memory. Not to mention 1,000 years ago, he can even remember things from even further back. Ao Lai interrupted again, not giving Ao Lan any face. This could also be considered as explaining why Yang Chen still remembered that sentence. Although Long Can did something that was out of line, it is as we said earlier. That Long Xiong deserved his own death. It is not Long Can's fault. Since Ao Lai had already said this, it was no longer appropriate for Ao Lan to hide anything. Furthermore, even the younger generations of the Dragon Clan were waiting to hear about the secrets of the past. Ao Lan might as well tell them everything. This fellow is famous in the mortal world for having a photographic memory and a photographic memory. Ao Lai's lazy voice rang out in the ears of all the cultivators. It could be considered as him explaining something to Yang Chen. Ao Lan, you must have said something in the past and forgotten it. That's why you made such a mistake. I was afraid that you would know about this. That's why I hid some things. Seeing that Yang Chen had already figured out many things, Ao Lan knew that she could no longer hide some things. So after thinking for a while, she said, unexpectedly, you managed to figure it out. Ao Lan revealed a bitter smile as he shook his head. When the dragon race experts saw the situation, They all shut their mouths and waited for Aolan's explanation. Chapter 2450. Who exactly did the spatial treasure belong to? That was the answer that everyone wanted to know. Actually, even the stupidest person would be able to figure out the answer based on the previous information. However, this answer was too unimaginable. As such, if Big Sister Aolan was not sure, no one would want to believe the answer they came up with. Of course, the spatial treasure belongs to that senior dragon race traitor. Big Sister Aolan did not disappoint everyone and said what everyone was waiting for. Hence, there was another problem. Since even Big Sister Aolan did not know where that senior dragon race traitor was imprisoned, how did the Zhao clan use the spatial treasure through Long Can? This was a rather long story. Long Can was humiliated by Long Xiong, who was from the same race. In a fit of rage, he killed Long Xiong and became a traitor of the dragon race. However, because Long Can's actions were pardonable, everyone, including Aolan, Long Quang, and the 3 elders of the Long clan, let Long Can leave. As for the fight between Long Can and Long Quang, both sides had their reasons. Long Can was someone who was easily angered by the discrimination of his race. Furthermore, Long Quang was not a good person either. He was incomparably arrogant. Even when he faced Yang Chen, he behaved that way. One could easily imagine what kind of person he was tens of thousands of years ago. The moment the two of them did not get along, they immediately started fighting. Sparks flew and they started a frenzied battle. Hence, one was severely injured and sealed in ice, while the other was also severely injured but managed to escape. Aolan was somewhat angry because her lover was injured to such a state. However, she endured her anger and saved Long Quang first before chasing after Long Can. In the end, Long Can was discovered by the Zhao clan and a restriction was placed on him. These were all scenarios that everyone could imagine. The root of the problem was that Long Can had accidentally discovered the place where the mysterious traitor of the Dragon clan was imprisoned. Furthermore, because he also had a wood spiritual root, he naturally became that senior spokesperson. Aolan did not know how far that dragon race traitor had gone. However, being able to refine the spiritual world was not something that could be described as ordinary. The reason why Aolan advised Long Can and Long Q to stop was because she hoped that they would not continue getting entangled with that dragon race traitor to prevent an even greater disaster from happening. As for the unaware Long Quang, he would naturally listen to whatever Aolan said. Aolan wanted Long Can and Long Q to let go. Even though he did not know what it was, he still did his best to persuade them. He was even willing to give up his current body. From this point of view, Long Quang was indeed willing to go through water and tread on fire for his girlfriend. Actually, Aolan still sympathized with Long Can and Long Q. Even in this duel, they had not gone all out. Otherwise, with Aolan and Long Quang's cultivation and the help of the Heavenly Essence Pill, they would be more than enough to deal with Long Can and Long Q. Perhaps she was still hoping that Long Can and Long Q would reveal the location of the traitor and get rid of him once and for all. As for lying to Yang Chen, it was because of the pride of the dragon race. Aolan still hoped that the matters of the dragon race could be resolved within the dragon race. Only when Aolan could no longer protect the dragon race would she let go. This was very strange. Although the entire dragon race knew that Fellow was a traitor, Aolan still addressed him as senior. Perhaps this was from the bottom of her heart. However, Yang Chen felt that it was strange. The traitor of the dragon clan was very strong, and it was very possible that the reason why Long Can had such a cultivation, and why Long Q had such a strange method of cultivation, all came from the traitor of the dragon clan. The traitor of the dragon clan must also have an extremely high cultivation. This also explained why Long Can and Long Q were able to force the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Zhu Sheng to self-detonate. After all, based on Yang Chen's current combat prowess, they might not be able to block Zhu Sheng. Do you really think that the one with a lower cultivation realm can kill the one with a higher cultivation realm? Ao Lai interjected, using words that he understood to explain. However, the moment Ao Lai finished speaking, he saw the unmoving Yang Chen standing in front of him. He could only pout and add, "The exception is the freak. He cannot be counted." Right after Ao Lai said that, the image of a few beautiful women flashed before his eyes. He glanced at Yang Chen's women in the Dragon Palace and could not help but add in a dejected manner, the freak's women cannot be counted as well. After Ao Lai added this, Li Cheng's figure suddenly flashed before his eyes. He could only sigh and add, the freak's friends cannot be counted as well. If these words were said in any other place, it would definitely cause a wave of laughter. However, here, be it the dragon race cultivators or Yang Chen's family and friends in the Dragon Palace, no one laughed. This fellow was speaking the truth. Whether he was right or not, Long Yuan and Long Quang, who had been taught a lesson before, knew it the best. That is to say, our true enemy is actually that traitor of the dragon race. We do not know where he is. Yang Chen concluded and asked, it is very likely that his cultivation has already surpassed all of us. He is a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Didn't you already guess that? Big sister Aolan rolled her eyes at Yang Chen and retorted, otherwise, why would you give them 100 years? 100 years might be enough for Long Can and Long Q to completely master their cultivation techniques and release that traitor of the dragon race. Yang Chen did not deny it and said directly, I hope to face a truly strong enemy. Even if Long Can and Long Q work together, they might not be a match for Yang Chen. The dragon race experts understood Yang Chen's mentality very well. Many years ago, most of them were in such a state. They felt that there was not much meaning in cultivating, unless they ascended to a higher level immortal realm. They longed for the appearance of a strong enemy to stimulate their fighting spirit. Without the Zhao family, the spiritual realm sect would have a long honeymoon period to recover. Without an enemy, Yang Chen indeed felt lonely. Although the cultivation of his friends was not low, they would at most spar and not fight to the death. A Ling, do your best to refine the demonic realm. After Yang Chen knew the cause and effect, he burst out with unprecedented excitement. He instructed Gong Sunling, there is no need to care about anything else. Just do your best to refine it. Didn't you want to give Long Can and Long Q 100 years to improve? Aolan asked curiously, why did you let a Ling refine the spiritual realm? Wouldn't that prevent that senior from cultivating in peace? Aolan could not understand this reason. Even Long Quang and the others could not understand it. On the contrary, Ao Lai, who had been with Yang Chen the longest, understood Yang Chen the best. He directly explained the reason for Yang Chen, because this fellow guessed that the spatial magic treasure is not that traitor senior's life magic treasure. Everyone's eyes lit up. There was such a thing. Such a strong spatial magic treasure that could refine the spiritual realm and most of the demonic realm was actually not that traitor's life magic treasure. How was this possible? What is impossible about it? Ao Lai did not need Yang Chen to explain. He understood for himself, this magic treasure is definitely something like the Mountain River geographical map. However, in Senior Ao Guang's treasure trove, the Mountain River geographical map is not ranked first. If I guessed correctly, that so-called traitor senior should also have the surname Ao, right? Yang Chen followed up decisively. He asked Aolan, otherwise, big sister, you would not have called him a senior. Am I right? Chapter 2451. This time, it was big sister Aolan's turn to be speechless. She simply could not imagine that Yang Chen was able to determine that Long Can was not a traitor with just a few words from 1,000 years ago. She was also in disbelief. Just the slight difference in how she addressed him allowed Yang Chen to guess a lot of things. Ao Sen. Big sister Aolan did not reply. Instead, it was the Long clan's first elder, the oldest one. He did not even bother to tell Yang Chen whether he was the traitor or not. Instead, he directly told Yang Chen the name of the Dragon Clan traitor. Indeed, he was surnamed Ao, a member of the royal family of the Dragon Clan. Probably only the royal family of the Dragon Clan would big sister Aolan address them as senior. Although there were not many members of the Dragon Clan, the difference between the royal family and the common people was very clear. When Yang Chen heard this name, he instinctively thought that this person was of the wood attribute. However, he did not know which generation this fellow belonged to. Was he higher or lower than Ao Guang? Ao Sen is 2 generations younger than Ao Guang. Since Aolan already said Xiao Chen's name, there was no point in hiding many things. Aolan might as well give a comprehensive introduction. He is the same as Ao Guang. They are both obsessed with refining. However, their ideals are different. However, the things they refine are basically the same, right? Yang Chen interrupted and asked. That's right. Ao Sen was not convinced of Ao Guang's accomplishments. Similarly, he was not convinced of Ao Guang's methods. Thus, he created his own. Big sister Ao Lan replied with certainty. Although he spoke to Ao Sen and Ao Guang in a very respectful tone, he did not have any misgivings when addressing them by their names. Of course, it might also be because the difference in seniority was too great, so he did not know how to address them. He wants to prove that he is stronger than Ao Guang, so the things that Ao Guang refined, he has to use his own method to refine a piece, to prove that his set is right. Yang Chen continued to guess. The Long clan's first elder nodded. He turned into a human along with Ao Lan and Long Quang. It looked like he was also shocked by Yang Chen's demonic performance. The dragon race treasures that you obtained from Ao Guang, Ao Sen basically has a set of magic treasures of the same nature. After the great elder of the Long family transformed into a human body and sat down, he slowly said, so, what refined the demon realm and the spiritual realm should be that fake mountain river geographical map. There was actually an imitation of the Dragon Clan's hidden treasure, and it was not a low-grade one at that. This made Yang Chen completely interested. It must be known that the treasures of the Dragon Clan are very important to Yang Chen's family. Not to mention Gong Xuanling's mountain river geographical map, Yang Chen's golden bell and mysterious sky dark sea shuttle, Gao Yu's dragon horn double flying sword, the Murong sisters' 5 elements rope hook, the dragon gourd in Hannah Mengyo's medicine garden, and the sea-pouring jasper cup taken by big brother Li Cheng. The rest is the Dragon Tower with almost complete Dragon Clan inheritance. If I didn't guess wrong, I'm afraid that this senior Ao Sen's magic treasure should be the Dragon Tower, right? Yang Chen asked again. The importance of the Dragon Tower to the Dragon Clan can be seen from the fact that Xiao Tian never left it. Normally, Ao Lan, Ao Lai, and the Long family never concealed their covetous eyes on the Dragon Tower. One can imagine the importance of the Dragon Tower. With the Dragon Tower in hand, not only would he have the complete Dragon Clan inheritance, he could also easily control many things, such as the Dragon Palace. What else could he control? It was not known for the time being. However, it can be imagined that if it was used in battle, its power would be unparalleled. If Ao Sen targeted Ao Guang everywhere, then he would never miss a key magic treasure like the Dragon Tower. With the Dragon Tower, Ao Sen would never use the mountain river geographical map as his magic treasure. He could control everything by relying on the Dragon Tower. However, this question is destined to be unanswered by anyone for Yang Chen, because even Ao Lan and the others do not know the real answer. The mountain river geographical map was not Ao Sen's magic treasure. It was Yang Chen who guessed it himself. Probably only he would have the answer. Gong Sunling would never doubt her husband's judgment. Similarly, she would not hesitate to carry out her husband's orders. Just as Yang Chen told her to refine the demonic realm with all her might, Gong Sunling did not hesitate to make her move. There was no need to consider holding back. Gong Sunling immediately gained the upper hand in the battle for the demonic realm. The boundary between the two sides started to visibly shift towards the other side. Yang Chen was very tactful and did not ask Ao Sen how he became a traitor of the dragon race. This was practically obvious. The things that Yang Chen obtained from the dragon race treasures that Ao Guang left behind were all refined from the bodies of dragons. The water and fire twin dragon horns and dragon beads were real items from the dragon body. The mountain river geographical map was refined from the dragon skin and there were 3 dragon spirits inside. The 5 elements rope hook was refined from the 5 elements dragon tendons, the mysterious sky dark sea shuttle was refined from the bones of the dragon race, and the sea-pouring jasper cup was the skull of a purest water dragon. The golden bell was made from the fusion of countless dragon scales, and there may even be a dragon spirit hidden in it. As for the dragon gourd, it was made from the 2 internal organs of the dragon race. The only raw material that Yang Chen was not clear about was the dragon pagoda. Every time such a magic treasure was refined, the dragon companions had to pay the price of their bodies. Ao Guang estimated that he used a gentle method, such as obtaining materials from some of his dead companions, and won the consent of these companions. Their dragon spirits were immortal as weapon spirits. Therefore, Ao Guang refined so many things and did not become a traitor who killed his own people. He was still the high and mighty East Sea Dragon King. Ao Sen might not be so lucky to get so many ready-made and legal materials to refine magic treasures. Then, in order to compete with Ao Guang, it was easy to understand that Ao Sen used some extreme means to obtain the raw materials to refine magic treasures. If he did not kill his own people, how could he get the items on the dragon's body? Therefore, Ao Sen must be a traitor who killed his own people. As for the respectful tone of elder sister Aolan and the Long Clan Great Elder, on one hand, it might be to show respect for Ao Sen's seniority, and on the other hand, it should be to show respect for his outstanding refining skills. Of course, even Aolan was not very sure about all this. It was unknown how many years had passed. Even the oldest Long Clan Great Elder could only listen to the legends of the elders to know. Aolan said that it was a legend, so it was easier to understand. Your ancestors captured Ao Sen and imprisoned him in a top-secret formation, but they did not tell you the specific location. They really did it. Understanding this, Yang Chen could not help but complain to the ancestors of the dragon race. Such a dangerous traitor of the same race, they actually did not say it in detail. He really did not know what kind of mentality the ancestors of the dragon race had at that time. It is very easy to understand. Those who knew could not answer, but Ao Lai, who was completely ignorant, gave the answer with certainty. Chapter 2452. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ao Lai's face. Ao Lai seemed to enjoy this momentary attention. After a moment of pride, he opened his mouth to explain. That's because this ancestor was very talented. Ao Lai's words were extremely shocking. He went straight to the heart of the problem. At that time, the ancestors of the dragon race could not be sure that what they insisted on was correct. Thus, they left ancestor Ao Sen alive to give the dragon race a way out. Once senior Ao Guang's path is blocked, perhaps the dragon race's hope lies with Ao Sen, right? Yang Chen continued Ao Lai's analysis. I believe it's that simple. Ao Lai shrugged and quickly concluded, to put it bluntly, it's just a conflict between the dragon race and the Dao demon race. It had to be said that when Ao Lai had been restricted to his dragon spirit form in the Lang Ya well, he had thought about many things by himself. For many things, it was very easy to get an answer that was closest to the truth from the perspective of benefits. If this problem happened between humans or other races, what kind of crime was it to kill one's own kind? Not to mention far away, just the Yang Chen's family alone had an unknown number of blood debts from the cultivators of the same race, but the Yang Chen family had never been accused of human traitors. Just as Ao Lai had said, the conflict between cultivation ideals was actually a conflict between the Dao demon race and the Dao demon race. Putting aside the fact that the dragon clan had yet to figure it out, this problem had never been completely resolved since the beginning of the cultivation world. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been an irreconcilable enmity between the Dao sects and the demon sects since ancient times. Because the dragon race was too few in numbers, they were extremely cautious about certain things that other races did not think were worth mentioning. However, this was the dragon race's problem. Yang Chen and the others had no reason or right to criticize the dragon race's actions. They could only let the dragon race deal with it themselves. Husband, the other party has also increased the power of the refinement. As they were discussing, Gong Sunling suddenly said to Yang Chen, he also sent a message. See you in 100 years. His name is Ao Sen. Previously, everyone had been guessing. Now that Ao Sen had openly revealed his identity, it confirmed all their guesses. Everyone no longer needed to guess. Everything had a definite explanation. Even Yang Chen's intention of leaving Long Can and Long Q 100 years in the other party's space was guessed by Ao Sen, who was behind him. Moreover, Ao Sen made it clear that he would have to wait 100 years for the duel. Now, even if Ao Lan and the Long Clan First Elder had any other thoughts, they could not voice them. Furthermore, Ao Lan had been having a headache about how to deal with this legendary traitor ancestor. From now on, he would no longer have a headache. He just had to wait 100 years for the decisive battle between Yang Chen and the other party. Yang Chen, this ancestor of ours is very strong. At this point, Ao Lan would not hesitate to stand on Chen. Not to mention that Ao Sen's actions had broken through Ao Lan's bottom line, just the favor that Ao Lan, Long Quang, and the Long clan's experts owed to Yang Chen would not allow her to make any other choice. It is rumored that when he was imprisoned, he was already a peak golden immortal. After so many years, he is probably already a perfected golden immortal, Ao Lan said straightforwardly. Rumor has it that when he was imprisoned, he was already a peak golden immortal. After so many years, he is probably already a perfected golden immortal, Ao Lan said straightforwardly. The battle between the dragon race had already ended. Furthermore, given Ao Sen's seniority and cultivation, Ao Lan would not be able to forcefully eliminate him. After that, the battle became between Yang Chen and Ao Senator. Hence, Ao Lan had to tell Xiao Chen about Ao Sen's strength. When he was imprisoned, Ao Sen was already a peak golden immortal. Even Long Can and Long Q had advanced from peak heavenly immortal to peak golden immortal. One could easily imagine how strong Ao Sen's cultivation had become after cultivating for a long time. As Ao Lai said, this might be another choice of the dragon race. The ancestor who imprisoned Ao Sen would not have suppressed his cultivation. Perhaps it was the opposite. Although he was imprisoned, he was actually nurturing Ao Sen in secret, steadily improving, just like the dragon puppet back then. In other words, Yang Chen was likely to face a powerful opponent at the early stage of perfected golden immortal or even at the late stage. At the thought of this, Yang Chen could not help but be excited. Not only Yang Chen, but even Li Cheng was interested. He began to instruct Yang Chen on how to prepare. Yang Chen's family began to improve rapidly again. The joint command had basically completely withdrawn from the mountain river geographical map and returned to the spiritual realm. The Zhao family had been eliminated, and that dragon race expert was simply Yang Lan's path. The higher-ups of the various parties naturally would not have unrealistic fantasies. In addition, there were many things waiting to be done in the spiritual realm. Naturally, most of them would return to the spiritual realm. The spiritual realm was the base camp of all parties, and no one would give it up. On the mountain river geographical map, each party only left 1 or 2 contacts. Firstly, to maintain the contact between Yang Chen's family and the various parties. Secondly, to actually check the progress of the competition between the two parties. In their hearts, all parties had completely given up on the Dragon Can and handed over the task of resisting and eliminating the Dragon Can to Yang Chen's family. This was also good. Yang Chen's family would not destroy the balance that had been re-established in the spiritual realm in the mountain river geographical map, and Chunyang Palace could also develop normally without the influence of Yang Lan's cheating, which was beneficial to both sides. This arrangement could be said to be a happy one for all parties. Yang Chen also acquiesced to such an arrangement. In fact, everyone had a tacit understanding that when Yang Chen's family solved the Dragon Can and the refined spiritual realm, it would be the time for Yang Chen's family to ascend. Instead, all parties took advantage of this time to repair their relationship with Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen was not the only genius alchemist in Chunyang Palace now. Yang Chen's disciple Mo Chunmai had shown no less talent than Yang Chen, and she was also the focus of all parties. In the face of a strong enemy like Ao Sen, Yang Chen also devoted 100% of his energy to cultivation and experience, striving to reach his best state after 100 years. He was using the powerful Ao Sen to put pressure on himself so that he could improve quickly. It was not that Tianyuan Dan was not fast enough, but this kind of improvement without pressure would give Yang Chen a sense of ease, which was not the effect he wanted. After ascending to the immortal world, he still had to face the powerful immortal world's Shentian sect, which was Yang Chen's last opponent. Of course, there were also the remnants of the immortal world's Zhao family. Knowing that Yang Chen had ruined the great events of their mortal world and the spiritual realm, he would definitely not let Yang Chen have a good time in the immortal world. At that time, Yang Chen would definitely not only face almighty immortals, but also countless 10,000 tribulation true immortals. Even with Madame Bai and Ancestor Lu as the background, it would be extremely difficult. So from now on, Yang Chen had to make all the proper preparations in the spiritual realm. Chapter 2453. Rushing to refine the demon realm was not as difficult as previously imagined, but it was not so easy either. At least Gong Xuanling's side still occupied the absolute upper hand, but the speed of refining was very speechless. In the past, when Gong Xuanling refined the demon realm, it was a rapid advancement. Of course, that was when there was no opponent to snatch it from herself. But now, even if Gong Xuanling had the upper hand, it was only advancing 1 foot at a time. The other party did not completely give up and was still resisting, but he could not stop the crazy advancement of Gong Xuanling, and could only slow down this trend as much as possible. In this way, not to mention 100 years, it would take another 1,000 years to refine this 60% of the demon realm. Yang Chen could imagine that this was the other party's means to temper his own cultivation base, and Yang Chen would also join in. With the control of Gong Xuanling and the third primordial spirit, Yang Chen didn't have to worry about the refining process at all, as long as the speed was accelerated. At this time, the second primordial spirit finally came in handy. To be exact, it was the immortal beheading blade controlled by the second primordial spirit. Of course, since the immortal beheading blade was out, Xiao Tian must be unwilling to be left out and also participated. Not only that, Xiao Tian even brought out the Dragon Pagoda. After Yang Chen analyzed that the Dragon Pagoda might be the key to controlling all the magic weapons in the treasure house of the Dragon Clan, Xiao Tian was not calm. This was a good thing that he had never thought of, and the key was that the credibility was extremely high. Not to mention anything else, just looking at the Dragon Pagoda that could smoothly control so many dragon palaces. Perhaps this was the tradition of the Dragon Clan, or something that was indispensable. Otherwise, why would every Dragon Clan leave an identical base that could be controlled by the Dragon Pagoda when they refined their Dragon Palace? Although similar things have not been seen on other magic weapons, since Yang Chen analyzed it like this, how could Xiao Tian miss it? Even if the treasures of the Dragon Clan had been divided by Yang Chen's family and friends, wasn't there still a set on Ao Sen's side? Judging from the fact that Xiao Tian never gave Yang Chen the inheritance of the Dragon Clan in the Dragon Pagoda, Xiao Tian was definitely a greedy guy. With such a good opportunity to obtain more of the Dragon Clan's treasures, he would absolutely not let it go. However, since Ao Sen might be a great principal golden immortal, then Xiao Tian must also strengthen his own cultivation. Xiao Tian's unique physique allowed him to withstand at least 2 Chenyuan Dan's medicinal effects, and then he used some of the inheritance of the Dragon Clan in the Dragon Tower to cultivate, and his cultivation base improved faster than that of Yang Chen. Freaks are really surrounded by freaks. This was Ao Lai's definition of Yang Chen, the cultivators, and the demon pets around him. Especially when he found that his cultivation base was not as fast as Xiao Tian's with the help of Chenyuan Dan, he was even more convinced of this. He was unaware that his cultivation base was so terrifying and fast. In the eyes of other people in the Long family, he was already a freak. Yang Chen had not had the opportunity to go all out for a long time, and now he finally found a place to use it. He didn't have to participate in the process of Gong Xuanling and the third primordial spirit refining the demon realm, as long as he used the immortal beheading blade to attack with all his strength. The target of the attack was the part of the demon realm that was refined by Ao Sen's Mountain River geographical map. In this part of the demon realm, there were no other living creatures except the crazy monster beasts. Yang Chen did not have to worry about any accidental injuries and the like. At the same time, now he was in the Mountain River geographical map. Even if he released his killing intent, it would not affect the cultivators outside the spiritual world. After absorbing and refining so many blood corpses killing intent in the immortal beheading stage, Yang Chen had not released it to his heart's content. This time, he also found an opportunity to release it, allowing Yang Chen to vent it to his heart's content, but also a deeper level of integration. Yang Chen stood on the boundary between the two sides. The immortal beheading blade was raised high and slashed down heavily. It contained the power of Yang Chen's whole body, it contained the spiritual power of Yang Chen's whole body, it contained the maximum increase in power of Xiao Tian, and it also contained the power of the Dragon Pagoda that Xiao Tian deliberately used. The blade slashed on the land of the demon realm that was refined by Ao Senator Kai, The sound of a sharp weapon breaking through the air sounded on the ground, and a blade aura was very obvious along the direction of Yang Chen's blade, and it quickly passed to the distance. A long while later, an extremely muffled rumbling sound was faintly emitted from the depths of the ground. After which, within one's sight, the entire ground seemed to have been overturned by an enormous force, flipping from the bottom to the top. Boom! A huge sound wave resounded through the sky. Under the exploration of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, the entire space of thousands of miles was smashed by Yang Chen's blade. Countless fragments flew all over the sky, and the air was involuntarily contaminated with a fierce killing intent. It was as if each fragment had become the most ferocious killing weapon in the world in an instant. The killing intent was so strong that even one of the hapless and crazed yarrow beasts within the area was instantly terrified. What happened next shocked all the cultivators there. That crazy demon beast didn't have the slightest bit of craziness. It curled up into a ball and wrapped its tail tightly around its body, as if it was trying to cover itself up. It was shivering all over, just like a frightened puppy. Where was the slightest trace of a crazy demon beast? In the next moment, the monster was smashed into pieces. The frenzied killing intent instantly destroyed the aura of the owner of this space and the dense demonic chi. In the blink of an eye, the third primordial spirit completely ignored the killing intent and quickly enveloped the space within a radius of several thousand miles, refining it with all its might. Even if all the cultivators in the world were afraid of this extremely fierce killing intent, the third primordial spirit would not be afraid. As the third primordial spirit split from Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, how could it be afraid of the killing intent released by Yang Chen? In less than a dozen breaths of time, the original aura of the thousands of miles of space was completely refined by the second primordial spirit, no longer existing, and then firmly replaced with the aura of the mountain river geographical map. In other words, in these 10 breaths of time, the owner of this space had successfully changed, becoming a space refined by the mountain river geographical map. Yang Chen's blade was enough to save Gong Sunling a year of time to snatch and refine it. The mountain river geographical map might be lacking in other things, but it did not lack spiritual veins and spiritual power. Yang Chen's blade consumed a lot of spiritual power, but Gong Sunling immediately sent hundreds of Xian immortal level spiritual veins to Yang Chen, wishing that she could wrap Yang Chen with spiritual veins. Yang Chen only rested for a moment, his figure flashed and appeared at the new boundary line, and then, according to the situation just now, he chopped down again. This method began to repeat. Gong Sunling and the third primordial spirit also cooperated tacitly. Under the joint efforts of the three parties, the speed of snatching the monster world had already caught up with the speed of refining the monster world when there was no competition. Chapter 2454. In this way, the speed of Gong Sunling's refining of the demon realm was rapidly improved, and Yang Chen was also able to review and practice the attack methods that he could imagine countless times in an all-round way in the process of first destroying and then refining. In the past, Yang Chen had never had such an opportunity. He could only simulate it in his imagination and sea of consciousness, and had never really used it. On the one hand, the power of Yang Chen's attacks was too great, so great that if he attacked with all his strength, he was afraid that within a radius of thousands of miles, it would definitely become a barren land. No matter how powerful the cultivators were, they were powerless in the face of Yang Chen's attack. Only the mountain river geographical map, which had refined more than half of the demon realm, could withstand it. Even ordinary space magic weapons, including some immortal abode-level magic weapons of supersect, were not enough in front of Yang Chen's immortal beheading blade. With the power of the two parts of the immortal beheading blade in the mortal world and the spiritual world, it was simply the simplest thing to cut through the space, and this did not include the terrifying increase of Xiao Tian. With one blade, no matter how powerful the space magic weapon was, under Yang Chen's blade, it could only be tofu dregs. There were not many such attack methods. Yang Chen's immortal beheading blade and Shashanshan's supreme pure yang sword Chi's full blow basically had such an effect. However, this did not mean that the defensive power of the space magic weapon was insufficient, but such an attack method was too rare. Even if there was, it could only be within a limited range. Even Yang Chen's strongest range was only a few thousand miles, which was not enough to completely destroy the entire space. Even Gong Suanling's mountain river geographical map could not completely block Yang Chen's full blow. Similarly, just like Yang Chen's attack on Ao Sen's mountain river geographical map, he could only destroy thousands of miles. For Ao Sen's space magic weapon that had 60% of the demon realm, such an attack would not move. If Yang Chen attacked for decades, he might be able to break through most of the space, but it would not completely destroy Ao Sen's mountain river geographical map. On the other hand, the release of Yang Chen's killing intent was also a problem. If he didn't know that Yang Chen was an executioner of the immortal beheading blade, it was estimated that as long as he released his killing intent, he would definitely be regarded as a murderous demon. Even if he was not misunderstood now, Yang Chen could not casually release his killing intent in the spiritual world. That would cause great panic. In addition, this killing intent was also a big killer weapon of Yang Chen, which could not be exposed casually to everyone. However, Yang Chen spared no effort in attacking the opponent's space in the mountain river geographical map, and all the attack methods that could be imagined have been displayed again. The target was Ao Sen's space. It could be imagined that Ao Sen would be very clear about it. He could even clearly feel the power of Yang Chen's attack. He would unknowingly have an invisible fear of Yang Chen's attack power. This was done on purpose by Yang Chen. He wanted to let his opponent know his attack methods clearly. This was an overt plot. At that time, even if Yang Chen used these upright attacks, his opponent could only think of a way to receive them. Otherwise, if a dignified senior expert had to roll around miserably in front of Yang Chen, Ao Sen would be ashamed to death without anyone saying anything. Actually, this method was the same as Ao Lan's continuous roar to increase his aura when he challenged Long Can and Long Q. However, Yang Chen achieved this by attacking his opponent's space time and time again. Yang Chen was never tired of this. On one hand, this method was indeed beneficial in helping Gong Sunling refine the demon realm. On the other hand, besides accumulating power, Yang Chen could also systematically summarize his own attack methods. It was much more effective than imagining and simulating in his sea of consciousness. This was cultivation. It could not be denied that this method of cultivation was very effective. Every once in a while, Big Brother Li Cheng would appear in front of Yang Chen. Probably from the verbal test of Yang Chen's understanding, he would also give some advice in words, and then he would go to the Dragon Palace to rest. While Yang Chen was cultivating, the women and his friends from the dragon race did not stop either. They were all focused on cultivating. In the blink of an eye, 50 years passed. During these 50 years, Yang Chen cultivated non-stop in the mountain river geographical map. Aside from the recovery time after each attack, there was basically no rest time. He also did not have any intention of leaving the mountain river geographical map. During this time, Yang Chen's disciples all came to pay their respects to their masters and wives. Yang Chen also gave them some pointers. Like Mu Bo, Yi Yu, and the others, there was even a period of time when they learned how Yang Chen attacked Ao Sen's mountain river geographical map to experience the process of each attack and accumulate combat experience. After so many years, Yang Chen did not know how much of Ao Sen's space had been destroyed. According to Gong Suanling's calculations, she had almost refined 90% of the demon realm. In other words, Ao Sen's mountain river geographical map only controlled 10% of the demon realm at most. Of course, the core area of the demon realm was also excluded. Yang Chen's cultivation had already steadily increased to the early golden immortal stage. 50 years of wholehearted cultivation, allowing the medicinal effect of the heavenly Yuan Dan to be greatly absorbed. Fortunately, he did not control too much and did not attract the heavenly tribulation. But this also meant that Yang Chen's combat power was no less than 10 times stronger than 50 years ago. At least from the attack range, it had basically reached a radius of 10,000 miles. Everything happened in a very orderly manner. However, when Yang Chen swung his saber this time, he clearly felt that something was different. This area was completely different from the previous areas. It was unknown how much stronger it was. Even with Yang Chen's strength, one saber strike could only destroy an area of several hundred miles. This was something that Yang Chen had never encountered after entering the golden immortal stage. At first, Yang Chen thought that this was just a strange area. He did not expect that this was just the beginning. After continuously hacking at this speed for several thousand miles, he could only destroy 50 miles if he continued. After a period of time, the area that Yang Chen could destroy became smaller and smaller. His final saber strike could only destroy a radius of 500 miles. This was clearly not the most crucial area of Aosen's space, so why was there such a strange phenomenon? Yang Chen believed that his offensive power did not decrease, so this phenomenon was very strange. Gong Sunling had already checked and found that there were no problems with the refined spaces. The only difference was that Aosen's space was sufficiently hard. After being refined, it became an ordinary space. It was very strange. Do you like this surprise? Just as Yang Chen was feeling puzzled, a few large words suddenly appeared in front of him. Behind the large words was a laughing face and Aosen's name. Chapter 2455. Was this considered a pleasant surprise? Yang Chen was a bit disapproving of Aosen's arrangement. If Yang Chen had used his own means to help Gong Sunling speed up the process of refining the space, then now it was Aosen's counterattack. Aosen did not know what method he used to make the space in his mountain river geographical map incomparably hard. Even if it was Yang Chen, even if he used the amplification ability of Xiao Tian and used the beheading immortal saber, at this moment, with one saber strike, it could only cover a radius of about 1 kilometer. In other words, the process of refining the demon realm was greatly slowed down. The current speed was already infinitely close to the time when Gong Sunling and Aosen were fighting over the demon realm. At this time, Aosen made this kind of counterattack, Yang Chen could easily understand. When the space was refined, the power of the entire mountain river geographical map would greatly increase. This was not false. However, after more than half of the space was snatched away, leaving only a small part, the control would instead greatly increase. Being able to do this to this extent was not surprising. Previously, Yang Chen used the beheading immortal saber attack to accumulate power, and now Aosen was using this method to counterattack. Aren't your attacks sharp? Right now, there was a way to make Yang Chen's attacks less sharp. Previously, the momentum of advancing forward was suddenly slowed down, and then it became slower and slower, and the momentum that he had gathered with great difficulty would also slowly dissipate. It could not be helped that Aosen was also a smart guy. He knew how to deal with Yang Chen. Interesting. Yang Chen's face also bloomed with a smile. Things had reached this stage, it could be said that it was a little interesting. Otherwise, if he were to sing a one-man show to the end, it would be a boring thing. Both sides had to interact with each other. It would make people feel the most happy. Aosen gave Yang Chen a problem, and Yang Chen began to think of ways to solve it. However, before breaking it, Yang Chen had to first figure out what technique his opponent had used to block his attack. It had to be known that Yang Chen wielded the immortal beheading saber, which had been fused with the diamond chakram, the immortal beheading platform's door, and the immortal beheading platform's corpse dump. Yang Chen's body had also been fused with the killing intent of the previous executioners of the immortal beheading platform. Even if he couldn't unleash the full might of the immortal beheading platform, he could still unleash 30% of its power. If the power of Xiao Tian is also counted, the power of the immortal beheading blade can be increased to 40% of the immortal beheading blade in the immortal beheading stage. With such power, it was almost impossible for it to be thwarted by a geographical map refined by a dragon in the spirit realm. However, something that was impossible in theory had already happened. Yang Chen did not need to worry about whether it should happen or not. Instead, he needed to find a solution. From the side of Gong Sunling and the third primordial spirit, the news that Yang Chen got was that the space after the refinement was very normal, and it was no different from the previous refinement. Even when encountering a crazy monster that had been refined, there was no difference in the performance of the mountain river geographical map. This showed that it was not the other party who had done something to the space, it could only be other methods. The most likely one was the formation, and it was simply too simple to reinforce a certain area with the formation. However, if it could withstand the power of the immortal beheading blade, it was not an ordinary formation, and it was worth Yang Chen's in-depth study. Yang Chen no longer blindly moved his blade, but when he slashed with all his strength, he sent his spiritual awareness into it, and followed the blade aura into the other party's space to see what was going on. After dozens of slashes, Yang Chen did not find a trace of the formation, which was very strange. However, Yang Chen found that as he moved forward, the space was getting firmer and firmer, and the range of Yang Chen's attack was getting smaller and smaller. This was equivalent to the feeling that Yang Chen was walking to the center of a sphere that was getting denser and denser. According to Yang Chen's guess, he could not find the trace of the formation now, because he had not yet reached the exact location of the formation. As for the space getting firmer and firmer, it was because the power of the formation had affected the surroundings. In other words, Yang Chen had not touched the edge of the formation, and the area affected by the formation had blocked Yang Chen for so long. If he really reached the area of the formation, how strong would the space be? How much effort would it take for Yang Chen to break it? Gong Sunling specialized in formations, but she never knew that there was such a powerful formation that could strengthen the space. In Yang Chen's mind, there had never been such a powerful formation that could resist the power of the immortal beheading blade. This strange situation even attracted Big Brother Li Cheng's attention, and he specially came over to take a look. However, Big Brother Li Cheng seemed to have thrown everything to Yang Chen. At most, he just moved his mouth, and everything was done by Yang Chen. Big Brother Li Cheng took a few glances, but he did not find the exact secret. However, his opinion was similar to Yang Chen's. He just had not found the exact location of the formation. Big Brother Li Cheng casually gave Yang Chen a suggestion, telling him to continue forward until he found the formation. As for Big Brother Li Cheng himself, he hid in the Dragon Palace and continued to recuperate, enjoying the leisurely life that others could not. Yang Chen did not change his direction. Ever since he discovered this strange situation, he had been moving forward fiercely in the same direction. No matter how strong the space in front of him was, or how hard it was to break, Yang Chen did not retreat at all. He did not even have the intention to take a detour. He wanted to use this small setback to stop himself, to create a psychological setback, and to weaken his momentum. Ao Sen's thinking was too simple. Not to mention this life, even in his previous life, Yang Chen had experienced more than 10,000 years of torment. Even then, his desire for revenge did not weaken. After experiencing so many things in this life and cultivating to this realm, he was many times stronger than in his previous life. Could it be that his mental state was inferior to his previous life? The more Ao Sen wanted to slow down Yang Chen, the more valiant Yang Chen's fighting spirit became. The saber that he slashed out became more resolute, and there was no hindrance in his advance. However, as Yang Chen continued to advance, the attack range of the immortal beheading saber decreased from a radius of 5 kilometers to the current range of several hundred meters. Then, it became smaller and smaller, becoming several hundred meters. Finally, it became several dozen meters. This was the result of the space shattering under Yang Chen's attack. If Yang Chen only used the immortal beheading saber to slash, regardless of whether the space would shatter or not, the attack range would be much larger. Just on this path of getting closer to the array formation, Yang Chen spent a year. When Yang Chen's saber slashed down, he was only able to shatter a radius of 3 meters. His spiritual sense, which had been immersed in the saber chi, finally detected something different. The space in front of him was extremely dense and firm. When the saber chi touched it, there was no reaction. There was a very strong spiritual energy fluctuation coming from that direction. Yang Chen's heart was immediately filled with joy. After such a long time, Yang Chen finally touched the edge of the array formation. He finally knew what kind of array formation it was. Chapter 2456. It was so strong, in the eyes of almost all the cultivators who knew about it, this was a protective formation. Yang Chen also thought so subconsciously. When he came into contact with the edge of the formation, even if he didn't understand the mystery of the formation, he could be sure in an instant that this formation was indeed defensive in nature. The first time Yang Chen informed Gong Sunling. In fact, there was no need for Yang Chen to specifically tell it. Yang Chen's third primordial spirit could know. When the third primordial spirit knew it, it immediately fed back to Gong Sunling. In the next moment, Gong Sunling appeared behind Yang Chen. As an array cultivator, she encountered such a magical protective formation that she had never seen before, especially the formation that was arranged in a life source magic weapon similar to her own. How could Gong Sunling not be interested in it and immediately wanted to study it? Yang Chen was cautious and stopped Gong Sunling's move. After all, this was in the other party's space. Yang Chen could not be too careful. The immortal beheading blade grew, and under the control of Xiao Tian, it easily became dozens of feet long, easily piercing the protective formation and did not damage the formation at all. This was the unique ability of the immortal beheading saber to pierce through space after fusing with the gate of the immortal beheading platform and the corpse disposal hole. The principle was similar to how piercing a hole in a wall with a needle would not affect the integrity of the entire wall, but through this method, some things within the formation could be explored. Along with the immortal beheading blade, it was not only Yang Chen's spiritual awareness but also Xiao Tian's. This formation was clearly arranged by Ao Sen, so it must be related to the Dragon Clan. Could this guy not be interested? The space inside the formation was very strange. Even Yang Chen's peak great principle golden immortal spiritual awareness felt very difficult to penetrate. It seemed to be the most viscous liquid that had solidified. The spiritual awareness of the great principle golden immortal could only penetrate a few feet at most and could no longer go deeper. This was not the kind of special material that could not be penetrated by spiritual awareness at all, it was completely the effect of the formation. It must be said that the Dragon Clan was indeed unique in the study of certain formations. From Xiao Tian's feedback, Xiao Tian did not find anything similar in the Dragon Pagoda. This could only mean that this formation was unique to Ao Senator. Perhaps he had figured it out during his imprisonment. The only good thing was that the sharpness of the immortal beheading saber was not affected. It could be easily stabbed and taken out. Yang Chen could study it carefully from all directions. Otherwise, he might not be able to figure out the truth behind the formation. In fact, at this point, Yang Chen was completely relieved. Since the array could not withstand the sharpness of the immortal beheading saber, then breaking the array was a piece of cake. It was just that he felt that this formation was not bad and had value in learning from it. That was why he did not break it with brute force. Speaking of which, when the Zhao family besieged Mu Bo and Yi Yu, they used a variant of the Dragon Clan's trapped dragon formation. Later, they used an advanced variant of the trapped dragon formation. Now Yang Chen felt that the current protective formation vaguely had a shadow of the trapped dragon formation, but it turned the siege into a stable space. He believed that after a period of time, Gong Sunling would be able to easily solve the mystery of the formation. In the process of his own cultivation, he could also let Gong Sunling learn a new kind of formation, which was also a good thing. In particular, this formation could still be used in the Mountain River geographical map, which could make Gong Sunling even more powerful. With this formation, in the future, even if Gong Sunling encountered a master like Shashanshan, the overbearing and invincible opponent, she could use this formation and the Mountain River geographical map to resist one or two. Yang Chen, the second primordial spirit, the third primordial spirit, Gong Sunling, Xiao Tian, began to study this powerful formation from several directions. For this reason, Yang Chen deliberately looked for several directions, touched the edge of the formation, used the immortal beheading saber to explore, and finally understood the situation of the formation in an all-round way. This research alone took Yang Chen and the others 2 years, and it was regarded as a general understanding of the formation. To be more specific, Gong Sunling needed to conduct various experiments in the Mountain River geographical map, and directly from the arranged formation, there was no more reference. At this point, Yang Chen stopped his research, and then waved the immortal beheading saber. From several directions, he cut off several key nodes of the protective formation that they had studied. When these nodes were broken, the whole formation could no longer maintain its balance. After a burst of invisible cracking sound, Yang Chen felt that the front of him was light, as if the solid space had been broken, and it was a lot easier. Just in front of this formation, it took more than 3 years, but the delay of this time did not weaken Yang Chen's fighting spirit in the slightest. On the contrary, it became more and more high-spirited and courageously moved forward. After the formation was broken, Yang Chen immediately felt that the pressure was almost no weaker than the previous formation. The immortal beheading saber slashed down, it was still the same effect as before, and the scope of influence was no more than 10 feet. The sudden pressure made Yang Chen look forward again. He seemed to see Ao Sen smiling in the shadow in front of him, laughing at himself. Do you really think that you can stop me like this? Yang Chen laughed coldly, and he waved the immortal beheading saber again, walking forward. Along the way, Yang Chen broke 7 similar formations in a row. Including the one from before, there was a total of 8 different formations that Yang Chen broke. In total, it took Yang Chen 10 years. Yang Chen was very clear about Ao Sen's methods. He wanted to use this kind of method, which was different every time, to make Yang Chen feel annoyed, to make him feel unhappy, and to break down Yang Chen's fighting spirit. However, since Yang Chen had already seen through Ao Sen's methods, how could he fall for it? However, Ao Sen still succeeded in making Yang Chen less meticulous. When another similar formation appeared in front of Yang Chen subconsciously raised the immortal beheading saber. The feeling that this formation gave him was still very similar. After experiencing the first 8 formations, Yang Chen's desire to study this formation had become much smaller. It was just a slight change here and there. The overall principle did not change, and there was not much value in researching it. Thus, when facing this formation, Yang Chen only felt it for a moment before raising the immortal beheading saber and slashing down with all his might. This was a familiar movement. The previous formations had been broken in this manner, and the formation in front of him was the same. However, after slashing down, Yang Chen suddenly discovered that the feeling of this formation breaking was completely different from the previous 8 formations. It was not a soft shattering sound, but a loud explosion. Ha 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 ha. The loud laughter mixed with the rumbling noise passed into Yang Chen's ears, and then there was a voice that he had never heard before. Thank you. Chapter 2457. The moment Yang Chen heard this voice, he felt a sense of foreboding. The formation before him was completely different. I fell for it. That voice only rang out once before it went silent. The owner of the voice was probably no longer there. Big sister, according to the legends of your dragon race, which mysterious formation is Ao Sen imprisoned in? Without even thinking, Yang Chen got his 3rd primordial spirit to send him back to Big Sister Ao Lan's side. Before Big Sister Ao Lan could ask anything, Yang Chen had already asked in a hurry. Since it is a mysterious formation, of course, we do not know. Big Sister Ao Lan did not know what happened. She replied subconsciously, "What's wrong?" "You know?" En. Yang Chen smiled bitterly and nodded. Then, he asked again, "Then, did your ancestor leave behind any relevant information?" Hearing Yang Chen admit it, Big Sister Ao Lan's eyes immediately lit up. However, she was also confused by Yang Chen's question. What did Yang Chen mean by this? Although she was confused, Ao Lan still gave face and started to think. It was not just Big Sister Ao Lan. Even the 3 senior elders of the Long clan started to think. After thinking for a long time, the Long clan first elder suddenly thought of something and said, "I got it." The moment he spoke, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yang Chen's sudden return had startled everyone in the Dragon Palace. Yang Chen's wives and concubines were all here. Madam Bai Lin Jingyuan also rushed over. Even Big Brother Li Cheng carried an exquisite wine flask and sat there, waiting to hear Yang Chen's story. Back then, the ancestor left a message. Either Ao Sen's cultivation was strong enough and he understood and broke out of the formation on his own. The first elder said unhurriedly, or, he had a great opportunity and met an expert who did not care about the spatial formation. He broke out of the formation from the outside. Everyone was thinking about the meaning of these 2 sentences. Big Sister Ao Lan also nodded to indicate that she remembered it as well. However, Ao Lan quickly asked, "Earlier, you said that you discovered the location of that formation?" "I didn't just discover it." Yang Chen smiled bitterly. "I split the formation with 1 slash. What do you mean?" Ao Lan's gaze revealed great confusion. He stared at Yang Chen from top to bottom, waiting for him to explain. It was not just Big Sister Ao Lan. The others all had the same expression, waiting for Yang Chen to give an explanation. Only Big Brother Li Cheng seemed to instantly understand the whole story. He took a sip of wine, nodded and said with a smile, Interesting. Everyone was wondering about the same thing. All these years, Yang Chen had been in the Mountain River geographical map helping to cut down the other party's Mountain River geographical map. He had never taken a step out, so how did he discover the formation imprisoning Ao Sen? Since he had never left the Mountain River geographical map, how did he cut open the formation with one slash? Where is that array? Could it be? An inconceivable thought suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. Could it be that the formation was actually in Ao Sen's Mountain River geographical map? How was this possible? Although Ao Sen's Mountain River geographical map was not Ao Sen's life-bonded magic treasure, it was still indirectly controlled by Ao Senator just from the fact that Ao Sen controlled the Mountain River geographical map to refine 60% of the demon realm and even nearly refined the spiritual realm. It showed that Ao Sen had never lost control of the Mountain River geographical map. Since Ao Sen could control the Mountain River geographical map, how could he be imprisoned in the Mountain River geographical map? Who did not know the might of the Mountain River geographical map? As long as its master willed it, what kind of formation could block its master's attack? The 8 layers of defensive formations were to prevent Ao Sen from using the power of the Mountain River geographical map to break the formation. Gong Sunling was the first to react. She immediately exclaimed, "The final formation was used to imprison Ao Sen." That is indeed the case. Yang Chen's bitter smile became even more intense. "I just personally released Ao Sen from the formation that imprisoned him." The dragon race's ancestors were indeed imaginative. Who would have thought that the place where Ao Sen was imprisoned was in a magic treasure controlled by Ao Sen? No wonder no one in the dragon race was able to guess where Ao Sen was imprisoned. It was a place that no one would suspect. Using a formation to block Yang Chen was to obstruct Yang Chen and to prevent Yang Chen from accumulating power. It was simply a trap. Even the entire Mountain River geographical map was a gift sent to Yang Chen's doorstep. It was all for the sake of getting Yang Chen to help open the imprisonment formation. Even though Ao Sen could control the Mountain River geographical map to refine the demon realm and the spiritual realm, he had no way to refine the prison that was right in front of him. The dragon race's expert who imprisoned Ao Sen had indeed made an ingenious plan. It was impossible to guard against. Ao Sen was smart enough. Borrowing the chance of Long Can coming into contact with the Mountain River geographical map, he established a connection with Long Can. While giving Long Can many pointers, he also started to use the Zhao clan's ambition to refine the demon realm. In any case, Ao Sen believed that as long as he could refine the demon realm and the spiritual realm, as well as the mortal realm and the demonic realm, it would be easy to open the spatial ceiling formation. In fact, he did not even need to refine so much. As long as he could completely refine a realm, he would be able to find the crux to opening the seal. At that time, he would be able to use his own strength to forcefully open the ceiling formation and escape. He did not expect that his plan would change. The demonic realm was refined by Gong Sunling, and the demon realm was snatched away by Gong Sunling. This time, he was unable to meet Ao Sen's expectations. He immediately made a prompt decision to refine the spiritual realm. However, when his plan to refine the spiritual realm failed, Ao Sen could only settle for the next best thing. He borrowed Gong Sunling's strength to open the ceiling formation. After all, Gong Sunling had completely refined the demonic realm. However, Yang Chen's appearance allowed Ao Sen to see an even simpler method. He only needed to guide Yang Chen to the formation. The rest was very simple. He only needed to leave a line of words for Yang Chen. "Do you like this surprise?" Then they could sit and watch Yang Chen completely destroy the 8 protective formations on the periphery one by one. Originally, Ao Sen thought that without the 8 defensive formations, he would be able to break them easily. However, Ao Sen discovered that he had underestimated this ceiling formation. He was unable to break it by himself. Fortunately, Yang Chen directly came to the side of the 9th formation, and he didn't even think about it. When he sensed that the seal was completely broken, Ao Sen immediately laughed maniacally and thanked Yang Chen at the same time. His long-awaited freedom had finally arrived. In that instant, Ao Sen could not contain his joy. Fortunately, after being imprisoned for so many years, his character had become incredibly calm. The moment he broke free, He immediately teleported himself to the safest place and started to adapt to the outside world. As for Yang Chen, he understood what had happened and smiled bitterly. This time, it was indeed beyond Yang Chen's expectations. Ao Sen could not disturb the process of Yang Chen's accumulation of power. It was not known how many tens of thousands of years ago the ancestors of the Dragon Clan had successfully set it on fire. Chapter 2458. It could be said that this series of ingenious arrangements caused Yang Chen, who was supposed to be Ao Sen's greatest enemy, to become Ao Sen's accomplice. However, Yang Chen could not find a suitable target to vent his anger on. This was the first time Yang Chen had been toyed with like this by an enemy. The momentum that he had built up over the past few decades of continuous cultivation had also vanished in an instant. No matter who it was that had been toyed with like this, they probably wouldn't have any momentum left. All that was left was helplessness and anger. "Husband, Ao Sen challenges you." Just as everyone was still in a daze, Gong Suanling's expression suddenly changed as she spoke to Yang Chen. At the intersection of the two sides, Ao Sen was challenging Yang Chen at the moment. Through Gong Sunling and Xiao Chen's primordial spirit, the contents of the challenge were transmitted to Yang Chen. The timing that Ao Sen chose was very suitable. It happened to be the moment when Yang Chen's previous efforts had all been exploited and he was fatigued. At this moment, Yang Chen's morale and combat prowess were at their lowest. Furthermore, Ao Sen had already anticipated all of this while he was in the formation. He had been at ease and had made ample preparations. It was truly a good plan. However, Yang Chen did not avoid the battle because of this. This was not Yang Chen's style. Since the other party wanted to fight, then he would fight to his heart's content. Earlier, Yang Chen needed to vent his anger from being toyed with. In the next moment, everyone disappeared from the Divine Dragon Palace and appeared at the location of Ao Sen's challenge. Of course, they were all at the location of Gong Suanling's Mountain River geographical map. On the other side, a dark green dragon that was almost black was hovering in the air. Its body swayed as it looked at everyone with bright eyes. There was a confident expression on the dragon's face, as if everything was under control. It was waiting quietly for everyone. "Ao Sen, the 100 years are not up yet. Are you going back on your word?" Before Yang Chen could do anything, Ao Lan had already leaped out. He did not care that Ao Sen was one of his ancestors, only focusing on scolding him. "The 100-year deadline is the agreement you made with Long Can and Long Q. What does it have to do with me?" Ao Sen smiled coldly at Ao Lan. The people of the dragon race were all startled. Then, they realized that they were truly speechless with Ao Sen's words. At that time, no one knew that there would be such a thing as Ao Sen, so the agreement that Yang Chen made was with Long Can and Long Q. It really had nothing to do with Ao Senator, however. Right now was the time when Yang Chen's condition was at its worst. Ao Sen took advantage of this time to appear. His sinister intentions were clear at a glance. "Not bad, not bad." Ao Sen's gaze swept across the cultivators from the Dragon Clan and a happy smile appeared on his face. "All of them are at the Gold Immortal stage. Good. Very good. With this, my magic treasures will be much more complete." With just a few words, it was clear that Ao Sen did not care about his fellow clansmen. He only cared about suitable materials and magic treasures. This fellow did not care about these juniors at all. In his heart, he still harbored the mentality of using the bodies of the dragon race to refine magic treasures. "It looks like you are very unhappy with Long Can and Long Q." After saying that, Ao Sen's gaze returned to Ao Lan. He sized him up from head to toe. This kind of scrutinizing gaze made Ao Lan feel very uncomfortable. "Don't worry. Since you are unhappy with the two of them, I can help you vent your hatred." Ao Sen smiled as he swept his gaze over the Dragon Clan cultivators. "After I deal with you all, I will kill the two of them and refine them into equipment spirits for you to vent your anger. How about that? Are you still a member of the dragon race?" Ao Lan shouted at Ao Sen, enraged. "Is there any difference whether I am a member of the dragon race or not?" Ao Sen did not care about Ao Lan's attitude. Instead, he smiled even more. "Go on and be angry. The angrier you are, the better the effects of the equipment spirits you refine will be. Long Can and Long Q recently obtained a pretty good cultivation technique. After you become equipment spirits, you can cultivate that cultivation technique together. When you all become one, you will know how powerful that cultivation technique is. Your opponent is me. Yang Chen's words rang out in Ao Sen's ears. Ao Lan, Long Quang, and the others were already infuriated by Ao Senator. No matter what they did at this moment, it would not be a good thing. Yang Chen's timely words drew Ao Sen's attention to him. What a powerful body tempering technique. Ao Sen's gaze turned to Yang Chen. However, his focus seemed to be different from an ordinary cultivator's. He was not looking at an enemy or the opponent he was about to fight. Instead, he was looking at a very good material for refining magic treasures. I believe that the magic treasure refined from your body will be even more powerful than those of my fellow clansmen over there. As he spoke, Ao Sen's eyes lit up. When his gaze swept over the beheading immortal saber and Xiao Tian in Yang Chen's hands, he could not hide his smile. A magic treasure with the aura of the immortal world. It seems that this is the inheritance you obtained from the beheading immortal platform. Good stuff. Long Can and Long Q had some communication with this guy. Long Can and Long Q could get news about him from the Zhao clan and Yang Lan. Ao Sen was not surprised to know that Yang Chen obtained the inheritance of the beheading immortal platform. After praising the beheading immortal saber, Ao Sen did not forget to wave his claws at Xiao Tian. Little guy, if you are willing to be my demon pet, I can spare your life. TSK, what a powerful group of women. Ao Sen turned to look at Yang Chen's wives and concubines. His eyes lit up. Good magic treasure. Good aptitude. If I use you to refine a set of CHANU heavenly demons, even a perfected golden immortal expert would be trapped. At this moment, Yang Chen finally understood that Ao Sen was a madman. Probably, in his eyes, he only cared about refining magic treasures. Everything he saw was a raw material for refining. Not to mention people of the same race, even blood relatives would not be an exception in his eyes. Ao Sen really did not understand why this guy was still so stubborn after being imprisoned for so many tens of thousands of years. What was the purpose of the dragon race expert who imprisoned him? Even Long Can and Long Q, who had helped him before, were just two decent artifact spirits in Ao Sen's eyes. One could imagine to what extent this guy had gone berserk. Such a guy would only bring harm to the world. If Yang Chen did not stop him today, he would probably turn around and refine the spiritual world again. Such a guy could not be left alive. Not to mention his crazy character, just the words he said to the women just now were enough to make him lose all reason to live. If Yang Chen still had to take care of Ao Lan's face before, now, Ao Lan probably could not wait to kill this crazy ancestor. I heard that you also refined a set of magic treasures for the dragon race, just like Ao Guang. Yang Chen said to Ao Sen, I would like to give you a judgment. Let's see if your refinement is better or if Ao Guang's is better. Chapter 2459. Just based on the trash he refined in the mortal realm that he did not even dare to bring up from the spiritual realm, how can it be compared to the magic treasures that I refined in the spiritual realm for tens of thousands of years? When Ao Sen heard Yang Chen's words, he immediately turned on his mocking mode. He did not hide the mocking sneer on his face. Only you fellows who have not seen the world would treat straw as gold. So what if it was refined in the mortal realm? Yang Chen seemed to suddenly stand on Ao Guang's side. He retorted, which powerhouse of the spiritual realm did not ascend from the mortal realm? It seems like only the natives who could not cultivate were born in the spiritual realm. Yang Chen used a cultivator to counter Ao Sen's magic treasures. Although it was not the same thing, the logic was the same. To put it bluntly, the difference was the heavenly tribulation. Regardless of whether it was in the process of cultivation or refining magic treasures, the power of the heavenly tribulation could not be ignored. Magic treasures that had not experienced the heavenly tribulation and magic treasures that had experienced the heavenly tribulation could not be mentioned in the same breath. The magic treasures that Ao Sen refined in the spiritual realm seemed to be made of very high-quality materials, and his cultivation was much higher than when he refined them in the mortal realm. However, no matter what, He had not experienced the heavenly tribulation in the mortal realm. He was naturally lacking something that could not be explained clearly. It was best to describe it as a congenital deficiency. Don't look at how the mortal realm only had the lightning tribulation, yin flame tribulation, and fierce wind tribulation. It sounded unremarkable, but with everyone's current cultivation, the three calamities were the most basic components of the heavenly tribulation. No matter how strong the heavenly tribulation in the spiritual realm or the immortal realm was, it was just an upgraded version of the three calamities of the mortal realm. From this aspect, the dragon race magic treasures that Yang Chen had brought from the mortal realm might not be inferior to the magic treasures that Ao Sen had refined for tens of thousands of years. After saying so much, aren't we just going to see our true abilities? Ao Sen would not compete with Yang Chen for these advantages. At this time, the more time Yang Chen had to prepare, the less disadvantages Yang Chen, who could not see the depth, would have. It was not easy to find a time when Yang Chen's morale was at its lowest. How could Ao Sen waste time? Although Yang Chen had been tricked by Ao Sen and had helped him escape the imprisonment array, Ao Sen's actions had infuriated him. Xiao Tian's hand has once again grasped the body of Xiao Tian, and Xiao Tian understood and tightened the wrist of Yang Chen. You. Why are you only at the peak of golden immortal? When Ao Sen completely released his aura, allowing everyone to sense it, the Long clan's first elder was immediately shocked. He pointed at Ao Sen and exclaimed. In everyone's estimation, since Ao Sen had casually given pointers to Long Can and Long Q, coupled with the time he had been imprisoned, he should have reached the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal stage. No one expected that Ao Sen was only at the peak of the Golden Immortal stage. The people of the Dragon Tribe were puzzled because of this. According to the time, Ao Sen should have reached the late stage of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. How could he still be at the peak of Golden Immortal? So what if you are at the peak of Golden Immortal? Ao Sen glanced at the Long clan's first elder with disdain. In his eyes, these people were only refining materials. They would never understand the mystery. No wonder they could only be refining materials. If you still look at cultivation realm, then you will only be like this for the rest of your life. Isn't that right, Yang Chen? Yang Chen certainly understood the truth. A towering building starts from a flat ground. When laying the foundation, no matter how strong the foundation was, it would not be too much. This was also the reason why Yang Chen had stayed in the Qi refining stage for a full 10 years even though he could have reached the foundation building stage in a very short time. He relied on the reverse yin and yang 5 elements secret art to temper his spiritual power and build an abnormally strong foundation. Others might not understand, but Yang Chen himself was a living example. In Yang Chen's life, he had killed cultivators with higher cultivation realms than him more than once or twice. The most recent time was when he scared Long Can and Long Q to the point that they did not dare to move. This was sufficient to show the importance of a strong foundation. Yang Chen could completely imagine how terrifying it was for Ao Sen to spend hundreds of thousands of years to maintain this cultivation realm and continuously strengthen his foundation. This was definitely a formidable opponent, one that was comparable to Big Brother Li Cheng. When Ao Sen told Yang Chen that he wanted to see who was the real deal, an exquisite pagoda appeared on the huge dragon claw. It was just that it was far away, giving people a feeling of delicacy. The aura on it attracted the attention of all the experts of the dragon tribe. Every expert of the dragon tribe had an indescribable covetous desire in their eyes. Even Yang Chen could not help but be attracted when he saw it. There was no need to ask, this pagoda was definitely the dragon pagoda that Ao Sen refined. It looked much more exquisite than the one that Ao Guang refined. However, Yang Chen did not look down on Ao Guang's dragon pagoda just because it was exquisite. It had two different styles, one rough and the other exquisite. There was no way to say which was better, it seemed to depend on the preferences of the refiner. Thinking about it, this dragon pagoda must be the key to control the other treasures that Ao Sen refined. Even Yang Chen felt the desire to take it for himself when he saw it, let alone the people of the dragon tribe. As for Xiao Tian, he was already drooling, his saliva flowing down the edge of the immortal beheading saber. Yang Chen raised the immortal beheading saber high up, instantly turning it into a huge saber that was tens of meters long. He leaped up high and chopped down at Ao Sen Ding. There was a crisp sound of weapons clashing. The immortal beheading saber, as well as Yang Chen, were blocked in the air. It was Ao Sen brandishing the dragon pagoda, blocking Yang Chen's ferocious saber strike. It was unknown what material was used to refine the dragon pagoda, but it did not fear the sharpness of the immortal beheading saber, which was made from the diamond chakram. At the very least, Yang Chen did not see any saber marks on the dragon pagoda. Not only that, even the power of Xiao Tian's space-severing saber was drawn into an empty space within the dragon pagoda, disappearing without a trace. This time, Yang Chen's earth-shattering attack was easily blocked by Ao Senator. Aside from a crisp ding, there was no movement at all. However, Yang Chen had a lot of battle experience and was not moved at all. His empty left hand seized the opportunity and directly grabbed the huge dragon claw that Ao Sen was smashing towards him. Bang! The instant the two fists and claws collided, another muffled sound erupted. Then, a small figure rapidly retreated. At the same time as the figure retreated, there was the sound of flesh being torn apart. Then, a large amount of blood spurted out. When everyone looked again, they only saw Yang Chen being sent flying by Ao Sen's attack. Just as the girls were about to cry out in alarm, they suddenly stopped. A huge wound had appeared on Ao Sen's body. One of his huge claw and arm had already disappeared without a trace. Chapter 2460. Yang Chen's beheading immortal saber was formidable. This was common knowledge, and almost all his friends and enemies knew about it. Because the name beheading immortal saber was inseparable from the beheading immortal platform, especially when Yang Chen himself admitted that he came from the beheading immortal platform, and even obtained the inheritance of the beheading immortal platform in the Valley of No Return. Therefore, as long as Yang Chen fought against Yang Chen, there was no one who did not guard against Yang Chen's beheading immortal saber. Ao Sen was no exception. He had contact with Long Can and Long Q, and Long Can and Long Q could get news about Yang Chen from the Zhao clan and Yang Lan, so Ao Sen naturally knew the details of Yang Chen. In particular, in the past 60 years, Yang Chen used the beheading immortal saber to attack Ao Sen's mountain river geographical map almost all the time. Regarding the attack power of the beheading immortal saber, Ao Sen was well aware of it. It could be said that Ao Sen understood the power of the beheading immortal saber more than any other cultivator. Because whether it was the mortal world or the spiritual world, there were almost no cultivators who could make Yang Chen use the full power of the beheading immortal saber, especially with the addition of Xiao Tian. It could be said that Yang Chen could only attack with full power when facing Ao Sen's mountain river geographical map without any scruples. This also meant that Ao Sen had observed Yang Chen's beheading immortal saber for decades. There was almost no one who understood the beheading immortal saber better than Ao Sen, so he knew that Yang Chen's beheading immortal saber could cut off the array that imprisoned him, so he made various arrangements to bring Yang Chen to the side of the array that imprisoned him, and then used Yang Chen to gain freedom. Ao Sen understood Yang Chen's beheading immortal saber so well, how could he not have a way to deal with the beheading immortal saber? As a matter of fact, the Dragon Pagoda successfully blocked the blow of the beheading immortal saber. Don't look at the Dragon Pagoda in Ao Sen's hand. It looked small and exquisite from afar, but looking at it up close, it was a normal huge pagoda that was several tens of feet high and several tens of feet wide. It was unknown how Ao Sen refined it, but there seemed to be another small space inside the pagoda that could withstand the power of the beheading immortal saber cutting off the space. From this point, it could be seen that Ao Sen's Dragon Pagoda was truly impressive. However, whether it was better than Ao Guang's, Yang Chen couldn't say, because he had never attacked the Dragon Tower in the hands of Xiao Tian. With Xiao Tian's stingy temperament, he would never allow Yang Chen to attack the Dragon Tower. After blocking Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber, Ao Sen thought that he had already blocked Yang Chen's strongest attack. However, he had underestimated the strength of Yang Chen's physical body. Even though Ao Sen knew from Long Can and Long Q that Yang Chen's physical body was very strong, and even though he himself could see that Yang Chen's body refining technique was very strong, he still thought that Yang Chen was only slightly stronger than ordinary cultivators. His main combat strength was still due to his magic treasures and Xiao Tian. In order to block Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber, Ao Sen had secretly activated the dragon race's unmovable mountain technique from the start. He had firmly fixed his body in place, so that he could receive Yang Chen's shocking attack. Ao Sen had succeeded. He had successfully blocked Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber attack. Then, he immediately started to plan a counterattack. At this moment, Yang Chen also started to attack with his bare hands. In terms of physical body strength, was there a human that could compare to the dragon race? In this world, from the mortal world to the immortal world, if the dragon race dared to say that their physical strength and strength were second in the world, then which race would dare to say that they were first? The dragon race was proud. They could even treat their own race as raw materials for refining tools. Ao Sen, who did not place them in his eyes, was even more so. His proud nature had never placed Yang Chen's bare hands in his eyes. Yang Chen's hand came into contact with Ao Sen's huge claws, and he grabbed them. The dragon claws that were harder than steel were easily grabbed by Yang Chen, as if he was grabbing tofu. Yang Chen managed to dig out a few holes in the dragon claws and grabbed them firmly. The huge dragon claws directly landed on Yang Chen's body. Yang Chen's body lit up, and the image of a golden bell instantly appeared. 8 dragon silhouettes flew around, instantly withstanding the power of this attack. Even though Yang Chen had not completely withstood the attack, the rest was borne by Yang Chen's body. To Yang Chen, this attack did not have much destructive power. However, Yang Chen's casual grab and retreat brought Ao Sen a great deal of damage. One of the dragon claws was firmly grabbed by Yang Chen, and Yang Chen executed the immovable mountain technique, fixing himself in place. Under the tremendous power generated by Kwa Yi's body refining technique, which had already reached the second level of Kwa Yi's secret technique, the dragon claws, as well as the arm attached to them, were forcibly torn off from Ao Sen's body by Yang Chen. Yang Chen was not knocked far away. Soon, he stopped and hovered in the air. However, his human body was holding a complete dragon arm with a dragon claws, which was several tens of meters long. It looked very uncoordinated. Little Shui, take it and deal with it. It's a pretty good material for refining tools. In the next moment, Yang Chen passed the dragon arm to Sun Qingxue and said the same thing. Unfortunately, it's not complete. Otherwise, the effect would be better. It could be said that Yang Chen's words were completely in response to Ao Sen's earlier words about treating humans as materials for refining tools. However, Yang Chen's words were even more impolite, especially when he said that it was not complete. This fellow who did not have enough self-cultivation would probably be angered to death by Yang Chen. Sun Qingxue beamed and quickly threw the huge dragon claw into her cosmos sack. She did not care about anything else, she just needed to put it in her cosmos sack. After all, this was the complete dragon claw of a peak golden immortal of the dragon race that had cultivated bitterly for hundreds of thousands of years. Furthermore, it was of the wood attribute. How could it be described as just a pretty good material for refining tools? Wu Shuang, wait for a while. I will also get you a good material in a while. After giving the dragon claw to Sun Qingxue, it seemed like Yang Chen did not feel that it was stimulating enough. He said this to Shi Wushuang, who was also of the wood attribute, causing Shi Wushuang to laugh heartily. The surging dragon blood immediately stopped. Ao Sen did not even show any pain on his face. He still had a mocking expression on his face. It seems like I underestimated you. Very good. As he said that, the flesh on the huge wound that Yang Chen tore off started to churn. It wriggled non-stop like it had a life of its own. Right in front of everyone's eyes, a brand new dragon claw that was no different from the original grew out in an instant. Your strength is very surprising. However, it seems like the golden bell that Ao Guang refined using the golden dragon Qilin is not as sturdy as you think. A pleased smile flashed in Ao Sen's eyes. It seemed like he did not react to his arm being torn off and only wanted to see Yang Chen fail. Indeed, Yang Chen did not hide anything. He directly took out the golden bell that had already merged with his body. There was a huge claw mark on it. However, with the help of the spiritual energy from the Chenkuan treasure nurturing art and the golden body art, it was slowly recovering. Soon, it returned to its original appearance. The billions of demonic beasts in the Mountain River geographical map are connected to me. Ao Sen did not mind letting Yang Chen know his trump card. On the other hand, I want to know how many attacks you can take from me. Chapter 2461. In the first exchange between the two sides, it looked like Yang Chen had the upper hand. After all, Yang Chen had injured Ao Sen's fleshly body. Not only that, he had also crippled Ao Sen's limbs. In comparison, the damage that Ao Sen had done to Yang Chen was not worth mentioning. It was just that the magic treasure that had fused with his body was slightly damaged, and it could be immediately recovered with the help of spiritual energy. On the surface, it looked like this, but if one had a deeper understanding of the situation, one would realize that no one had gained the upper hand. Ao Sen's injuries looked terrifying, but if one thought about the trillions of demonic beasts behind him providing him with life force, this injury was not worth mentioning. Yang Chen's magic treasure did not look like much, but Yang Chen did not have much support behind him. To Yang Chen, it was still considered an injury. Therefore, strictly speaking, both sides should be evenly matched, and they were evenly matched. No one had gained the upper hand, and both sides had suffered a small loss. Speaking of which, Ao Sen's ability to share his life with trillions of demonic beasts was not strange. Among Yang Chen's wives and concubines, Shi Wushuang could do this. She could share her life with 24 Penglai divine wood demons. Coincidentally, Shi Wushuang also had wood spiritual roots. This made people wonder if all wood attribute cultivators had this kind of transcendence. At first glance, Ao Sen's actions seemed a bit unfair. However, neither Yang Chen nor the cultivators on Yang Chen's side felt this way. The Mountain River geographical map was a magic treasure that Ao Sen had refined himself. This would not change, so the things inside the Mountain River geographical map were the same. Ao Sen using his Mountain River geographical map was the same as Gong Sunling using her Mountain River geographical map. Using one's own magic treasure to attack the opponent was understandable. Since Yang Chen could accept Gong Sunling using the Mountain River geographical map to oppress the opponent, then he could accept the opponent in front of him using the Mountain River geographical map to deal with him. Even if Ao Sen's Mountain River geographical map was only left with 10% of the demon realm, it was still a terrifying independent world. The number of demonic beasts inside was enough to make people go crazy. If Ao Sen shared his life with the Penglai divine wood demons like Shi Wushuang, then Yang Chen could almost directly admit defeat. With so many demonic beasts providing life, Ao Sen could be said to be an undying existence. Adding the Mountain River geographical map's endless supply of spiritual roots, as well as Ao Sen's powerful cultivation and fighting strength, he could easily exhaust Yang Chen to death. This was also based on Ao Sen's willingness to confront Yang Chen head-on. If Ao Sen used Gong Sunling's method, he could directly let the demonic beasts in the Mountain River geographical map share Yang Chen's attack equally, and then gather the strength of those demonic beasts to counterattack Yang Chen. Even if Yang Chen was 100 times stronger, he would still die with hatred on the spot. Fortunately, Ao Sen's Mountain River geographical map did not have a cultivator with active consciousness. Originally, the entire Zhao clan was inside, but they were all buried by Yang Chen. At that time, Ao Sen did not interfere, he just observed everything from the standpoint of a bystander. Of course, the consequence of watching from the sidelines was that Ao Sen could not control the cultivators in the Mountain River geographical map like Gong Sunling, at least he could not maintain the same attack and defense posture as him. Without consciousness, no matter what action it was impossible for that number of demonic beasts to work together. Naturally, in this respect, he could not be compared with Gong Sunling. However, this guy developed another way, borrowing the vitality of those demonic beasts. Yang Chen firmly believed that Shi Wushuang sharing the life of the Penglai divine wood monster was absolutely unique. It was a fortuitous encounter in the heavenly tribulation. Yang Chen did not believe that Ao Sen would cross the heavenly tribulation together with the demonic beasts of the demon realm. Since it was not like Shi Wushuang, then Ao Sen could borrow the vitality of the demonic beasts through the Mountain River geographical map. In this case, Yang Chen would not be too afraid. What Ao Sen could do was only this. If there was no other way, who would be willing to bear the pain of physical disability? Of course, this was related to Ao Sen's own underestimation of Yang Chen's strength, but it was not necessarily unrelated to Ao Sen's inability to do it. These were all speculations, but for Yang Chen, it was very simple to find out. He just needed to attack again. Although he had thought so much earlier, in reality, it was only 1 or 2 breaths of time. Yang Chen's beheading immortal saber was already raised again, chopping at Ao Senator. No matter how strong the Dragon Pagoda was, Yang Chen firmly believed that it might not be comparable to the material of the diamond chakram. Yang Chen had asked Ao Lan and Long Quang a long time ago, where did the material of the diamond chakram that Long Quang found in the Fire Dragon Palace come from? Was it something that everyone in the dragon race had? In the end, he obtained an answer that made him speechless. It was something that Long Quang had found by chance. Because it was very hard, his dragon flame was unable to melt it, so he placed it there. As long as Ao Sen did not have the same material, Yang Chen firmly believed that the Dragon Pagoda would not be able to withstand the continuous attacks of the immortal beheading saber. Being able to withstand 1 or 2 attacks was not much, but if it could withstand 1,000 or 10,000 attacks, then that would be the case. It looked like although Ao Sen had refined many magic treasures, the only one that could withstand the attacks of the immortal beheading saber was the Dragon Pagoda. The Mountain River geographical map seemed to be able to do it as well, but that came at the cost of losing 5,000 kilometers of space each time. With only 1/10 of the demonic realm left, Ao Sen could no longer bear to use the Mountain River geographical map to receive Yang Chen's attacks. The Dragon Pagoda and the immortal beheading saber clashed again. It looked like they were evenly matched. This time, Ao Sen was smart and did not fight with Yang Chen. In front of this freak that Ao Lai spoke of, the powerful physical body that he was so proud of could not gain any advantage. The one who was the most excited about this clash was not Yang Chen or Ao Sen, but Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, who had the immortal beheading saber in its mouth, could increase its understanding of Ao Sen's Dragon Pagoda through the clash of the immortal beheading saber and the Dragon Pagoda. The Dragon Pagoda that Ao Guang left behind was purely used as a medium to record the dragon race's inheritance and a warehouse to store some important items. It had never been used as an offensive magic treasure. The Dragon Pagoda contained many dragon races' cultivation inheritances. However, it did not contain everything. At the very least, the use of the Dragon Pagoda was never recorded. Xiao Tian could learn a lot from it. In addition to the confrontation between the Dragon Pagoda and the immortal beheading saber, Ao Sen consciously avoided Yang Chen's melee. For the time being, Yang Chen was at a disadvantage. Because compared to Ao Sen, the magic treasures on Yang Chen's body were too few. In addition to the Golden Bell, Yang Chen did not keep any dragon race's magic treasures. However, Ao Sen had a complete set of magic treasures to use. However, no matter how powerful the magic treasures were, in front of Yang Chen, this guy who did not conform to common sense, it seemed to be a bit like casting pearls before swine. A terrifying to the extreme strength, before any magic treasure attacked Yang Chen, it must first consider not to be caught by Yang Chen. Otherwise, it would just be waiting to be scrapped. Chapter 2462. Because the mysterious Sky Dark Sea Shuttle was integrated with the 5 Elements Dragon Palace, it had been placed in the Mountain River geographical map and had not been taken out. The only magic weapons on Yang Chen's body were the immortal beheading blade and the Golden Bell. In contrast, Ao Sen had a lot more choices. What made people even more worried was that when Ao Sen found that the Dragon Pagoda and the immortal beheading blade could only fight evenly, and the other magic weapons did not dare to attack Yang Chen easily, this guy immediately made a new decision. The reason why he did not dare to attack Yang Chen was because he was afraid of the magic weapons being damaged. But as long as he was not afraid of these, Ao Sen had a lot of means to attack. A seemingly crystal clear glass bottle appeared out of thin air in everyone's field of vision, then enlarged into a small mountain, flew at high speed to the head of Yang Chen and smashed down. It was not so much a smash, it was more like the pressure of Mount Tai. The huge glass bottle was many times bigger than Yang Chen. With a loud bang, it directly pressed Yang Chen and Xiao Tian under it. The huge weight directly made the glass bottle sink hundreds of feet into the ground of the demon realm. One could imagine how terrifying the weight of the glass bottle was. However, whether it was Yang Chen's family or the friends of the dragon race, they were indifferent to this scene. It seemed that they were very confident in the strength of Yang Chen. Wanting to rely on the weight to defeat Yang Chen's strength was simply wishful thinking, unless Ao Sen put the entire demon realm on the line. But if he did that, Ao Sen was afraid that he would not be able to control the demon realm. Sure enough, the next moment, the huge glass bottle flew high again, and then a figure rushed out from below, grabbed the glass bottle in mid-air, and held it in his hand. Ao Sen realized that he had made a mistake and immediately wanted to take back the magic weapon, but since it had been caught by Yang Chen, there was no chance to take it back. No matter how much spiritual power he used to control the glass bottle, it was still held in Yang Chen's hand, and it could no longer move. The 5 hooks circled around and grabbed at Yang Chen from 5 different directions. At this time, Yang Chen's situation was very delicate. The immortal slaying saber was restrained by the dragon pagoda and could not exert its power for the time being. His empty hand was holding the glass bottle and could not free his hand. It seemed that Yang Chen could only watch helplessly as the 5 elements hook grabbed him. It looked like Ao Sen was about to succeed. However, in that instant, the situation changed again. Yang Chen grabbed the huge glass bottle and waved it around, blocking all of Ao Sen's 5 element chains. The glass bottle was so big that it could easily cover Yang Chen's entire body. Boom! There was another loud sound. Although Yang Chen blocked the attack of the 5 element chains, Ao Sen took advantage of this opportunity to use the high speed of the mysterious Heaven Dark Sea Shuttle to pierce through Yang Chen's gap. A dragon horn ruthlessly stabbed into Yang Chen's body, producing a loud sound. The surface of Yang Chen's body flashed with a golden light, and the golden bell appeared again, blocking the fierce attack of the dragon horn. However, as expected, a clear groove appeared on the golden bell. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Yang Chen's right hand let go of Xiao Tian's body, which was equivalent to letting go of the handle of the immortal slaying saber. His free hand grabbed the dragon horn that was about to retreat. Crack! The crisp sound of a dragon horn snapping reached everyone's ears. Ao Sen quickly retreated. When his figure reappeared, he was missing a dragon horn, and blood was flowing from the broken part. Wu Shuang, catch! With Yang Chen's shout, Ao Sen's broken dragon horn flew from Yang Chen's hand to Shi Wushuang. Shi Wushuang smiled and quickly put the dragon horn into her Qiankuan bag. She did not forget to thank her husband from afar. Thank you, husband. Shi Wushuang could not help but be happy. This was a fresh dragon horn from a peak wood attribute golden immortal expert. Was there any better material to strengthen her life-flying sword than this? Her husband had just given Sun Qingxue a dragon claw and said that he would compensate her. Now, the compensation came immediately. Ao Sen twisted his neck, and the dragon horn on his head began to grow rapidly. It seemed that the injury just now had no effect on Ao Senator. The golden bell on Yang Chen's body also slowly recovered, and after a while, it returned to normal. Yang Chen's right hand had already grabbed Xiao Tian's body. Just now, Xiao Tian was still controlling the beheading immortal saber. Its tail was still wrapped around Yang Chen's wrist. It could be said that the power of the attack had not weakened. Seeing this scene, Ao Sen understood that Xiao Tian was really too abnormal. As long as he helped, it did not matter if Yang Chen did not need to hold the saber handle. Everyone saw that Yang Chen had been grabbing Xiao Tian, but it was just a habit. If they wanted to rely on this to plot against Yang Chen, they had made a mistake. Originally, Ao Sen's plan was very good. The glass bottle would restrain Yang Chen's left hand, and the dragon pagoda would restrain Yang Chen's right hand. He could take the opportunity to attack. Unfortunately, the plan was good, but the reality was too cruel. I actually do not like to use this kind of protective magic weapon. Ao Sen opened his mouth again. I thought that I could block your power by relying on my own body, but it seems that I was wrong. At the same time, a golden bell phantom appeared on his body. The dragon shadows hovering above it were twice as many as on Yang Chen's side. People couldn't help but be surprised. How many of his own race did Ao Sen kill to have so many dragon spirits? Before, I always disapproved of one's strength, but after seeing you, I believe it. At this time, Ao Sen's words were full of admiration, not the previous tone of contempt. The sarcastic expression on his face disappeared without a trace, and was replaced with a very solemn and serious face. I am very curious, how long can this power of yours last? You can try. Yang Chen smiled and replied, in addition, you should be careful, I have been using the spiritual power of the fire attribute before. Boom. As he spoke, the dragon pagoda and the immortal beheading saber collided intensely again. The power of this collision was unprecedented, so much so that one of the eaves on one of the floors of Ao Sen's dragon tower was directly cut in half by Yang Chen's beheading immortal blade, which was wrapped in the great yin and yang 5 elements. The dragon pagoda, which had previously been able to fight evenly with Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber, finally suffered damage for the first time. The spiritual power that erupted from the great yin-yang 5 elemental arts and the Big Dipper Earth Terminus formation was not something that a fire attribute spiritual power could compare to. Its might was increased by tens of times. Ao Sen's body was pushed back for a long time before he stabilized himself in the air. However, Ao Sen's next action caused all the cultivators who saw it to feel fear from the depths of their hearts. Seeing that the dragon pagoda was damaged, Ao Sen did not say anything and used his dragon claws to dig at his own body. In the blink of an eye, a large lump of flesh with bones was grabbed by Ao Sen and stuffed into the dragon pagoda. Soon, the parts of the dragon pagoda that were damaged by Yang Chen were as good as new, and the huge wound that Ao Sen had dug out had mostly recovered. Chapter 2463. Ao Sen actually used his own flesh and bones to refine the dragon pagoda. If they did not see this scene with their own eyes, no one would believe such a cruel fact. No wonder Ao Sen's dragon pagoda was his life-bonded magic treasure. So it was refined from his own flesh and bones. In this world, was there a magic treasure that was more obedient than his own body? The majority of the fiend race also used a part of their own body to refine their life-bonded magic treasure. However, there had never been a case where a life-bonded magic treasure was damaged and they immediately dug out a large chunk of their own flesh to repair it. At most, if the life-bonded magic treasure was damaged, everyone would hide it and slowly refine it to repair it. No matter what, it would take a very long time. However, Ao Sen's method toppled the common sense of all cultivators. This fellow was not only ruthless to his enemies, he was ruthless to his own clansmen, and he was even more ruthless to himself. He did not only treat his enemies like Yang Chen as refinement materials, he also treated his own clansmen as refinement materials. Even his own body was his refinement material. From this point, it could be seen that Ao Sen was a complete lunatic. Yang Chen even suspected that the reason why this fellow's cultivation remained at the peak of the golden immortal realm was because when he was imprisoned, he would dig out his own flesh and bones to refine magic treasures. Ao Lan, Long Quang, and the rest of the dragon race experts were clearly frightened by this scene. They had seen crazy people before, but they had never seen someone this crazy. They originally thought that Long Can and Long Q were already mentally abnormal because they were born with crippled limbs. However, in front of Ao Sen, it was like the difference between a baby and a giant. Good. What made everyone even crazier was that Ao Sen actually cheered at this moment. Fortunately, you still had a few moves left. If you could not do anything now, then wouldn't it be very boring for us? Of course, Yang Chen would not easily expose his trump cards. Even when he was helping Gong Sunling refine Ao Sen's Mountain River geographical map, Yang Chen still held back. An all-out attack was an all-out attack, but only the spiritual power of the fire attribute, third fire and fourth fire. This was in line with Yang Chen's innate attributes, at least in the eyes of others. If they did not know that Yang Chen was a direct descendant, they would also regard Yang Chen as a fire attribute cultivator. This was because Yang Chen's entire body was displaying a fiery nature, and it was a very domineering fiery nature, which could not be faked. Ordinary cultivators would never be able to imagine that a cultivator with a full attribute spiritual root would be able to imbue all of his spiritual power with a fire attribute. Even in front of Black Heaven sects Sect Master Wang and Sect Master Li, Yang Chen had always behaved like this and had never been suspected. Ao Sen could only sense Yang Chen's attributes through the Mountain River geographical map. Naturally, he did not know too much. However, when Yang Chen used his full attribute spiritual power to attack, the power of the great yin-yang 5 elemental art had increased by several times due to the 5 elements complementing each other. With the addition of the heavenly dipper treasure refining art and the earth fiend sacrificial formation, the power of the attack had increased by several dozen times. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would have already been seriously injured or even killed due to being caught off guard. However, this fellow Ao Sen was indeed abnormal. He only lost a corner of the dragon pagoda. Because there were hundreds of trillions of crazy demonic beasts sharing his life, Ao Sen did not even care about the damage to his body and casually used his body to repair the magic treasure. Such a terrifying scene, how could people not feel their blood run cold? Looks like you are also bringing out your true ability. Then let's go all out and have a good fight. Ao Sen was now clearly excited, the excitement on his face. The surrounding people were all shocked. This fellow could not be a masochist, right? The more miserable he was being tossed around, the more excited he became. Ao Sen did not care about everyone's gazes and threw the dragon pagoda. Just as everyone was wondering why he threw the dragon pagoda, Ao Sen slammed his head into the dragon pagoda. Under everyone's gaze, a hexagonal pedestal appeared on Ao Sen's head. It looked exactly the same as the pedestal of the Dragon Palace's control hub. Then the dragon pagoda seemed to be attracted by something and steadily flew to the pedestal. There was a soft ka-tar sound as the dragon pagoda settled down on the pedestal. The dragon pagoda on his head looked like it had a third horn. Ao Sen opened his mouth and let out a long roar. His body flickered with a golden light and the dragon image on the golden bell flew around, almost completely covering Ao Sen's body. Following that, the 5 elemental hooks flew up at the same time and wrapped around Ao Sen's 4 claws. The last hook wrapped around Ao Sen's tail. It could be said that Ao Sen's entire body was now a weapon. The reason why it was almost was because whether it was his back or his abdomen, he did not have any particularly sharp attacks. But soon everyone knew what Ao Sen used to make up for it. Dragon horns. On Ao Sen's back, there were at least 10 dragon horns of various attributes, as if they were grown on Ao Sen's back. Seeing Ao Sen's equipment, Yang Chen already understood how the water and fire twin dragon horns distributed to Gao were used on the dragon clan. This was not the end. Ao Sen seemed to be demonstrating to Yang Chen the true use of the dragon clan's magic weapon. The mysterious Sky Dark Sea shuttle merged into Ao Sen's body under everyone's gaze. Then everyone saw a lightning-fast shadow of Ao Sen flying around Yang Chen's body at a high speed. Even with good eyes, they could only see a shadow. Fortunately, everyone could still use their spiritual awareness to detect Ao Sen's location at all times. Just when everyone was rejoicing in their hearts, a jade-like magic weapon appeared and wrapped around Ao Senator the sea-pouring jasper cup. In addition to being able to condense the 10th water spiritual liquid in the sea, it also had a very powerful effect, which was to shield the exploration of spiritual awareness. Ao Sen's body appeared opposite to Yang Chen, everyone could see it, but no one could detect it with their spiritual awareness, as if standing there was just a shadow that did not exist. But everyone knew very well that Ao Sen was there. When he moved at high speed during the battle, perhaps no one could catch him. The Dragon Pagoda, the Golden Bell, the mysterious Sky Dark Sea Shuttle, the 5 Elements Rope Hook, the Dragon Horns, and the sea-pouring Jasper Cup had all appeared, leaving only the Mountain River geographical map and the Dragon Clan Gourd. The Mountain River geographical map had refined 1/10 of the Demon Realm, providing Ao Sen with a steady stream of monster beast vitality. It was already working, but what about the Dragon Clan Gourd? Aren't you tired of holding it in your hands? Ao Sen seemed to be dispelling Yang Chen's doubts and asked with a smile, although it is just a tool that we usually refine to hold wine, if there are several oceans in it, how fast can you maintain it in your hands?